What is this? I never get notifications on YouTube for some reason. Oh, here we go. All right. Oh, what is this? I never get notifications on YouTube for some reason. Why is it doing that? All right. Then I'm not hook it up. Oh, what is this? I never get notifications on YouTube for some reason. Why is it? Oh, there we go. Jeez. Okay. Let's see. I need this as the background. All right. All right, now I'm situated. What was this? This was how many minutes? 5 minutes. Yeah. First 5-10 minutes is always slow with the space. The judge, he takes his time coming on. So if you guys was here, you heard me call him. He said he'd be on 2 or 3 minutes. So we'll wait for him because this is his space. Tuesdays is Judge Joe Brown's space. Guys, let me know if you can hear me loud and clear on YouTube. So time to laugh at the racist Negroes crying over DC. Shut up, FK Simps. So yeah, waiting for the judge to come up. Like I said, this is his Tuesday X Space. I just helped facilitate it. The topic, of course, is open mic. Trump's DC takeover, mass criminalization for Black community? Question mark. Question mark. Thank you, Katalia. Okay, she said she can hear me loud and clear. So yeah, and then it's open mic, so people could talk about whatever, because the conversation evolves. The conversation ends up, it doesn't have to be exactly what this is. Like if anybody wants to bring up something else that's going on in the news or make a comment, you can. Okay. I wonder if I should put the open mic last. Should I put Trump's DC takeover first and then put the open mic at the end? I don't know. What do you think? He needs to hurry up and come on. Because I think he acts like this is me and him. This is just his thing. So I don't like waiting too long. Just sitting here. Because I'll be quick to be like, all right, let's close up shop. Who is this? Red Air Box native. Oh, wow. Passed away. Who's that? Y'all gotta leave this young man alone. Girl's parents. What? People are bugging. Jackie, Jay, Barb. Let me share this in my community on YouTube. Honey, the judge need to hurry the hell up. Cause Actually, let me call him because I'm not sitting up here. I could be preparing for my show tomorrow. What is this? What is going on with his phone? Shit is not even ringing. All right, so what I'm gonna do is give him another 5 minutes. Welcome to Verizon Wireless. Your call can. What? What are you doing?
Trying to get on. I was standing to get a signal, but you knocked me off.
All right, well, hurry up.
I am.
Jeez. Blue, aka Bella. I love you, Queen Dana. Thank you, FK Sims. But you do be saying some trollish, crazy stuff in this chat, honey. So Michelle, hi. Oh, honey, I had a very good dinner tonight. Oh, here go the judge. My father cooked some lamb steaks on the grill and corn and potato salad. It was delicious. I'm about to send you a co-host link. Okay, yeah, you got it. Can you hear me?
Roger that.
How are you?
Finished unloading everything. I'm doing well.
So, of course, this is your X Space every Tuesday, and it's open mic, so people could talk about whatever, comment, questions, or whatever. And then I did put, a question as an overall theme. Trump's DC takeover, because people are still talking about it. He made his grand press conference yesterday, sending in the National Guards because crime is too high and they need to make DC beautiful again. However, does this mean mass criminalization for the Black community? Question mark.
No,
Question mark.
no. The law stays the same. It's just nobody's enforcing them. You get folk with an opportunity to run stuff and set up an exemplar like, say, Jackie Robinson did when he first started playing baseball, or Don Barksdale for basketball, or Kenny Washington for football. They come in, or Jack Johnson, or Joe Louis, or Muhammad Ali. They come in, kick plenty of ass, and everybody says, wow, the black folk can really do it. These idiots come in and act like Negroes and screw up and show that they need to be sitting on the bench on the third stream and not even on the traveling squad. It's ridiculous. So,
What does that
in
mean?
other words, they come in and they F up. And it's corruption, incompetence, plenty of agenda, and very little ability when it comes to delivering what a municipal government is supposed to be able to deliver: peace, dignity, and order. And they cannot do that. I've been in DC this year, and I'm riding with somebody, and I watch two crimes, two strong arm robberies occur in front of my own eyes as we're driving down the street. It's like, come on now, what is this? This is the nation's capital. It doesn't belong to DC. It belongs to the United States of America. It is the capital for all 50 states, territories, and protectorates. And here these clowns got a chance with a recent home rule situation, and they can't handle it. So move them out the way. The home rule charter has provisions in there. They grant it to the president to make the determination as to whether or not it's been complied with. And in the interest of the capital of the most powerful country on the planet remaining something with dignity instead of having the highest crime rate of any capital in the world, it needs to be straightened up because it represents you, me, and everybody else, not just the people that live there. And this thing about making a statehood for DC is ridiculous because it's not even a medium sized medium town. It's a smallish medium town. And to give them two senators and two congressmen is ridiculous. That's just so that the rainbow cult can buttress its authority in Congress. And that's inappropriate. If you want them to be able to vote for congressmen and senators who can cast votes, seat them back to Maryland, keep the Capitol Mall as the District of Columbia, and they'll be able to vote in Maryland, elect congressmen, and vote for U.S. senators. So that's the way you solve that. Not all of this propagandistic stuff to try and push an agenda. So yeah, it's
But
pathetic.
DC, they don't have senators.
Well, they're trying to make them a state, which would give them two senators. Can you see that
Oh,
little
oh, oh.
rinky-dink town having two U.S. senators able to vote the same strength as California has? No way. Memphis is bigger than D.C.
Also, okay, so that's the overall theme, but of course, like I said, it is open mic. So if people want to ask the judge a question, or want to bring another topic up, you could do so. I just want to throw this on the table as well, because I did send this to you like 30 minutes before we started this. The Dr. Umar, he went on Instagram and did a live. So the FDMJ school will be auctioned off because apparently they didn't pay quote unquote city fees, and I believe that would be the city taxes. And he owes a total of $40,000, and he is asking for donations because his personal and the FDMJ bank accounts are still frozen. And if it's frozen like that, that's because the IRS has frozen them. Yeah. So that school is never going to open, and honestly it doesn't need to open because he's not well versed, not even a little bit, in business. So I just wanted to throw that out there if anybody wanted to comment on Dr.
May I
Umar.
ask a question? How long has he been trying to open that school? Is it going on about 10, 12 years?
Close to 10. Close to 10.
No comment. The face speaks for itself. Race ipsa loquitur.
And then he goes to say that the YouTube, the struggle YouTubers snatched the paperwork that the city put on the door to say this will be auctioned if you don't pay X amount a certain time. So they took the paperwork off the door and then they posted it on YouTube, on social media. But the thing is, if you have cameras around these buildings, you could find out just exactly who's vandalizing and took the paper off the door. So yeah, I don't know, a hot mess. So let's get to the hands. We have Ricky, Immortal, and Myra. And I know I'm probably saying your name wrong, so please correct me when I get to you. So go ahead, Ricky.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes,
we
how are you?
can.
Hey, good evening, Dana. How you doing? Judge Brown, big fan of yours.
Thank you, brother.
It's an interesting topic. For the, I would say for being a takeover, I wouldn't consider it a takeover. I would say it's a reason why they have to activate it because obviously, just about anything with the federal government, same with the military, they're more reactive than being proactive. So I would consider this to be a step that needs to be taken. And then on top of that, just like what was mentioned before, I mean, I was in DC a few months ago, getting out of a Uber. Not kid you not, someone tried to take I had my wallet, and guy just ran up, put his hand in my pocket, and tried to take my wallet and run off. I was able to trip him and get my wallet back, but it's just things like that. So if you have like an elderly person or even a young child, they're minding a business, enjoying the DC because it's a tourist attraction. You got people that come from all over the world. If you want to secure a location, a city anywhere in the U.S., yeah, I would say, yeah, the security, the overall security and safety that has to be like imperative for the DC area. So I mean that was my thoughts with that.
Well,
Thank you for your
there's one
time.
other imperative about D.C. If you are a foreign government and you're trying to deal with the U.S. government, you come to D.C. If you are a state and you represent the people in your state and you have to deal with national business, you come to D.C. So it's not just for the people that live there. In fact, when they set it up 200 plus years ago, it was only supposed to be a temporary location for those who are working with the government or for the government. So they actually made the district bigger than they thought would be necessary. And a lot of that was anticipation of what happened in the War of 1812, where a foreign entity invaded the country. And as things pan out, they went for the capital. So they thought it was going to have to be a military district. It almost was that way in the Civil War. It was less than 100 miles from the capital of the Confederacy, and it was a target. So it's no longer that situation. D.C. streets are laid out crazily. Benjamin Banneker was the architect for the city. He was black, and he laid it out for reasons that make it look strange now, where you can see a building right over there and have to drive 4 miles round and about to get it. So nobody could set up a lane where they could fire a cannon down that lane and control it. So, I mean, it's no longer uh, fulfilling what was its original intention, which was a huge layout for a fortress area that could protect the capital of the United States from foreign invasion. This thing about home rule was not always the case. That was a modern accommodation of the people who lived in D.C., and they were reluctant to grant it at the time. And here we go, loop de loop. So they've had the opportunity and they failed, and that's where we are.
Anything else, Ricky, for right now?
Oh, that's all I have. I'll jump back on later on. I appreciate your time.
Oh,
One other
and
thing,
Barb,
make sure
Barb,
everybody understands that the law that will be applied is not martial law. It's going to be the law that has been set up for Congress to govern the District of Columbia.
and Ricky, Barb on YouTube says he has a radio voice. So that's a
Hey,
compliment.
well,
Who
thank
has
you.
a
Maybe I
radio
can make a
voice?
career with it. We
Yeah,
will
you
see.
do.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do.
And
Not me. My voice is awful. But anyway, you
Immortal.
sure do have that kind of voice. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Immortal.
Greetings to you, Dana, and greetings, most honorable Judge Joe
How
Brown.
are
Good to
you?
be speaking with you all again. Uh, so, since you brought up Umar, I'll touch on him real quick. I don't like a lot of things that Umar says. Seems like he done took a tumble since the days that I first heard of him. Days I first heard of him, he was very popular among Black Americans. Uh, his books about how to deal with the school systems, how we, especially need to handle the school systems, is still good information. Those are still good books to read. That's his expertise, his schooling. So he decides he wants to open up a school. And at the time that I heard about him opening up that school, I looked up how much money does it take to do I listened to what he wanted to do. And I looked up how much it would take to start a private school the way that he wanted to do it. And at that time, the number I came up with was like $3 million. And so, and that may be like 10 years ago at least, $3 million. So he ain't collected nowhere near $3 million. And I saw for myself the community turn on him because of his views on homosexuality and things of that nature. He said he wasn't going to entertain that in his schools. There's a lot of things he said he wouldn't entertain, and that drew the ire of the LGBT community. So that was the beginning of his problems. Then later on, he fell out with a popular YouTuber and with a large following, and then that following dog piled on to the point where he would be searching around for properties and he had a real estate agent looking for him. Then that real estate agent, he ended up not finishing the contract. That contract was up with the real estate agents. That lady didn't find him what he was looking for. And the next time I seen her, she was on YouTube talking to a YouTuber about his real estate transaction business and what was going on with that, which is a violation of her fiduciary responsibilities. So I've seen the sabotage go on, and with this latest thing, you know, uh, he's not savvy on real estate, or else he needed people around him to let him know that when you buy these distressed properties, some liens follow the property. Sewer liens, that's going to follow the property. So you go out here and buy a property, and you don't put it in the contract that the seller must take care of all those liens beforehand. If you don't put that in the contract, then you're going to be held and that's similar to what he's going through. It's a municipality tax that follows the property, and I'm sure that 40,000 isn't just from him being there. It's previous, but so much for Umar. He's got a lot of other issues that if he had taken care of those issues, I think he could have overcome the issues he's going through now. So much for Umar. Now to DC, okay, they say this is the nation's capital. They say, well, we got to get all this together, and they're using a special law pertaining to DC and its governance to do what they're doing now. But also, they're talking about Chicago. They mentioned St. Louis, where I am, Baltimore, and several other cities, Los Angeles, uh, several other cities. They might even come to Memphis, Judge.
They need
They
to.
might come to
They
Memphis.
need to. I'll
They
bring
might
out the
come to
red
Memphis.
carpet for them if they do. They better get here. This is the most violent
But
city in the United States and the 10th most violent in the world. People can't, the streets are vacant at night. There are no clubs open. The restaurants are closing up. A friend of mine and I were going out on a date. We couldn't even find a restaurant unless you wanted to go to one of the very few 5 stars that are still open, and a lot of them are closing because of crime. But it's an absolute mess. An absolute mess.
well,
And they were talking about crimes going down, and then they had a massive shootout, and some rapper got done in. What's today? The 12th? Yesterday on the 11th. So I mean, it's crazy. And then they're lying
well,
about it. We've got Mayor Urkel, Paul Young, and we've got Chief Do Nothing Davis, and we've got the Clown Council. I mean, it's really ridiculous. It's the worst incompetence I've ever seen in the last 50 some years that I've been here. I've never seen
uh,
anything so inept and thieving and dishonest.
well, that's where they just might come to Memphis and places. They might come to Dallas. Anywhere there's a large Black American population is what I'm noticing is what's being targeted for this. And I don't know what kind of law or rule they're going to use to go to these other cities, but they definitely talking about put that in the works. And a lot of people who have heard me speak know that I look at things differently. I don't have the average everyday view of things. And so what I do know is all of this, and I do understand that crime is down in all those cities
No,
that I
they're
named. The
not.
crime
No,
is
they're not.
down.
No, they're not. That's
Well,
just a
we believe the
lie where they
statistics.
are underreporting it. The paper, the
Well, we believe that.
conservative stations here in Memphis have been catching orders coming from City Hall to the police department not to report certain crime. And when they've gone around and added up all of the hospital reports, the filings by the victims and stuff, crime has gone up. And right now, it is pathetic what's going on. And see, here's the context. About 35 years ago, little longer than that, 35 to 40 years ago, Los Angeles had a black mayor, Chicago had a black mayor, New York had a black mayor, Virginia had a black governor, and the places were safe, sound, and in good hands. Something has happened. And the people that are in there now just aren't what they used to be. There's some slipshod little boule fools that go around pretending, and they're sissified. You don't see any black males doing it anymore. Uh, and what you do get, it looks like it is part of the rainbow cult. I mean, not saying that they don't have a right to go do their politics, but pushing that little crazy agenda is not good for the rest of the people that live in the cities. They do not address the needs of the black middle class, white middle class, brown, red, yellow middle class. They are conniving. They try to find ways where they can misappropriate funds and get rich in public office. And not saying it's just black folk. Look at Nancy Pelosi. You get that kind of thing too. So, I mean, it's just uh, we haven't had crookedness in politics like this since the last quarter of the 19th century when you had places like Tammany Hall in New York. I mean, it's pathetic. and they are lying about these reports. They are. I mean, you can go out
So
on the
let me
streets and watch
interject this
them.
for.
Well,
Well, go ahead. Go
well,
ahead.
can I finish my
Yeah, go
submission?
ahead and
Go
moderate.
right
No,
Uh,
ahead. I didn't
whoever can
mean to
land your
cut you
plane, go
off.
ahead. Go ahead.
I didn't mean
That's
to
all right.
cut
That's
you
all
off.
right. That's all right. No problem. Okay. Well, I just want to just enter this into the conversation because just like you see corruption, I see it too, and I've been seeing it ever since since I've been born, even on the federal level, all in the White House. And I know that the White House, since Kennedy got assassinated, the White House has had a deal with all these narco gangs that if you will work with you if you number one bring your dope into the country and primarily center it in certain areas. That's number one, and number two, you must launder your money through our banks and through our stock market to keep that up. And the narco gangs that abide by that, the United States government will help them at least for a time, and the ones that don't, the United States will move against them, straight up and down. So now we're coming into a time where, in that situation, the way it's been, this illegal illicit drug trade, the distribution since the drugs were targeted to our area, the distribution was left to people in that community. A lot of times it'd be black people selling those drugs to other black people. Um, and so now what we're looking at is the wholesalers are looking to move in on the retail market. It's like, why should we don't even need you for retail. So in order to accomplish that, yeah, they're going to send all these military. They planning to send all these military to the black communities. Now, it's white communities with the same problem, but they're not sending it there. They're sending it to us to knock out that retail drug sales market, and it's going to be replaced. It's not going to go away. It's going to be replaced by primarily, I believe, Hispanics and others like that. So somebody say they wallet got taken in DC. Well, guess what? Next in 10 years from now, it won't be a black guy taking your wallet. It'd be some Puerto Rican or some Hispanic or some Dominican or somebody like that taking your wallet. And they're going to be the same ones, selling the drugs and orchestrating that whole thing. So that's all I see it as is a move against the black community, the criminals in the black community, to replace them with criminals from other communities, and to harass just the general Black American citizenry and try to criminalize them where they aren't involved in things like this. So it's very targeted towards us what they're doing, and it's wider than DC. So I see other hands. So I appreciate y'all letting me speak.
Thanks.
Well,
Can
let
one
me
second,
ask
Judge? Let
you
me just
something.
tell
Let me
people.
ask you something.
Can people please repost, like, and bookmark this space? Um, like, repost and bookmark, and on YouTube, like and share as well. Go ahead.
Okay, let me say this. Don't make John F. Kennedy a saint. His daddy, Joe Kennedy Sr., was a gangster. He was a bootlegger, and the heavy rumor out was that he did the hits for Al Capone. He controlled the docks and the warehouses in Boston, and he wouldn't let black folk work. And that whole thing with organized crime, that's one of the possibilities as to who actually killed him because of his ties to organized crime and his double cross he pulled on them. There is a bad thing in there about the drug bit. He's the one that got involved in setting up what became the mess in Vietnam. He wanted to get involved in third world activities when it came to military resistance against asymmetric revolutions and stuff. And he's one of those that came up with the idea of moving drugs in the United States in order to finance black ops or anti-communist ops down in South America and elsewhere in the world. So please don't exclude him from culpability for setting up the crime situation.
Oh, definitely, you definitely right on point. I'm not trying to say he was some kind of saint. I was just using his death as a timeline, uh, signpost to let you know when they actually started having a narco drug state operation ran out of that White House. But yeah, it was thuggery going on with all of them, all the way back to George Washington.
All right. I want to get to Myra. Am I saying it right? How do you pronounce your name? Myr. Mars. What is it?
It's the miracle, man. But thank you, my sister.
Miracle.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, yeah. I just spell it. I just spell it differently. And before I get to say what I want to say, I just wanted to say thank you for letting me talk with you, Mr. Judge Joe Brown. I'm a big fan of yours, and I never thought I'd be like growing up and get to talk with a brother, or a person of your stature and stuff like that. I've always been a fan of yours, and
Well, thank you.
to stay at it. You're welcome, sir. No problem, sir. Yes, sir. And I'm really a fan of yours, man. And to stick on the subject, like what you just brought up about like the timeline with the Kennedys and stuff like that, I think that was something planned because when you have a family like that, you can control certain things in America, and especially how we all agree about the black communities. Because I'm originally from Cleveland. When I was growing up with you and watching you and doing your thing and stuff like that, and I'm from the Northeast, and so when I grew up and I was being a fan of yours and things like that going on, like how you brought up about black black mayors, like since I know you're a political person or a political professional, to just be respectable. I grew up in Cleveland, Ohio, so back in the '90s when you were doing your thing, my mayor was the mayor Mike White, and so, he was kind of messing up too. But the point is, we had a black mayor. And what the other ladies and gentlemen are talking about is that how America targets black communities where we are successful, then they want to bring the people like JFK or just whoever into the mix, and then they want to make us look bad, like we're actually doing the trouble. And it's like we're the people of the black community or the African American community, however you want to speak about it. And I'm just trying to be diligent with my vocabulary and being intelligent with it. But the point is, you're bringing it into our community. It's just like, how can I say? Let's just say a good point before I land is let's just say a good point is Bel Air, like Fresh Prince of Bel Air, the original one, and the white community don't want to see us that successful, like the families, the black families of Fresh Prince of Bel Air. So they'll try to bring in what the other gentleman was saying and what you were saying, Mr. Judge Joe Brown, is about how they're going to try to disrespect us and make it look like it's our fault when it's really not our fault. And it's the white supremacy fault
Uh,
and things like that.
you sure about
If I
that?
was speaking,
You sure about that?
uh, well, I think it's a 50-50
Well, I
thing.
mean, what
Yes,
white
sir.
supremacy is running the town if the mayor is black, if the chief of police is black, if the sheriff's black, if the majority of the officials on the town council are black? What white supremacy is controlling them?
Well, you know what, sir? You know what? Thank you for bringing that up because it makes me be more educated because I think it's a 50-50 thing. Because, like, right now, I'm going through a situation in my neighborhood. I live out here in LA where the whole summer I've been experiencing the immigration thing, and it doesn't have nothing to do with me, but it's been affecting me. But thank you for bringing that up because, with all due respect, Mr. Judge Joe Brown, I think it's a 50-50 thing that we need to start taking care of our culture more and our community more. So I'm not even going to disrespect you on that, sir. For
Well,
real,
I
I
grew up
really
in Los
thank you.
Angeles too, and Bass is incompetent. I helped Tom Bradley run the first time he ran for mayor unsuccessfully. He got elected the third time he tried. I helped him all three times. He's a great mayor. He used to be the cop on the beat where I grew up, and he and his partner would have community meetings with all of the men in the neighborhood, tell them what crime was going on, and if they needed to take care of it, he and his partner would be alibi witnesses if business had to be dealt with. I mean, he was that kind of guy. He didn't lose a race down the back alley to beat somebody's head, but it was frontier justice. He'd tell you to get off the corner and go home. You went home because you got a head warming if you didn't. He's 6'4", used to run the 400 meters and the high hurdles and went to the Olympics. He didn't play that, but I mean,
Yes,
it was
sir.
law and order. I grew up in Los Angeles, kindergarten through law school, and I saw what happened where the possibilities were great. And then I saw these shysters get in charge and they didn't do anything except start stealing. And they were punks. They couldn't hang in the community because they couldn't deal with the people. I saw them.
Well, that's cool, sir. And really hearing that from you, I really respect the situation more, and actually respect you more, because since you're originally a Los Angeles person, I originally grew up in Cleveland, Ohio. So when you were, doing your thing on TV, I was growing up in Ohio and stuff like that. I didn't move to LA until I was an adult, like in my 30s, because I like the music business. But I can hear that you're an old school LA person, like the stuff that we used to hear about the Bloods and Crips and stuff. And you were one of the people that help change the community. So that's why I respect you and not even arguing with you. And I'm thankful to just have this
Well,
conversation with
see,
you,
the
sir.
Bloods
For
and the
real.
Crips were dead after 1965. They didn't come in until almost 1970. They had Dale Vikings, businessmen, Bobtown, De La Soul, etc. Those were the gangs. But after we had that uprising in August 1965, there weren't any more gangs. Nobody was mad anymore. LAPD wouldn't come down into what later became South Central, and they were riding 4 or 5 deep, and they looked straight ahead. They used to mess with everybody. It was slum clearance. We had all these community organizations. Everything looked like it was going to be great. But then what happened is we had these pimps. We called it pimping the revolution, pimping the movement. And they arranged their deals with Special Investigative Services, that's SIS, of LAPD and the FBI, and they went around killing off all of the black folk that were progressive, trying to get things done in the black community.
Well, may I ask another intellectual question? Because I know we have some other hands up, but me coming from the East Coast and what I heard about LA and stuff like that, Mr. Judge Joe
Yeah,
Brown,
you don't
yes,
have to
sir,
say Mr.
is
and
that
Judge, it's a title.
I'm just
Well,
saying, Mr. Brown.
go ahead.
I respect you. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm just saying, Mr. Brown, is that what I heard from the East Coast and what we heard, me and my homeboys, was that with the Bloods and the Crips, like for example, in 1991, when that cassette came out, like when the Bloods and the Crips stopped gang banging and they made a record together and stuff like that. So what was really
I
going
can
on?
tell you.
Since you could give me the
I can
history,
tell you.
you know.
You
Okay,
ever heard?
can
Oh,
we
you.
not give the whole history?
I
Because I do
won't
have
give
to
it.
get to
But
the other speakers.
you ever heard of Tookie Williams?
Oh yeah, yeah, I remember
He
that
used to
guy.
work
Yes.
for me when he was 14, 15-year old. Myself, Ron Chappelle, and Cliff Stewart, we ran the playground, Trinity Avenue Elementary School there. And he was a 14 and 15-year-old volunteer on the playground. We hired him. He used to work for us. We tried to get him out of the swamp. His mama wanted that chick, wouldn't let him get out of the swamp, so he just became the baddest alligator in the swamp. We also had Barry White, the singer, who was a little skinny 12-year-old on the playground. We did a lot of stuff, but yeah, that didn't get started until about 1970, 71, 72. I was not only running the playground, I was doing substitute teaching, sending myself through law school. And they used to call me Brother Brown. I had a DJ thing I did with a radio bit we ran out of the playground. And they say, Brother Brown, what about this thing with the gangs, man? Is that cool or not? I said, well, if you got it going on, you don't need that. But it is what it is. So we saw it rise again.
All
But
right.
Well,
yeah,
you,
dead
well,
Wait,
you
now.
know
no, I
what,
need to get to
Mr.
another
Brown?
speaker.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you, Mr. Brown, for talking to me, and I want to respect the lady's space. So thank you,
Well, it's
and I
his
just
space,
wanted,
but you
yeah.
respect the other
Excuse
speakers.
man.
So you can hold on and we'll swing back. But I need other people to get a chance to talk as well. So go ahead, Isaac.
All right. It's Issachar. Everybody always just goes for the Isaac. I'm cool with that. So I just wanted to say hello to Dana. What's up, Joe Brown? What's up, Judge Joe Brown? So there's been a lot of stuff said here, and I had a lot of time to think, so I wrote some stuff down. So first thing, just to swing at that Umar situation. So just working and billing and that whole deal and just financial records and stuff. Like, yeah, if his account was frozen more than 48 hours, like at this point, it's just, is it criminal or not? And who's going to handle that? Like 48 hours, it's this golden period of time where it's like, we're going to freeze everything and then we're going to investigate, but nobody wants to raise that flag if they're wrong. Because it's not like it'll cost you your career, but it'll cost you credibility. So for them to pull that switch, there's absolutely something fraudulent going on there. So I just wanted to mention that about the school real quick. You mentioned some stuff about Washington, D.C. So I'm just going to sort of hit the things that I heard. First, I'd just like to give you a quick thank you. I love your academic rants about just the history and the scope of knowledge that you have about things. Like, y'all need to peep some of the stuff. Like, okay, I want to know what was up with Tammany Hall. Like, I've never heard of this, but I've done some research on Tammany Hall from completely different perspective on the sons of Tammany and how they were integral in the setting up of the United States government. Also, there's this great thing that you brought up about Benjamin Banneker building Washington, D.C. as sort of a gigantic fort of some kind, and I think they should absolutely do that. But I'm going to get to the point at hand about what's going on in D.C. right now. So I heard a lot of people talk about this thing about taking black people off the streets and putting Latinos down, and y'all just have to forgive me, but I'm just like, is that the only line of work that we can do? Like, have we given up on each other where we actually think that just because we see them only be successful selling drugs, we think that it's going to affect them negatively if somebody takes away their ability to sell drugs. And so I know that we don't mean it like that, but sometimes we have really got to stop and check ourselves when it comes to our dialogue about how we talk about our brothers, because this is some of how they got out there in the first place, thinking that they didn't have other options. I don't think that anybody giving a black kid the ultimatum of you change your life or we're going to change it for you is a bad thing. I think what some people have called replacement here can also be transformative. If you look at the history of the East Coast, the Eastern Seaboard, the Maryland, Virginia area, I mean, there's going to be other ones. Delaware is huge right now. New York is going to be great. If you look at the continuous history of blacks there, well, I want to say from the 1500s, but let's just say from 1619 on out. This is the most abysmal time in the history of our people in that area. And I don't care if it's Donald Trump because some white kid got knocked out or whatever happened to him. For some reason, he has said, I won't accept anything from your community that you also consider the bottom floor without knowing what is the ceiling for the excellence of blacks that come from the stock of the families that built the black community there. So I'm struggling to figure out why people are so damn upset about doing the same thing that we come home from work, you see these people on the corner and you close your door and you're just like, I just wish that wasn't there. Now, we're going to call somebody the big bad boogeyman because they're going to do it, Meanwhile, we had a chance to do it and we all failed the community because we all looked at that kid and we said maybe he'll change tomorrow. And really, we were never going to arrest him. Let's just be honest with ourselves. That was never going to happen. Okay? So we left it to somebody else to do for us because we failed to make a decision. And so I just don't understand what all the anger, I just don't understand what it's about. What I look forward to is I see the negativity that I'm going to see all over my timeline, all over YouTube. But what I'm hoping that I see is I'm hoping that I see these black leaders, these people who got way more of a following than people like me. I want to see what they do with this opportunity. Are you going to cry for drug dealers? Are you going to cry for people who murder people in your streets? Or are you going to try to do something with the people who aren't criminals and try to raise them up? And so I had a whole bunch more that I wanted to say, but I guess that's just what really stuck in my head, Judge Joe and Dana. One of these days, I do want to talk about that Tammany Hall and DC being a fort thing, but I just don't understand it. I think that this is a great opportunity for the black community. I think whoever the hell takes these people off the street tomorrow, I give a damn who goes to jail. I'm pretty sure somebody I'm related to for sure is going to go to jail. But tomorrow, that kid gets to live another life, and
See,
they don't have to work.
you might go to jail. They might snatch
Let
you
him
off the
let
street.
They're
him
not gonna
let
snatch
him
anybody
finish.
Bro,
off
Do
the street
not
for
come
acting
off your mic.
lawful.
Let him finish.
Bro, listen, if they gotta take me off the streets, I know I'm not doing shit. So I'm gonna do my 24 to 48 hours, see a judge, get a court date, and whoop their ass in litigation. But when I get out in the streets, what I'm gonna get is the rest of the black community who always thought that that was a piece of shit in the first place and that they shouldn't have been outside, and them aiming recklessly out of cars, drunk and high, missing and hitting kids. And we always wanted something to happen to them. I'll tell you what I know. Maybe people aren't going to like what I'm saying, but I'll tell you something that I know that is absolutely, is going to be, everybody in this room has done it. We've all seen somebody who was a local neighborhood terror who got his brains blown out, and we didn't cry a bit for it. So if we didn't cry for that, what's wrong with him going to jail? And I land.
Okay, let me explain something about how we got here. The late 1960s, the whole country was getting energized, but something happened that was not good at all. Color television was coming online. Prior to about 1964, 65, 66, if you got a color TV, it was round. It wasn't very big and it was primitive and unreliable, and a whole lot of the shows were not in color. Well, they started getting the square screen TVs that did color. They started getting really good at it, and Hollywood had a problem. You used to be able to go to an adult movie, not an adult movie, a movie where you got charged the adult fare, which was 50 cents. That's all it cost. And you could walk in anytime you wanted. And if you came in halfway through a movie, that was fine. You sat through the half that was remaining. And then you sat through the three cartoons, the newsreel or two, and then the second movie. And then you sat through the part of the first one that you missed. And then you went home, and it was 50 cents. And every Thursday and every Sunday, the two movies changed no matter how much they sold. Well, Hollywood was going broke. So they fired a lot of the old guys and brought these new ones in, and they had these bright ideas. They were going to do one movie at a time, and instead of you getting two of them for 50 cents, you paid a buck and a quarter for one. You walked in when it started, and you had to leave when it was over, and they'd run it as long as people came. So now, how do you do this and get an audience? They said to themselves, there are some people that feel rejected and neglected. The black community, or do they call themselves Afro Americans these days? They want to see themselves. So they had this great big debate about what kind of movies they would show. So they decided amongst themselves, and I got in much later to hear this in retrospect after watching it on the ground. And they went to the lowest common denominator. And the first example that came out was called Black Caesar, starring Fred the Hammer Williams, who was a football player. And the character he played was as a major drug kingpin and as a hitman. And they made him the hero, and he wound up riding off into the sunrise in a limo smoking a long Churchill cigar. And I remember I went to see that movie with a bunch of fellow black students, and we said, "Man, what did we just look at? They made the villain the hero." And this is Los Angeles. You don't see this kind of clowning going on without LAPD vamping on something. And they must have shot up 45 or 50 people in a gun battle in a warehouse and no LAPD. So we started looking at that, and they started having what they call black exploitation, where they went to the lowest common denominator. And see, I was one of those militants, so Hollywood loved to have us around for flavor. So we get all these invites to these parties, and you listen to these folk talking. Chuck, what do you think about this thing? What are we going to do? Do we need some more of these Sidney Poitier parts where we try to uplift them, or what do we do? No, Carl, I think we need to go to the lowest common denominator. We need money so the studio can survive. So they started pushing pimps, hoes, drug dealers, murderers, burglars, thieves, all kinds of near the wells. They had Foxy Brown, where you got to see her twat 3 or 4 times every movie because she got knocked down and her boobs would pop out of the top. And they had the obligatory
I'm gonna
five
drop
big
down,
white
Dana. Can you let
women,
me back up?
whatever, on there so you could see that. So
Who was
for
that?
50 some years, they've been running this negative
Dolo.
propaganda.
Okay, yeah.
They've been running this negative propaganda, and people bought into it. And they started ideating about doing the wrong thing. See, 1967, 68, black folk were looking at movies where the star of the show is somebody that's got a job. Somebody was trying
But
to
but can I
prototype
but
Bill
can I just
Cosby.
but see sort of what I and I know Dana, like I know we got hands. So all I wanted to say is I understand where you're going with how I get the whole black exploitation angle and they feed the propaganda to the community. I understand that. But that's like and I'm 44 when I say this, Judge Joe. That's like I want to say 2.5 generations ago. Why do we still think this way? Okay, why am I gonna run across Twitter and run into grown women who are gonna cry for the sons who sell the drugs and shoot at the kids who don't going away? Why is that still with us?
Because it's fairly new in my perspective. I'm a bit older than you, and I saw it develop. And trust me, it wasn't like this in the late mid 1960s, but it is now. And I listen to people on Twitter who are deep off into being black, the way we would call it. But way they talk, it astonishes us because we just said, get the hell out the way, we'll do it ourselves. We don't need anybody helping us. But they act like they're children. They want somebody to give it to them. They think that somebody's supposed to treat them like they're their mama. And to go along with this black exploitation was this feminist stuff where they tried to emasculate the country. And they started with black men first because black men gave the appearance of physical masculinity. So I heard the discussions when they were current and topical 50 years ago. If you emasculate these black males and put them in their place, then everything will fall because young white boys want to act like young black guys because the black guys are so, the word at the time was macho. See, so
All right.
that was how
I
this
need to
stuff
get to another
started, and
speaker.
it's gotten bad.
Um, I'm gonna go to Dolo, and then I'm gonna swing back to you, Immortal, and then we have Born God, and then I'm gonna swing back to you, Miracle, then Peter, and Conscious. Go ahead, Dolo.
What's going on, everyone? How everybody doing? So yeah, I was just, you know, looking at what's going on in DC, And I think it's very interesting. I don't, by no means necessary do I want it to make it seem like I am supportive of what Trump is doing in DC. I don't think it's right, but I see how it can happen. But the funny part about it all is just the entire fact that you know all this happens, right? And with what was just going on in and with the illegal immigrants and with ICE and everything, we were seeing Democrats go to jail. We were seeing certain legislation passing, preloaded debit cards and getting illegal immigrants lawyers and all of that, type of bullshit was taking place. Excuse my language. But, let's just see if Democrats will have and keep that same energy with what's going on in DC now that is kind of, taking effect with Black Americans, quote unquote, breaking the law. So, I just find that very interesting and, contradictory contradictory as far as what's going on and just how so much selective outrage with what we're seeing. But if anybody else wanted to touch on that, I
Well,
think
let
that's
me
a
ask
pretty
you,
interesting point.
can I ask you a question? What exactly is Trump doing wrong? He's not going to apply any martial law. He's just trying to apply the law that is in effect in D.C. that is not being applied now to restore public peace. So, what's wrong with making the place peaceful, orderly, and crime free?
It's not just that; it's just the fact of just zoning in on a particular community
What
to where
community is he zoning in on? This is the capital of the most powerful country in the world. So, who does it belong to? The people of the United States or the people that just were supposed to have a government job that required them live in D.C.?
it looks like it's majority of the Black community that I'm seeing being subject to what's going on right now. And I just say that
Well, if we
just it's
can't handle it, what's that to say? That's like they used to joke about. I don't want to insult white people with it, but they used to joke about trailer park trash. So I mean, everybody
right,
downs people that are lawless. You go to
right.
Europe,
But I
they
mean,
down it. You go to Asia, they down it. Africa, they down it. So
true,
what's
true.
wrong with us
So
where we promote it and say this is all right to be lawless?
so when you're just arresting people for smoking a joint
Wait a
outside of
minute, it
their
ain't
house,
legal to smoke a joint in D.C. Federal law makes smoking marijuana is illegal. It's not legal for the Fed system. That's just some states that do it.
right,
So I mean, you're breaking the law.
right. But I'm sure and there's a lot of white communities where they're smoking joints outside of their crib.
Well,
That's
I
pretty
mean,
common,
I've seen white kids get busted all the time.
right?
I mean,
So
I grew up in the '60s. A whole lot of white folk I witnessed getting busted for smoking a joint.
that kind of just falls into play where, like, if you think about Black people being arrested at higher rates for petty
Why would they
crimes
be
like
arrested for
marijuana.
higher rates? It's like public drunkenness. I mean, if you're in a hotel or in your room or something like that and you're drunk, that's your business. But if you're out on a street corner drunk, that's public drunkenness. I've
Right, but
seen a whole lot of white folk and black folk get busted for public drunk.
right, but just based off of statistically, whites smoke if not more than Blacks, and we're arrested at higher rates. So that
Well,
just
I
shows
mean,
that
but
it's
maybe they,
discriminatory.
yeah, but maybe they have better sense than to be open about it. It's like you driving through a neighborhood where you don't live. You just want to check it out and see if there's anything opportune about it that's available that you can snatch. And it's 4 o'clock in the morning, and you got your music loud, sharing it with folk 4 blocks away. Your vehicle registration is 2 months out of date. One head tail light is cracked and not working, and you smoking a joint. Yeah, you're gonna get busted.
Right. So just they would just have to keep that energy across the board. You know what I'm saying? Like,
It has nothing to do with petty crime.
Now,
This is all about violent crime.
well,
That's
now
why
you
this
know
is
it ain't
happening.
Let
just
Because
yeah,
about
let him
violent
finish,
crime.
Peter. Let him finish.
Just about
Let
violent crime. It's quality of life, public peace, dignity, and order. Dignity. And somebody sitting there being loud, smoking a joint when you're trying to just enjoy yourself, that's not cool. A lot of
Yeah, of
people,
course.
I know one guy, two guys. Matter of fact, I've been out hanging out with them at the same time. One guy's got 32 folk he killed as a sniper in the Nam, and the other one was a sniper for a big police department, and he has a big score. They're serious, serious special ops types. They kill folk
Right,
for real.
but
And
then
they're
what?
sitting there going, man, well, I wish this dude would stop it, man. He's irritating me. What you gonna do, old man? I'm asking you kindly, brother, please stop it. You're being irritating. I don't care, man. What you gonna do?
Right, but then when we kind of use this type of logic, then we're saying that white people, they don't smoke weed
Why
outside.
did you ask the stone cold killer what he's going to do? Because you're irritating the hell out of him. Act right.
All right, so
Public
here's the thing. Let me put my
community
2 cents
order.
in it. That I think where Dolo's coming from, because it's not so much whether you are breaking a law or not. It's so much when Trump is saying he's bringing the National Guards into Washington D.C. Black people, as of 2025, make up 45 or 47% of the population. It used to be more than that. It's no longer really chocolate city, but I'm pretty sure when you look at the stats of who's being arrested at a higher rate or who lives below the poverty line at a higher rate, it would be Black people in DC area. And then he also said that he wants to send the National Guards into all the sanctuary cities, Chicago, of course, LA, and other parts of New York. But it just so happened a lot of these cities are predominantly Black. So it does look like, or may seem like, that Black communities are being targeted.
Well,
And not, we don't never see National Guards in predominantly white communities.
yeah, but the
What
point is, you don't have to be white to want this to happen. My black neighbors and my white neighbors, my red and yellow neighbors, my Islamic neighbors, my Christian neighbors, they say they want some peace. They aren't paying what they're paying for mortgages and working like they are to earn what they earn. So
Right,
somebody
but
can
this
clown around and turn the place into a hellhole. That's not what
No, and I get what you're saying, but also let me throw in another variable here, because these places that Trump says sanctuary cities, right? Because which is predominantly Black, which is predominantly urban, which is predominantly poor. And this has nothing to do with Trump per se, but when you look at Black quote unquote communities, they the public policies really disenfranchise Black communities throughout the decades. I'm not giving an excuse for a criminal, because a criminal of any race needs to be locked up and prosecuted lawfully. But what I'm saying is, when you abstract resources, whether it's after school programs, summer jobs for the youth, or taking away unemployment, food deserts, healthcare deserts, when you remove public policies that's supposed to help enrich you, you are going to see a higher level of crime and poverty. That doesn't give a person an excuse to behave badly, but when you go to a predominantly white neighborhood or suburbs or community, they don't have those problems. And it was set up by design. And I'm not saying that for Black people to constantly use that as an excuse, but we cannot overlook public policies that set up certain areas and communities. Now, the reason why we do have segregated cities, that's definitely set up by design, and that's really not going to change. So I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying, Josh, but then it's another side to that coin that I think Dolo is trying to convey, that there have been lack of public policies that's supposed to help uplift a community. And when we're talking about National Guards going into sanctuary cities, it just so happened that they are predominantly poor Black areas.
Well, it can be poor white, but the bottom line is you send them in, put up public order, you cut down on the gang stuff, so there's less inclination for somebody to go hang out with the thugs and pay more attention to sitting down at the kitchen table and studying or booking so he can get someplace. I've known people that have made fortunes and they came out of the hood in South Central LA or other hoods in the United States they
like
paid attention to what they were doing instead of paying attention to thug stuff. See,
Okay,
like it
Dolo.
seems
it's
it, just
preparation.
real
I'm
quick.
sorry, Judge.
All I
Dolo.
want to say is just
Yeah, go
it
ahead and
seems
land your
like he's
plane so
kind
we
of
can turn off the speaker.
yeah, it seems like he's kind of just somewhat pandering to his black fatigue type of crowd with this
I'm
one.
not talking about black fatigue. I'm talking about everybody in the
Not
world,
you. I'm not talking.
towns,
I'm
crime,
not talking about you.
and the
I'm
poor.
not talking about you,
Nobody
Judge.
in
I'm
the
talking about
world wants to be
Trump.
poor, except for some reason, black folk ideate on being poor and broke. Everybody else thinks and ideates on moving on up.
Yeah, I'm not saying you're pandering. I'm saying Trump is kind of pandering to
Well,
that
I
black
mean, but it
fatigue white crowd.
is. That's the problem. See, I used to play this
Wait,
game
hold on for a
in my
second. Trump, but
generation. We'd psych somebody out.
Trump never said black. He does he never said, and
Thank you.
he knows not to say black or white because it's his administration that's saying no more DEI, no more favor one race over another. So he never said black. What when we having these conversations, we it is somewhat of an assumption where you mix in a coincidence, but where it may be sprinkling some facts. But what's going on right now in the black community is not a Trump problem. It is that current community leadership problem as well, and that's not really being talked about because Trump is the one that's in charge. So listen, let me. Is the
By the way, one question, Dana. Ask somebody this: where is the black leadership? I don't see
I'll
it.
ask that in a second. I need to get to the question to the other hands. So just hold tight for a second, Dolo. 30 seconds, immortal, and then I need to move to boring God.
All right, 30 seconds. I think people missed the point of what I brought up earlier. It wasn't to glorify criminality or anything like that. It was just to let you know, and you're going to see for yourself that they're going to replace one group of criminals with another. And most Black Americans aren't involved in any sort of criminality at all. The judge asked a question about where is the white supremacy in these cities where you have all this alleged black representation, like in Memphis, or like it was in St. Louis. So a lot of black people in office around here. The answer to that is they're not black representation. They don't represent us because the business class, Dr. Claude Anderson gave us a step ladder on how to deal with politics. And one of the first things you have to do is have a business class. Your community has to have a business class, and you don't have one in Memphis. We don't have a strong business class here as Black Americans in St. Louis and these other cities. Those are white people with the predominantly are able and allowed to maintain long-term successful businesses, and they are the ones that are installing these people that look like us. And those people that look like us are beholden unto them, and so you get the results. It's not the will of the people that they're exercising; it's the will of uh, um, those white business owners, and that's where the system of white supremacy comes in.
All right.
Well, hold
So
on.
I
I
Let me
think
need.
my
ask you
30
this.
seconds is up.
It's like somebody says, "Hey, man, I want you to do this, man. I want you to run this dope, man, and I'm gonna pay you well if you deliver it, man." Okay. Did anybody make you do that, or did you choose to do that because you wanted to get compensated for it, and that looked like an easy way to make some cash? But you knew you were breaking the law. You ought to. Whose fault?
The well, it's the criminal's fault for the criminality that they do,
Yeah,
and
exactly.
that also includes these immigrant and non-black owned businesses that are harboring drugs. The
Okay.
Brinks trucks don't go to their businesses. They got drugs
Okay.
in there, dope in there. When they had the
Okay.
uprisings in New York, you had immigrants standing on top of their business, a city where allegedly guns are illegal or mostly illegal, and they're standing on top of their buildings with automatic weapons,
Well,
and nobody says anything.
here's the
So
thing.
equal protection under the law, equal punishments under the
Yeah,
law.
but
That's
that
what we
ain't the
need.
problem. See, you're thinking negative. You're thinking like criminality is a normalcy. It's not for
No,
anybody.
I
That's
agree
why
that
it's
it's not.
called crime. So, what everybody else in this world has a proclivity to say, let's stamp out crime. We sit there and say, it's going to impact black folk negative. Wait. Time out. Do you know what that sounds like? See,
It
but
sounds like someone don't have a plan
Well,
because
it's a
if you
recorded
hold on a
space.
second, if you ask the question, well, if you say or you if you say the statement, let's stamp out crime, it's not just going out there locking people up. That's one thing. What are the other remedies?
yeah, there are other remedies, but the problem is,
But though, but okay, so Trump, okay, he could add in other remedies, but what could be effective right now today? He put in the National Guards, and that will definitely, you know, lower any type of criminal activity going on in the community or in the city. Great,
and
that's
the
that's
National Guard
that's
gonna have a lot of
acute.
black folk in it too.
That's acute. That's acute. So, what are we going to do in the long run? Are there resources out there? And if there are, resources, are they being implemented properly, or are people stealing the money? So it's a lot of things that require people in the community to get involved and to start seeking.
Of
I
course.
want to go to Born God, Peter, Conscious, the Negro, Bishop, Black Vanguard, and there's three people requesting to come up. So I'm going to drop some people down real quick, but real quick, well, I'm gonna drop Immortal and Miracle, but Miracle, you wanted to say, let me go to you, Miracle, real quick, and then I'm gonna get to the new fresh speakers. Um, 30 seconds. Did you want to say anything?
I'm just gonna be respectful. Just put me up again, and I'm gonna let the other new speakers speak because you let me have you let me have a spot with
Well,
Mister
go ahead. You
Judge.
talked well, so
Okay.
say whatever
Yeah.
you have to
So
say.
no,
I
no, no.
got
So what I'll do is, if you want to just request to come back up, so I just want to start
Yeah,
rotating.
that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Yeah, I just do that. Yeah, right. Yeah.
All right.
So I
Thank you.
got you, girl.
All right.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. So go ahead, Born God.
All right, peace. How everybody doing? The first thing I want to say is I feel sorry. Listening to the conversation, I feel sorry for these kids nowadays because it seems like everybody is blaming them, and we're not getting to the source of we're not getting to the root of the problem. For example, I grew up in the Bronx in the late '80s, early '90s. We all sold drugs out there, but we sold drugs because there was a lack of economics within our community. There was nobody hiring us. When we would go for jobs, we would get told, hey, you know what? I'll give you a call Monday. Most of us sat by the phone, never got a call. But you go back to that same store and you would see that they would hire a black female. On top of that, we had to hustle to come up. And then what I noticed was nobody's getting to the root cause. We're all blaming the black kids when nobody is going after these Africans who brought the heroin into the community. Then you had the Chinese bringing in heroin. Then you had the Cubans, the Colombians, the Puerto Ricans bringing in crack. But when we went to Rikers Island, was getting locked up. None of them was on Rikers Island with us. It was only black people and a couple of Puerto Rican people on Rikers Island. Nobody went into these communities and said, you know what? Let's get these Cubans off the street because they're bringing in these drugs by the boatload. They was openly displaying drugs in the middle of Harlem, walking up and down the street, asking people, "Hey, do you want coke? You need some crack? You need some crack? You need some coke? What you need?" And as soon as we buy, we jump in the cab, we go to cross the bridge from Manhattan to the Bronx. The police be waiting right there because they already knew what the setup was. So it was like they was automatically working with these people. So it's the same thing that's going on right now in DC. You have these kids who are being neglected jobs because of the way they may carry themselves, because we have a different culture from white people.
Why
So
you
it's like
gotta
we
have a
trying.
wait? Let me ask you a question. Why we gotta have a cruddy culture and we can't have one like everybody else on the planet?
But who's to be the judgment of that?
I'm
Who's to
humanity.
be the judgment of that? Who's to tell
Humanity.
you,
Black
hey,
folks.
if I want to wear my hair in cornrows, that's looking
Well,
like a
okay,
thug?
if you
Who
want to
told
do
you that?
that, then fine. But that doesn't mean you
But
get the
see, no,
job
but
because
see,
you
they was
don't
they
look
was
right.
denying us jobs when we was doing that.
But you
See, I'm
see,
from the real time, and
now
I'm
you
dropping
ain't
some real
from the
stuff.
real time. You a child
Yes,
to me.
I'm from the
See,
real
you
time. I'm
talking
from
about
the real Bronx.
1980s and
You ask
1990s.
anybody, they all know me
You
throughout the
see,
whole
but you
Bronx
talking
and
about
the whole New
18.
York.
You talking about
No,
1880.
we when we was going for these
You look,
jobs,
look.
we
You
as
talking
soon as
about
we go in, we had
the
cornrows
80s.
if we had our hair flat
Yeah,
top,
you talking
they
about
would
the
not
80s. I'm
tolerate it.
looking at you as
Bro,
some
you don't
Wait,
think
wait,
that the
children
way
hold
in
on,
you
high
hold
talk
on,
might
hold
be
on, hold on. Judge, let him finish
Yeah,
what he
I'm looking at you as some
Judge, let him
children in
finish what
high
he was
school, junior
saying
high
and,
school. Yeah, go ahead.
let him finish and everybody else stay on your microphone. Go ahead, Born God.
Yeah, no, it wasn't the way we was talking. Because I would go in and be talking properly. And right now, I'm a prominent business owner in Florida with thousands of customers from Florida to Colorado. And I'm gonna tell you right now, it's been the same way. That's the reason why I started my business. Because I said, you know what? My elders, they didn't think. They didn't say, you know what, let me start up a business so I can hire the kids in our family. So I said, you know what, let me make a change so I can start up a business. So none of the kids in my family got to go to these crooked people who's working with these drug dealers to come into our community and sell drugs to our people so we could destroy ourselves. They waged a chemical war on us. And we
Well,
sitting up here
why did you sell
blaming
drugs?
the kids because what jobs you got for the kids right now in
Go
D.C.?
get a job. You
Well,
didn't have to
I'm
sell
gonna get jobs.
drugs.
I got
That's a
business.
lame excuse.
What job are they
Why
going
did
to get?
what was your excuse? That
What
you had
job
an
are these?
excuse
Let me know
for
what
you
job you
had
want
an
to get right
excuse.
now.
You
Go
had an
right now in
excuse.
DC. Go
You
speak to
had
the
an
kids that's in the
excuse for
community, that's in the
poisoning
hood,
your
and ask
neighborhood,
them
sir.
what job can you get right now.
You
They're not getting out of
poisoned
the
your
truck.
neighborhood.
All right, hold on
You
for a second.
poisoned your
Hold on for a
neighborhood in
second.
your
So
No, we
community.
didn't poison our
let me
neighborhood. Other people
Yes, you
poisoned our
did.
wait, hold
neighborhood.
on,
You
hold on,
took
hold on.
Other
penitentiary
people poisoned our
chances, but you
neighborhood.
didn't get
These
caught.
immigrants came into our neighborhood
No,
and
it
brought
ain't
the drugs
immigrants.
and
You
the
sold
crime
them.
into our community. Don't
You
tell me. I'm from the
said
Bronx.
you
I'm
sold
from the
them.
Bronx. I'm from
You didn't
Watson.
have to.
I'm
You
from
didn't
Evergreen.
have
I'm from the
to.
Southview area.
You didn't
Don't tell me
have to.
how my hood
You
was
didn't
developed.
have to.
See,
You're giving me an
how
excuse.
you
You
going to say
sold
we
them.
didn't have to?
You
Most of us
said
didn't
you
even have
sold
50
them.
cents in our pocket. Most of us
You
didn't have
said
no.
you sold
We
them.
didn't grow
That
up in your
meant
all right,
you
hold on.
ghetto.
poisoned
Wait,
your
We grew up in the
wait,
community.
hold
Bronx. We
on.
grew up
Judge,
under real
please,
struggle.
Black God, Born God, 1 second. So let me, because Judge, I hear what you're saying, Born God, but so
You allowing Trump to
wait, hold on for a second. Hold on. It was a little bit of feedback. So I agree with what Born God is saying, but I'm never going to give an excuse to, I'm never going to give a pass. Let me say a pass. I'm never going to give a pass to someone who sold drugs or someone committed a crime. And I don't think, Born God, you're not, I don't think you're making an excuse saying, well, it was okay. No, you're not
we
saying
was
that.
mentally manipulated. See,
Oh,
you talking about kids whose minds are not well developed.
Well,
wait,
what
no, no, no,
When
no,
about
no,
your
no.
kids,
Wait, back
parents?
up,
so
back
when
up, back
so
up,
What
when
about
back
when
up.
you
your
have a
Wait,
kid,
parents?
wait, Judge,
don't
stop
tell
for
me
a
if you
second.
have a
Judge,
kid growing up
please.
in Chicago
Wait,
in the
hold
middle
on.
of the hood
Wait,
right now,
hold
they
on.
listen to the
Wait,
music.
hold on. Stop.
That
Slow
you
down for a
keep putting
second.
excuses. If you
No,
keep putting
1 second, Judge, please
excuses, you get nowhere.
please let me have a dialogue here. So what I'm trying to get to the bottom of is if you are an adult and you chose to sell drugs for whatever the reason, you wasn't manipulated, you made a choice, which is what the judge is saying. You made a conscious decision, just like the Italians and Jewish people and any other group of race or ethnicity came here. They made a choice to commit crime, to start criminal organizations. They made a choice. They have a reason for that choice, but they made a choice. Now, what Born God is trying to get at is it is a reason behind these choices. Yeah, kids can't easily be manipulated, but they can easily be manipulated if they're not being fed at home because they're poor, you know. And then if you, and I love this movie Traffic, and one of the lines in there where Michael Douglas, who found out his daughter was a crackhead, right? And he was the secretary for drugs and drug lords or whatever, whatever. But so the guy that she was getting high with, the high school guy, she they were looking for his daughter, and he brought the father down to the hood, where they were selling dope at. And this was in the 90s when it was very popular. We talk about crack going into cocaine or whatever. And he was like, how can you bring my daughter down here around these people? And he said, what? These people? If the federal government who you work for would have dumped these drugs in a white community, do you really think that me or my peers or any white person will be trying to get into Harvard? No, they will be out here making that money. So there's no excuse for you to commit a crime. Criminals know what they're doing is wrong. but there are reasons behind it. And a lot of times when someone such as your government is literally putting a product in your neighborhood, no matter what neighborhood it was, if you put that product, it was in Asian neighborhoods, white neighborhood, Indians neighborhood, you would have had the same result. But they didn't put it in their neighborhoods. They put it in the black community, a community that was already poor. Put it in a white neighborhood, these people that are not poor, but they still would have been doing the same thing that black people ended up doing, selling drugs. But to also the born part, when we talking about kids, minors, doing these crimes or shooting or whatever, no one, okay, you lock the person up. You put them in juvenile, or you're trying to say if you murder someone, you should be charged as an adult. That's all well and good. That's the law. But what about the responsibility of the government, state and federal, that allow for these illegal drugs to be trafficked in our country? Where did the 14-year-old who shot and killed the police officer in Newark, New Jersey just a month ago, where did he get that illegal automatic, semi-automatic gun from? Where did it come from? No one's talking about that. But they're focusing on a 14-year-old. Oh, where was his mother? Who the hell knows? We already know what his life was like and where his life is going. But what about the gun? No one
Gun
wants.
ain't got nothing to
No
do
one
with it.
wants
What
to
about
talk
his
about that.
character? What about his character,
No,
Dana?
no.
Gun ain't got nothing to do with it. Knife is more efficient.
I'm not doing that with you. I'm not doing
I
that with you.
know. I don't do it
And
with
this is
you
what we're going to
either.
talk
It
about.
ain't the
This is
gun.
no.
It's the
Hold on. This is
goddamn lack of character.
hold on. No, don't cut me off.
Well,
Because
why did somebody
this
have
is
him when they
what we're
couldn't
going
afford
to
him?
talk about right now.
Well,
Because
that's
we could talk
it's
about
open
the
mic.
criminal. We could talk. Let me finish. We could
Go
talk
ahead.
about the criminal. And we could talk about these kids that are running around being disrespectful. We could talk about the parents that are horrible, and we should talk about it. But we should also, when we talking about them, we should also talk about this is what needs to be changed. This is how we need to do it. But also the conversation that's not being had. You're not talking about, well, where the fuck are all these drugs coming from illegally? Where the fuck are all these guns coming from? Where are all these human trafficking coming from? And if you're not having that conversation, then it's just going to be a repeated cycle. And you know where
So
it's
why
coming
in
from?
the
It's
hell is
coming
people
from our
talking?
fucking government.
Let me ask you a question. If that is the case, let's buy into what you say. Why the
No,
hell
ain't
are
no
these folks
buying.
up?
That's what it
Why?
is.
Okay, hold on. Why in the devil are people sitting there upset when somebody tries to stop it from happening by imposing law and order? And you still, nobody has addressed the question I put up: where the hell is the black leadership?
You're absolutely right. And that's what I'm saying. We
So
need to have
why in
that
the devil
conversation
the
too.
black folk keep voting
But
for
I think
incompetent crooks who are punks who can't do a stick 'em up thing, but they will sure as the devil sneak behind your back and embezzle, misappropriate, etc., etc. So we vote for them. So whose fault is it for voting for them? We don't have to. And where are the
I think a
somebodies
lot
who are
of,
black
honestly,
males who are going to
so let
act
me
like
answer your
black
first
leadership? What do you
question.
got? Cory
Let
Booker?
me
You
answer
got
your first
Al
question.
Sharpton?
Judge, please, let me
The
answer
hell.
your first question. Why are black people upset when Trump is bringing the National Guards? And here's my answer. Majority of black people are not even upset. Maybe half, maybe 20%. But I'm getting a lot. When I hear people talk about it, they're not complaining about what he's doing. So,
I hear that too.
all
But
right.
there is this thing, we get this dialogue where all of a sudden the majority of the black folk are all upset because of law and order. The majority of the folk who are disturbed about the lack of law and order are probably black because they have to live with it.
Peter is next. Oh, wait, hold on for a second. Born God, I know I kind of cut you off. Do you want to just do a 30-second land and then I'm going to go to Peter? Are you still there, Born God? Hello?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Did you want to do a
What?
30-second land? Or because I'm about to move on to the next speaker.
No, go ahead. What was the question?
It was no question. I cut you off and I
Oh,
didn't know if you
well,
were.
what I wanted to say was just listening to the judge was okay. Who controls rap music right now? Who controls the rap industry?
The people that buy the records.
No, I mean who produces
The
who
Jews, the
controls
Yeah, but
Jews,
why
the
do you
Jews
have to
control
Jews,
it.
buy it?
right?
Just because
Okay.
somebody offers it for sale doesn't mean you have to consume it. People open up businesses all the time and fail because nobody wants to buy the product or shop there
See,
or
yeah,
use the business.
you can say that as a grown wise man,
Yeah, well,
but when
why
you're
aren't we
talking about
telling the kids
children,
that? Why are there not
but when
more
you
voices like mine saying this is bullshit? Don't buy
because the
into it.
community was decimated. A lot of their parents don't even have a third grade reading level. So you're expecting someone who don't even have a third grade reading level to teach their kids something that
Well, why did we encourage them to have kids in the first place if they can't
nobody
raise them?
encourages nobody to have kids. If you have sex, that's what happens.
No, well, why didn't we encourage them to have safe sex then instead of just having it
It don't matter.
indiscriminately?
Condoms
Why
could
did we
break. There's
push
all
that?
kind of things that can
Why
happen.
did we push that?
There's all kind of things that can happen.
Yeah, I
Condoms
know.
could
Why
break.
did we push that? See, humans are not
Nobody pushed
animals,
that.
or are
Who
they're
pushed
not
that?
domestic animals,
No,
or
nobody
are they?
pushed that.
Maybe. See, humans are supposed to have free will, good sense, common sense. They're supposed to think things through. What happens with a group of people that doesn't do that?
That doesn't what think
Think
things
things
through. A
through,
lot of these people
exercise
don't have
free
the
will, common
capability
sense.
of doing that
What?
because of the environment that they grew up in.
Well, then change
Our
it.
community was attacked with chemicals.
Change it.
You know,
Look at the
instead of you
People's
guys going
Republic
after the
of
real
China.
problem,
In my
you going after your
lifetime,
own children.
in my lifetime, the average person that lived in China was a peasant, ignorant, unlearned. Now they're the second most powerful country on the planet. What happened?
And how did that happen? Because they took the jobs out of our community and brought manufacturing to China.
I know that happened, but they set it up carefully. They had a
But
plan. We didn't.
how you know we don't have a plan? I have a
We
plan.
don't.
See a lot
If
of
we
grown
did,
adults
you'd
today
know about it.
doing crime.
That's
Most of the
why we
crime is
have,
committed
by the way,
by
the
younger
criminal
adults.
justice system is doing what it's doing. It ain't got nothing to do with crime. It's like you have surplus labor. There are no jobs because we support assholes that don't give a damn about whether you work or not. So we use the criminal justice system to warehouse surplus laborers. That's what the whole thing is about. The kids out there don't get prepared. They don't have any vocational skills, any academic backgrounds. They have the wrong lifestyle, wrong ideation, wrong way of carrying themselves, presenting themselves. They take penitentiary chances. They go to jail. They take themselves out of the job market. They're held in the people warehouse known as a penitentiary instead of a grain silo. They thrive to get taken care of. They want the damn assistance check all the time. Somebody's supposed to take care of them, and they get their asses locked up, and that's what they get as the ideation. Everybody in good sense says we need to be crime free, but we sit there and say, "But man, if you black man, you gonna get jacked up because they gonna put crime." No,
So let
See,
me ask,
I've seen
Judge, let
black
me ask you
folk
this
act
question real quick.
orderly and law
Let
abiding.
me ask you
It
this
doesn't
question
have to
though,
be
because
that
you
way.
said something in the beginning of that. You said surplus, right?
Yes.
For surplus, the prison systems, they need bodies to fill. So, and I,
They don't need bodies to fill. They want bodies out of the way. It's
well,
a
what I could,
warehouse.
okay, they want bodies out of the way. So, and this is why I'm saying it's a hamster wheel. They want bodies out of the way. So, what do? I'm going to extract resources. I'm going to create public policies, whether it's taking manufacturing overseas or whatever, and I'm going to implement and allow incoming of drugs and guns, right? And these people are already poor, so poor people, the more poor, the higher the crime. That's just a fact. So then crime is going to increase. Then we want to get more laws passed and get more police officers to arrest people who are going to then fill up the prison so that we could get people out of the way and have people free labor or what have you. It's a hamster wheel. And
And
the only thing
then
I'm saying here, the only thing I'm saying, Judge, is the government is involved as well.
now it ain't the government, it's the people. In
Okay.
this
And
system,
that's where
for
we
the last
disagree.
230 some years, it has been a truth about this system. The people get the governance they deserve. And if your government is shitty, that's because the people are shitty. They ain't paying attention. They are not being heads up. They're voting for idiots that want you to vote for them because they got some naked gay boys on a stripper pole and they're getting told, take your booties to the pole. They do line dances out in front of some place and always got some dance or some music and wasting time. They're always playing basketball, never practicing something that they can earn money off of that's legal. So what you expect? We keep voting for these idiots. We keep voting for folk that rip you off, that want to put boys in the girls' bathrooms and in girls' sports, put rainbows all up and down the hallways in the schools.
Um, I don't know. I think somebody called him and knocked him out. I see people requesting. I do have you in an order, so I am going to bring you up. Just give me a second. Peter, you're up next. Judge, I don't know what happened. You probably got to go out and come back in. Somebody probably called him and knocked him off. I appreciate you coming up, Born God. Can you hear me, Peter?
I can hear you.
Okay. Judge, we can't hear you. So if you can hear me, drop down. And can you repeat that, Peter, just in case he can't hear me?
Judge, we can't hear you. So drop down and then Dana will bring you back up so we can hear you and you could participate.
I will
Wait.
throw you a co-host, Peter, but you've been MIA all summer long. I will see you in September.
Okay.
Hey, yo, Peter, what happened to the crypto space?
Because
Yeah.
Peter went MIA. We were supposed to do a crypto space together so he could educate, blah, 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 blah. But no, just like a white person.
Yeah, he been giving Grant Cardone all the game. I've been keeping.
Just like a white person implementing white supremacy to where he throw these, oh, I'm going to help, but then give his ass a kiss. Yeah. Prime example. What the hell happened with the judge? Like, come on.
Judge, you have to circle back down. We can't hear you.
Let me call him. Give me a second. Just we was having a good flow and
Yeah, I need to talk to the judge. I have three specific questions for the judge, and I've been staying on mute for quite a long time. And it's
well, you're gonna
Outlaw
have to stay
Media.
on mute a little bit longer, conscious, because you're right after
Okay,
Peter.
it's the Outlaw Media time check though. It's
Is what?
10:39.
What you said?
It's 10. It's the Outlaw Media time check. It's 10:39 Eastern Standard Time, 9:39 Central Standard Time, 8:39 Mountain Standard Time, 7:39 Pacific Standard Time. Outlaw Media time check. I got three questions.
So
It's your
what is your point?
bedtime or
Then
something?
just you're gonna have to just stay online. Give me a second. I don't know what's going on with his thing.
I'm listening. I can hear.
No, he's back.
All right,
Judge
so
is back.
now you back. Like, come on. All right, go ahead, Peter.
Yeah. I apologize. I took a little break. I haven't been really on Twitter too much, but I will be back, and I am coming back. Interesting conversation. Super excited for what's going on. Very, very, very excited. They're going to be cleaning up the country. Law and order is going to be restored, and this is the result of allowing the pendulum to swing all the way in one direction. And so what you're going to see is people coming in and making consequences a reality again. That's what actually controls people. People are only controlled through hard-handed heaviness and violence. That's the only thing that controls people. So if you give people a million chances, slaps on the wrist, no bail, get out, do it again, and you do it again and again like they're doing in New York City, you're going to see the results that you're seeing now. If you want to talk about what happened in the 90s after David Dinkins left the office of New York City mayor and Giuliani took over, they instituted what was called broken windows theory of policing. What was that? They prosecuted small crimes because they realized if you prosecute small crimes, the larger crimes stop happening because people don't feel like they could do whatever they want in an area. What happened? The murders went from about 23 to 2,400 a year down to about 500. Okay, and it stayed that way throughout Giuliani's tenure. So I think we're going to see the same thing here, and I'm super excited to see it. And all I've heard from a lot of people so far tonight here is a victim mentality. You have the ability to do whatever you want in this country. It's the best country in the world. tons of opportunity. You could go and choose the wrong path, or you could choose the right path. And this is coming from someone who used to sell drugs, who used to go to Washington Heights, buy cocaine and marijuana, and sell it throughout northern New Jersey, all over the place. And mostly my clients were white people, almost all of them. So I know exactly what you're talking about. It wasn't because I couldn't get a job. I had jobs. Did I want to work a job at $10, $12 an hour when I could just go pick up a pack and I could make thousands of dollars in a matter of hours? No. Who in their right mind, what type of person would choose to work an hourly rate when I could go pick up narcotics and distribute them to individuals who willingly are buying them from me and make thousands of dollars? So please save the nonsense argument that you were doing it because you couldn't find a job. You're doing it because you like the amounts of money you could make by doing
Oh, is
what
this a
you're doing.
cracker?
So
Cracker, hey, are you
All right, so people need to stay on their mic. Hold up for a second, Peter. Dolo and Born God, I dropped you down so I can make space. But if you want to come back up to say anything, just request and I'll rotate and bring you back up. So I just want to let people know if I drop you down, that's because I'm trying to make space because I don't want you to think, I'm being rude or anything. Go ahead and finish up,
yeah,
Peter, and then
I'll,
we'll go to conscious and
I'll
everyone
wrap
stay on
up.
your mic.
If you really want to solve these issues, the best thing that you could do is legalize drugs, because you take away a whole element of society that then operates in the shadows, and you allow for the drugs to be regulated and produced in a way that doesn't kill people with fentanyl. They're going to go to the store and buy it like they buy anything else, and you eliminate the cartels and everything else. Why don't they do that? Because the powers that be make money off of it being illegal, short and long of it. And that's the bottom line. So if you want to
And,
fix
and who
things,
are the powers that be?
the
The
deep
government.
state, the government,
Yes,
all the
yes,
judges and the lawyers and the
yes,
prosecutors and the
exactly.
probation officers and the corrections officers and
Yes.
all the people that are part of the apparatus that we get bilked as the taxpayer. Because if you don't do it, the country goes to hell in a handbasket and the terrorists win. All the nonsense, bullshit, sheeple arguments that we've heard from the baby boomer generation, who's done nothing but spin up the debt fucking pool for all of us to now have to pay the debt on, and have basically been robbing everybody blind, and people swallowing this tripe hook, line, and sinker. Those are the ones. And now the bill is coming due, and now it's a different ballgame, and people are waking up. And so that is why you're seeing the things that you're seeing, and the baby boomers are going to their just reward, and a new generation is taking over, and we've been watching all the nonsense that's been going on. And so what you're going to see is a changeover, a massive change, a fourth turning, if you will. And that's what's going on right now. And it's exciting to see, and I'm thoroughly enthused by it. And I'll land there.
Thank you,
And
Peter.
I, hey,
Conscious.
Dana, can you see my hand?
Oh, you know what? I'm so sorry, Brad man. I didn't write you down on the list. Who were you behind? I'm so, and I saw you and I brought
I've
you
been up here
up.
for a minute.
Yeah,
I ain't wanna step on nobody's bill.
yeah.
Yeah.
So
So
Put him
y'all getting
in.
busy.
do you remember? I know I didn't say your name. So do you remember when I brought you up?
Put him on. He's been in line.
I'm so sorry,
Put him
Brad.
on. He's been in line.
Go ahead, Birdman. Go, and then it's gonna be conscious. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Birdman.
Salute to Dana. What's up, Judge Joe Brown? Salute. Um, yo, I'm gonna try to get this off. I got like 4 points I want to get off. I'll try to keep it as short as I can. Stop me if I get long winded. The first thing I want to say is this is disgusting. It makes my stomach turn to hear my people respond to this DC BS. It's the biggest oopty wop of all time. We sound like slaves. Oh, master gonna come in there and lock all of us up. Oh, everybody going to jail. They bringing the truth. They're gonna wrangle us in. We all going to jail. If
We're gonna
y'all don't
start stepping,
shut y'all
stepping it up to
goofy
get up
ass
out of
up,
Stay
it
on your
makes me
mic. Stay on your
yo.
mic.
You gotta stay on your mic.
Go ahead, sir. You have the floor.
It's probably a double mute.
It makes me sick to hear my people cry, bitch, and complain like we in the goddamn 1700s. It's grotesque. If you know your laws and you know anything about this country, this DC is a federal. It's federal property. Donald Trump can do what he wants. That's his backyard. He could throw a doggone parade tomorrow, like Kim Jong Un. Why are we so just up in arms talking about things that we should already be doing with or without this madness? And if you don't know what's going on, y'all the only ones that bit. He tried to lock up he tried to lock up Barack Obama. He tried to release the MLK files. He doing everything he can, and we don't want to hear none of that. Bring us the goddamn files. And it's only our community that bit for the bullshit cheese. And I'm ashamed of y'all. When you talk about DC, there
Thank
is no
you.
there is no martial law. This is not martial law. You understand what I'm saying? That's their home. Now, when you start seeing this pop up in other states and they enact martial law, which go back to Rodney King, go back to Detroit on fire, go back. You know when it's time to get busy and they get shit shaking. When we start busting heads, y'all ain't busting no heads. Y'all up here crying, bitching, moaning, and complaining. So they're not worried about you. This is a ruse. Second, weed is legal in DC. So at the worst, sit your ass down, smoke a blunt, and shut the hell up. Take care of your business like you've been doing. There is no here. Also, DC is not a stop and ID state. And this way it gets turned up a little bit because you know who really know their laws and who don't. And you understand why they won't go to these so-called way. They won't go to the white communities because they had their ass up out there the first day. They'll have their ass up out there the first day because you have what you call the Constitution, you have the Bill of Rights,
No,
and DC is not a stop and ID state. I just hear black people crying and complaining about nothing. Now, if you saying, "Yo, I was walking home and they just stopped and they made me give me my ID under duress of being taken to jail," that's a violation. If they just snatch you,
you don't understand law,
I'm
bro.
sorry. Let me
You don't
No, I need
understand.
everybody to stay on their mic because I need for him to finish up because we have other speakers and I do have people in order.
Okay, Dan, I
Thank
got it.
you. Are you done, Brother Man? What is this? Oh, it must be a W mute.
Yeah, I'm almost done. When you start hearing that, yo, I was walking home, minding my own business. They stopped me with no reasonable suspicion of a crime. They forced me to give my ID, or they took me to jail because I didn't want to ID myself. Now we got a problem. If y'all so concerned, take your ass down there and do an audit. Look for the First Amendment auditors. Ain't none of that going on. The biggest thing, the biggest maybe,
That is true. You
this is
as a
facts.
citizen, you could do an audit. Yes.
This is facts.
What
Take
is
your
that?
ass
What is it
down
called?
there.
It's not forensic audit. It's some type of city audit or
It's a
something
first.
that you.
It's called a First Amendment audit. You have a
Okay.
right. You have a right to.
Oh,
You
that's
have a
fine.
right to record government officials in the course of their duty. And there's a whole
Fourth
movement going
Amendment in
on.
there
This is
too.
why. Excuse me. This is why they won't go into.
Yo, man, tell
Yo,
him,
excuse me. This is why they won't go into their community.
Your Honor.
This is why.
Tell
Yo,
him.
this is why they won't go into their community because those people don't play that.
Getting
Yo,
off.
come on, man.
I'm still here, though.
What's going on?
Why do you keep cutting him off, man?
I don't know.
Stay on your mic.
I don't know if people are retarded or they just can't hear. It's either one. Please, if somebody is talking, it's their time to speak. Stay on your mic. If you would like to rebuttal, I will give you 10 seconds to rebuttal. It's not that hard.
This is why you won't see them in their so-called community, even though DC it ain't but a hop and a squat. So this ain't gonna last for long, number one. But that's why you won't see them going into these other cities, so-called sanctuary cities, and that because you got regular people going to work, coming back, and a lot of people know their rights, and we don't play that. This is America. It's Constitution first and foremost. So this ain't no martial law.
All right,
This
so
is all smoke. Go ahead.
did somebody want to do a 10-second rebuttal? Because I need to get to Conscious next. No, okay, go ahead,
Next
Conscious.
one.
Hold on, give me 20 seconds. I'll be done.
Thank
Give me
you.
20 seconds. I'll be done.
Oh my
Give me
God.
20
Go ahead,
seconds.
get your
We
20 seconds.
live in a country that was built on crime. But at the same time, it's also built on survival of the fittest, and we are winning as a minority. We are considered the main competitors. So you need to embrace that and just continue to take care of your business, man. And that's all I wanted to say. Are you?
All
Go
right.
ahead,
Thank
Conscious.
you. Next.
Ooh, thank you. Okay. Thank you for
Please
coming,
don't
letting me
whine
have
though.
a
Go ahead.
no, 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 I'm not whining about nothing, Judge O'Brown. Thank you for this. I have three questions for you
Go ahead.
specifically. Do you all know who the primary target is? That's question number one.
Primary
Oh
target
my God,
for
bro.
what?
Bingo.
Do
Target
all
for what
do
or
all
both of them?
under do all under do under that was the first question. Shit. I got a call, my bad. Do all undesirables need to be targeted? That's the second question.
What's
Wait.
undesirable?
Stop. Stay
Oh
on
no
your
no no
mic.
no no no
Stay on
yo!
your
I got
mic.
What's
He's
three
asking
questions.
me.
undesirable?
I got
Stay
All
on
right,
your mic.
anybody else get off their mic? I'm just gonna drop you down. I am not doing this.
Stay
I don't
on your
have time for
mic.
people who want to act retarded.
Okay, what's your second question?
my second question is: are all undesirables being
I'm
targeted?
sorry, Dan.
And the third question is: do we need to be targeted first? Now, I'm saying this and give me some time, please. I put
No,
shit
you
in the
got about a
Wait,
minute.
jumbotron.
You
let's
got a
stop
minute.
Yeah,
everybody.
You got
Stop.
a
I put
minute.
stuff in the
Stop a second.
jumbotron, in the chat. I just want to be heard. I want
Okay,
those
you
three
heard.
questions answered. I
Okay.
want those three. I'm going to let me repeat these three questions. Do you all know who is the primary target? That's question one. Are we all undesirables being the target? Question two. Do we need to be targeted first? That's the question three.
The advertised target is people who are not obeying the law and are committing acts of lawlessness. All right. Now, yeah, they need to be That's targeted. If you are being lawless, you're supposed to obey the law. That's why we have laws. Now, that's the simple answer. But apparently,
And the
you have
first
something
question,
else in mind besides lawlessness. What are you talking about? Who are the undesirables in your particular perspective? Clarify that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Clarify what you mean by undesirable. I don't get.
the
Thank you,
first
Your
question
Honor.
is, do you all know who the primary target is? That's the first
I
question.
answer that the express target of those who are lawless to restore public peace, dignity, and order. Undesirables,
Okay.
I ask you to define that since that's part of your first question and your second. What do you mean by that? What do you think undesirability embraces?
So are all the undesirables in DC being targeted?
What do you mean undesirable?
You drug dealers, killers, people that do bad things.
Those are undesirables anywhere on
Explain
Those are
undesirable, sir.
undesirable anywhere on the planet Earth in any civilized society. They should be targeted, yes, and those are targets that have not been adequately addressed
God,
at
man.
this point because
Oh,
there's lawlessness in DC.
okay, so now I want you to understand um where have people that look like you, are those the people that have been targeted as being undesirables over others when you can go to other parts of the countries where they smoke meth, where they do all other kind of things? Are those people being targeted?
The parable
Meaning what,
the
sir?
parable is two wrongs don't make a right. The next thing that goes on, I am acquainted with many law abiding black people, white people, red people, brown people, yellow people. Most humans are law abiding. We have those who are outlaws and those who are criminals who are not the majority of the people. That's why they are criminals or outlaws, because they deviate from the norm.
I like that you said that because I'm an outlaw, and I'm gonna ask you this question as a Black American because I know you are just like me. Do we
What
need to
do you
be
mean
targeted?
we're
No, no, no. Do
outlaws?
we need to be
What
targeted first?
outlaw?
Do we?
What
No,
kind
no,
of
no, no,
outlaw?
no. Stop talking over me. I'm on my third
Stay on
question.
your mic.
Well, I just dropped him because I think he is retarded because he
Uh,
constantly getting off his mic. So, conscious, go ahead and wrap it out what you're saying because I need to get to other speakers.
Go ahead, sir.
That's a double mute.
Thank you, sir. Now,
Yeah. Okay.
go
So
ahead.
thank you. So my third question was, do we need to be targeted first?
No,
That's what I'm asking you.
no,
That's a simple yes or no question.
no.
Thank you.
When we're not,
All right,
it's
is that it? Thank
lawlessness
you. That's it.
and
That's
the
it. Let me just
lawless.
go to the Negro. I just want to go to the Negro. And common sense. If you want to request to come back up, you could do so. But I had to drop you because you keep coming off your mic, and I need to keep this conversation flowing. Go
I
ahead, the
never knew my
Negro.
community was so goddamn scary.
Go ahead, the Negro.
All right. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Long time no see, Judge and Dana. How are
All
things
right, sir.
going?
Good. How are
I
you?
hope that you. I'm doing good. Long time no see. Now we're gonna get down to business. This whole Trump thing is kind of interesting to me personally. Is that on January the 6th, he had the opportunity to enforce that, and it would have been within legal ramifications. People wouldn't never, but he exonerated those guys. So it looks kind of sketchy to a guy like me. Why would he want to implement those type of measures instead of getting more like ICE people or stuff like that? Especially if there some of these guys could be immigrants, right, or illegal aliens and stuff like that. So I think that having the military per se operating on the American soil is one could lead to possible violation of constitutional rights and stuff of that nature. So that is the ultimate concern that some people like such as myself and others may have. So I think that that's what some of the people are talking about here, and why it looks like really shady. Like he's not going up to West Virginia and the Appalachian Mountains and sending them up there. He's not doing that. He's not going to like Arizona and cracking down on the meth heads and stuff like that. He's not even going to Las Vegas with this type of smoke, and they got stuff that's going on. So yeah, it looks shady. I think he should not do that.
Can I ask him a
That's
question,
just
Dana? Can I give him a
my
rebuttal?
opinion.
Oh, hold on, hold on, hold
No,
on.
man,
One at a
I don't want
time.
to
You
talk to you,
hold on.
Brad.
Are you
Man,
finished?
I don't want to talk to
Are
this
you
goofy.
I
finished?
let
Yeah,
when he is
yeah.
finished saying what he's saying, you could give a 10-second rebuttal.
Okay, go ahead. Finish us,
Yeah,
sir.
yeah. So, like the policies that would support that would be the Posse Comtusa Act, where it doesn't really qualify or justify that, and then they had the special conditions of emergency, which could work in that situation, which leads to 48 hours to 30 days. But these are just like extreme cases, and we should be looking at Washington D.C. police and why they're not doing their job. Um, and if that's the case, they need to be firing the police chief. They need to be firing those type of individuals and making sure that they don't get law enforcement jobs. Those are the things that should be asked, and I didn't hear those things being done. So that's just my observation.
Bremer, you want to give 20 seconds?
15, 20 seconds. Yeah. The reason that he's not going to West Virginia is because he doesn't have the power. The only thing that he can do this at is DC right now. If he take this outside of his federal home ground, he will have major issues. And another reason he's not going to do it, I'm bet money that it won't happen, is because that's going against his base. You talked about January 6th. This is the core of what you call the First Amendmenters, the First Amendment auditors, and the Constitutionalists. They don't play that. This is a ruse. And that's all I'll say.
Can I respond to that? Like you might think he might be under delusion because of the federal land. He still needs to get permission from the mayor as well as the Congress, which he
He
didn't do.
doesn't need that.
So, like, yeah,
He
I hear
doesn't
you.
need that. Read the
Well,
Why would he need
Constitution.
permission to bring
I'm
federal troops to their home? That
He
don't make no
doesn't.
sense.
He's
well,
not bringing
well. The
federal
thing
troops
is,
to
he needs
anybody's home.
wait. He needs permit. He needs permission for them to operate on the American
That
soil,
he does
on
not.
the
He's
people.
command. He
That's
does
a
that. That's
different
not the
ball
way it
game.
works.
No, that's a
That's
different
not the
ball
way it
game, man.
works. Read the Constitution. Depending upon what pamphlet you're reading, it's anywhere from about 8 to 16 pages. It's much shorter than what you are supposed to read if you get a driver's license when it comes to the rules of the road. It explains it. The questions that you're asking me are in the Constitution itself and what is allowed out of it. Now, there are some laws that Congress has passed. The one that grants home rule is fairly recent. Within my lifetime, I was grown when they came up with it. And I remember what led to it. Now, it's clear what the law is. Now, Washington,
All right.
D.C. is a district. It is the District of Columbia. It was ceded from Maryland to the federal government to operate the United States government. It is not a state, and there are people who are trying to make it a state, but that gets a little bit absurd, in my opinion. So, anyway, read the
No.
Constitution and you'll get your
I
answer.
got No, I got that. My major concern is that the police chief in that district is not doing their job, and that's the person that should be getting, like, they should be punishing, that they should be removing, because they're not fulfilling their jobs. You also had a high ranking official that was there that was cooking the books when it came to the criminality that was there. So this shows that there's a level of police corruption that needs to be rooted out. It doesn't warrant the military. It actually warrants more of federal intervention, like the FBI and stuff of
Well,
that nature.
are
And
you?
that's where I
Let me
was more
ask
or
you a
less
question.
coming
Are
from.
you aware?
No,
Hold on. Let me ask
I'm
you a
just
question. Are you aware that when you take the oath after you're inducted as an enlisted man, you swear to uphold the give oath or affirmation that you'll uphold the Constitution. If you're a military officer, you take the same oath. If you are an FBI agent, you take that oath. If you are a state, a local, or federal judge, you take that oath. If you are a cop, you take that oath. If you are a marshal, you take that oath. All these people swear or affirm that they will uphold the United States Constitution as part of their either local, county, or state office or federal office. So everybody's trying to uphold the Constitution. And when you don't have law and order and things are such that the public peace, dignity, and order of the entity is violated, what do? Let it continue or stop it, because the primary function of government is to maintain public peace, dignity, and order. And by the way, if you get indicted in any of the 50 states or the United States, it accuses you of doing something against the public peace, dignity, and order. So,
Also,
But the
let me
thing
just say
is,
this real quick.
wait. Can I just say 2 seconds
We
and
are
then
not
I'll mute up?
Mexicans, bro. We are not illegal
Oh,
All right,
no,
immigrants. Stop
no.
acting like y'all illegal immigrants,
wait,
bro.
stop. Let the
It's
Negro
my turn.
finish up.
I didn't even
don't
interrupt
interrupt.
anybody.
Let him finish up his point. Go ahead.
Yeah. My concern is this, is that he went, like, I look at Trump as like jumping the gun. I did not see any of taking any necessary steps saying, this is what I used to remedy the problem. First, I dispatched FBI and to actually do a to check to make sure that this is going on. He just went in and just dove right in and just threw the military in there. And I don't think that that's a reasonable measure for what he's doing. That's my concern based off of that, especially since he allowed January Sixers and he exonerated them. Said, "Oh, what they did with the insurrection, oh, that's not a big deal." So which one is it? And this is what white supremacy does.
Wait a
It
minute.
takes on it has
What's
conditional
white
type of
supremacy
situation.
got to do with January 6th?
Oh, white supremacy has a lot of things to do with it, Judge Joe Brown. It has a lot of things to do with it.
All right. I
The
want to
law
get
is the
to.
same. And by the way, you mentioned sanctuary. The law for sanctuary city stuff is in title.
I didn't
Well, I
mention
mean,
sanctuary
it's
city.
Title 8, Section 1324 of the United States Criminal Codes. It's been on the books for 60 years, a little
All
more
right,
than
I want to get
60
to another
years. So, I
speaker.
mean, following the law is already prescribed. That's nothing new. So just follow the law.
All right, Bishop, and then we have I say Miracle again, Carrie, Derek, Mister, and I do see somebody, boring guy. Okay, I'm about to bring you up. Oh, the Negro. I don't know what happened to Negro. Maybe you dropped down. Um, Go ahead, Bishop.
Good evening, folks. Good afternoon. Good evening,
Good
Judge.
evening, sir.
Dana, again. Dana, I sent you a message here, so I hope you got it this time. I just want to say this. I am a bishop, and I've been listening to all the conversations here tonight. And of course, there are some very powerful opinions, powerful discussions of people's feelings and how they feel. Everybody was brought up in a different way. We weren't all brought up the same. So our views are going to be different. But the one thing that I haven't heard is how do we fix it? I haven't heard anybody offer any solutions. Now, everybody's mad because the president has taken the choice to go in and start cleaning up. Sometimes when you have to clean up something, we've been going through a cleanup, quote unquote, process for many, many years, and it hasn't gotten us any real positive results. What it's gotten us is more people on the street, fentanyl, and many other things. Yes, you have corrupt politicians, you have corrupt people in the police departments. So you have corruption everywhere because of money, power, and greed. It's been there for centuries. This is not our first go around with this type of chaos. It's been like this for a long time. So we should have enough sense to understand that we're still fighting the same battles. We're still fighting corruption. We're still fighting greed. We're still fighting people that don't want people that they deem lower than themselves. They don't want them to survive. One gentleman made a point and said that the kids didn't have a third grade reading level. Understand that, and that's a terrible thing, especially this day and age. But let me remind you that our ancestors didn't have third or second grade level education, and they had more common sense under their little nail, than we have now. They knew what they were up against, and they did everything that they could within their limitations to make things better for the next generation. The problem is the next generation didn't continue that. And yes, the game got harder. The game got bad. The game got worse. Not only was the government on us, but we even had our own people that were being traitors to us as a people. Judge Brown has mentioned that on a number of occasions. All of these factors have come together, and we still have the same problem. The core issue is getting fathers back into the homes. Now, I know a lot of people don't want to hear this, but it's the truth. One of the reasons why we are in the position that we're in is because we don't have fathers in homes. Anybody can go out and have a baby. Yes, you can go out, you have sex, you have a baby, but that doesn't make you a father. Number two, we have encouraged our children to act the way that they do. The responsibility is on us. It's on you. We keep trying to put it on everybody else, but we absolutely refuse to say we are the problem in our own communities. Or we could clean up our own communities if we did that, if we actually went out and did it. But we don't. And then we want to blame it on everybody else. So I'll just say this and then I'll yield. Stop finding excuses to use from the past, because in one way or another, we were all part of the problem. The issue is, are you going to be part of the solution? Sometimes solutions require a bigger hand. And in this case, I believe that that's what is required in order to start cleaning up our communities. We've done it from the subtle part. We try to do it through the government. And just like the judge said, the power is in the people. Start working in your own communities. Stop putting people in office that you know are not going to represent your interests. And if you find out, then use the laws and put them out. But you won't do that because you have an excuse. And that's exactly what they've been putting into our heads. We're victims. We don't have a way to get out of this. And that's absolutely not true. And if we stop thinking that way and start acting more responsibly and start putting the fathers back in our homes, we need to fix our homes first. I heard the quote of where the police departments, where they were going after the smaller criminals versus going after the bigger ones. So if they went after the smaller criminals and it started dropping down the crime rate, so you go get the little fish. You go get the little fish. You will cut back. So what's the little fish in our case? Our children. Get back in the homes. Start teaching them. If you don't know, there's plenty of ways to find out, but you have to go out and search for it. And I'm going to yield. And thank you all very much.
Can I ask Bishop a question?
1 second. I got your message. I'll reply back in a minute.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Can I ask Bishop a simple question
Didn't I
real
just
quick?
say, wait a minute? I heard
Okay,
you.
my bad.
I know what I'm doing with facilitating X spaces. What you said with power in the people, it is. It most certainly is. And now I'm gonna throw this question out there, but I really want to examine it in the next space. But the question is, sometimes the government will sometimes conquers over the people, but the power is in the people. So what was the question? Go ahead, Brett, man.
Bishop, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I can. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm gonna assume, I don't want to put an age on you. I'm gonna assume plus 50 at least.
Your Honor,
Six,
we got a DJ
62.
voice on this.
Okay,
62.
62. Okay, so that means you went through the crack era. You even went through civil rights. You even went through Judge Joe Brown's era, the Black militant era, Black Power. So I just want to ask you a simple question, brother. In your honest opinion, um, do you believe that Black people are far more better as a community, as people, performing far more better as a community, as people now than we were then? Or do you think it's vice versa?
To be quite honest, I don't believe that we've progressed a whole lot. Let me
Oh
tell you
my.
why. Let me tell you why I say that. We had the opportunities back in the 80s and the 90s to increase ourselves, to have businesses. We still had problems with the government. We had hurdles that we had to jump when we had to go around. Yes, we did. But we had the opportunities to build businesses. We had opportunities to get into our education system. We had the opportunities to start weeding out people that we knew as we came along in that era that were turning the country in a different direction. We knew this through our education system. Now, some people tried. Some people didn't. The majority didn't. Because when the government found out that the people were starting to open up and starting to have vision as to what was going on, they twisted the screws on us and they came at us from another direction. The drugs increased. When we got into the 90s, that's when rap music came about. I never was a fan of rap music. I knew that rap music was going to get us to a point to where it was going to degrade our females, and as a people, it was going to make us look like thugs. And that's exactly what it did, whether you agree with that or not. So at this point,
Oh no, it wasn't rap. It was hip hop. Hip hop is
rap,
different from rap.
you can rap, hip hop, whatever you
Well,
those.
I'm a creator of rap.
Just call it the
Everything had.
current music
I'm one of the
fad. Just
creators
call
of
it the
rap.
current music
Rap.
fad.
I'm trying to
Don't get
figure
hung up
out
on
why
the
the
label.
fuck are you
Don't get
coming
hung up
off
on
your
the label.
microphone and I just dropped you, just brought you back up, and you keep doing the same shit. He's answering the question of Birdman. So why the fuck you keep coming off your microphone? And the reason why I don't want people to do it, because you delay the fucking flow of the space.
All right.
Go ahead, Bishop.
Continue.
I'm sorry, Dana.
No, you're not fucking
So
sorry.
Just
You're
go
not. Because if you were
Bishop, go
sorry, you
right
wouldn't
ahead.
do it.
Bishop, you have the floor. Go ahead.
Sorry.
so that's why I say no, we're not better off. I'm not talking about materialism. I'm talking about our attitude.
I
We
appreciate
still
that.
have
Go
a
ahead.
we still
Why did,
have a
excuse me,
plantation.
stop, Bishop, stop. Why did you have to interject? We've been warning you. Drop him if he does
No,
it
that's
one more
me, Judge.
time.
That's
No,
me,
that was
Judge. I
One
thought
no,
more
I
that
thought he
was
was
time,
done,
Brett.
Joe
drop him.
Brown.
That
Yeah, I thought
wasn't
he was
that
done.
wasn't him. That was
No,
Brett
no,
being
that
slow,
was
asking
Brett.
the
That was
question.
Brett.
My apologies. My
Okay,
apologies.
That's
don't
that's all right.
interrupt. Thank you.
So I'm talking about our attitudes on how we approach a problem, how we're trying to resolve this problem. We our attitudes have not changed. We're still in a plantation mentality. We still are gripped by what others tell us to think. We're not thinking for ourselves.
Yep.
One of the reasons why is because we feel defeated. And I understand that. I understand the defeat. But at the same time, in history, when every people that were oppressed, when they felt defeated, they did something to come out of it. And it took extreme measures, but they came out of it. Our ancestors did the same thing. We're at another point in history where it's going to take extreme measures for us to get ourselves back and get out of this. And we as a people need to stop fighting each other. I'm so sick of us acting a fool and providing the world with entertainment with our actions of our ignorance and stupidity, because that's what we're doing. We keep showing them how ignorant and stupid we are. And that's not all Black people. That's not the majority of us.
What? Not
We
ignorant.
have to do something. We have to do something in order to stop it. And it starts at home. Now, somebody's going to say something about that.
Well,
That's fine.
I can't have a whole bunch of people rebuttal right now. But you answered Brad Man's question. I need to go to ISAG because
Okay.
this person's been waiting for a minute.
Okay, let me interject something. It's my show's thing here. Look, first off, baby boomers were born between 1946 and 1966. If it was born outside of that, it ain't a baby boomer. Now, next thing, stop. Just some of the people that get mentioned as being part of the problem are not boomers. Now, next thing here, I will say this. From World War II to where we are now, we have many, many more options available right now. The problem is we do not exercise those options because we glorify dysfunction. Our worldview and mindset is such that when we look at a situation and try to analyze it, we come up with things that tend to be dysfunctional rather than those things that actually address and might correct the problems that we face. Next thing that is an illustration of that, now let the next person come up, is what we do. There has always been what they call the Robin Hood syndrome, which effectively is somebody robs from the rich and gives to the poor. He sets up a condition of righteousness where he corrects an exploitive situation. We are not robbing from the rich and giving from to the poor. We're robbing our neighbors. We are not giving the stuff that avariciousness has deprived the ordinary people of back to the people. We're stealing it from the people who have been suffering the most. We talk about organized crime, and when we look at it, you have only to look at the popular culture around and about organized crime. If you're talking about the mafia or something like that, you don't sell drugs in your community. You don't make your women whores. You do not rob your people. You do not burglarize your people. You don't shit where you eat, in other words. And that's what we do. We rob our own. We burglarize our own. We poison our own. And we have all sorts of justifications for it, wherein those people who rise above it say, in spite of the justifications, we will take the hard steps, bite the bullet, so to speak, and do what is necessary to move beyond this dysfunction. Now, I pass the microphone.
All right, so here's the thing. Isaac, you've been up here for a minute. I'm gonna let you do 30 seconds because you was up here early and I did let you speak. So you could do a quick 30 seconds and I'm gonna drop you down. Birdman, I'm gonna drop you down. Y'all can request to come back up because I have to rotate and let new speakers speak. Um and I
Can I
see you,
can I get
El
my last
Hotep.
can I get my last 15 seconds as I
No,
go?
just request to come back up. Because you said
Okay,
a
no
lot.
problem.
You said a lot. And I have
I appreciate y'all.
yeah, I have to let other people speak. Isaac, you have literally 15 seconds if you want to say something, and I need to drop you down to bring El Hotep up.
Well, I'll just distill it then. I'll just say this is a crime ordinance. It's got nothing to do with black people. Black people are just psychologically putting it on us as a community because we know what it means when he says you have to clean up places like DC. And I guess if I can't say anything else, I just wanted to address Negro who was up here and said, why haven't they gone after the West Virginias and the fentanyl places of the world? They actually did. The first thing Trump did was he did that border resolution where he was trying to get the fentanyl to stop coming in from Mexico, Canada, and China. And my thing is, after optics of what he does in the major cities, he's going to have to go in and do the same thing with that. And I'll drop down.
Thank you.
Well
I
put. Well put.
I say you're next.
Thank you. Dana, can you hear me okay?
Yes,
Yes.
ma'am.
Thank you for sharing your space, Your Honor. I want to just thank you so much for what you just said about our community. I'm talking about Black Americans victimizing Black Americans. I'm from Cincinnati, Ohio, which just went viral for the second time in like months.
Shout out to
Where
Cincinnati.
no,
Because
ma'am.
I don't mean to cut you off, but I'm in Ohio right now, and I said I'm gonna take a trip down there because I think Cincinnati is special. But go ahead.
Okay, Cincinnati is very socio-economically segregated. In the 1940s, I want to say, it's the Bryn Mawr or something like that, where they displaced 25,000 Black Americans from their residences in order to build the expressway. That community never recovered, so that community traditionally stays in poverty. What we saw when the white man slapped the Black man and the melee went on, everybody got so excited as if they're heroes. Nothing was heroic about that. What I'm calling in about is the reaction from our so-called leaders in our city. We have in Cincinnati, Ohio, a Black woman or child murdered every week. We literally had an 11-year-old get shot up in the park with other 12-year-olds. The police didn't look, our Black leaders didn't say nothing. the day that the melee or the brawl or whatever you want to call it happened, a woman was shot in her head in front of her child. She died that day. Nobody said anything about it. These people who are not elected, these are clergy people, church leaders. We had one state representative, the vice mayor, and one city council member. They came out with a press conference demanding that the white man who slapped the man and started the fight, etc., also be brought up on charges in order to have equality of law. But they ignored a black woman who was shot at 15 to 20 times on her way home. She was shot in the back and killed. When I tell you, no one cares when black people, particularly black men, murder black women, abduct us and make us into sex trafficking victims, get us addicted to drugs, etc. We have people who will come out and protect them. We don't have anyone who advocates on behalf of black people who are also victims of black people who commit crimes against us and our communities. Cincinnati literally has a community called Witten Terrace where a 7-year-old was asleep in his bed, shot in his head. A pregnant woman was cooking, shot while she was cooking. We had a 9-year-old who was in her grandmother's living room playing TikTok, shot by a drive-by. We never have black leadership speak to that. Matter of fact, they say it's not a problem. They tell us crime is going down. I'm excited to see President Trump step up, step in with federal, local, and state government. They offered Cincinnati all the help that they could get, and Cincinnati refused it. They rejected it. We need help. If the black community, especially the black men, refuse to organize for self-defense, refuse to organize themselves into business cooperatives, refuse to just stop harming each other and also us, we need to have government step in. And I just thank you, Judge Brown, for being the voice of reason and establishing law and order. We have to follow the law. Law protects us. When you don't have law and you have all this disorder, it becomes cultural. And now you have these teen takeovers. You got all these cars running around. You got all these teens fighting late at night. We need police. That's what I had to say. Thank you.
Well, hold on
Thank
for a
you,
second,
ma'am.
I say.
Quick remark. Gentlemen, you hear the lady offering an appeal to your masculinity, saying, we need help, we need protection. And I'm not hearing that except from a very few of us tonight. What I am hearing is a lot of excuses and how we are supposed to be victims and suffer along. But the lady is offering the feminine appeal, saying, hey, we need help. When are you guys going to start taking care of your business and offering the help instead of excuses? Now,
And
I said,
I
right.
real quick, I say I sent you a message and please say yes to it. But so then I think I do need to take back saying shout out to Cincinnati because I just moved to New Ohio, so I'm an outsider basically. And what I see, whether it's on social media or the news, Cincinnati having these press conference, when it's an incident, when it was the police officer that shot the young black man, what went on with the Cincinnati brawl. So you have these community leaders, you have these church members holding these press conferences. So in my eyes, I'm looking at it like, oh, okay. Oh, and then when the white supremacists did their parade there and stuff, and then the black people came out saying, get out of here. So I'm looking at it, okay, black people down there in Cincinnati, they got it going on to where they're going to stick up for themselves and, and try to do the right thing where they live at. But when you came up here and you're saying like, no, it's another side to it that they're not showing on the news and on the media. So, talking about the Cincinnati brawl and arresting the white man, like you said, why not talk about the black woman that was murdered? They're not even talking about that or doing anything about that. So
We are not safe. If you look up Ohio State Representative, I want to say her name is Sharon Brown or something like that, but she's paid by AIPAC. She was pushed into her seat by AIPAC to push Nina Brown out. I mean, what is Nina's last name? Nina
I know
Turner.
I
Nina
was about to
Turner.
say Nina Simone, but yeah, Nina Turner, yeah.
So she was paid by the American Israeli Political Action Committee to take the seat of Nina Turner. And when she was running, if you look her up right now, all she talks about is immigrants. That's all
Yes,
she
I know
talks.
who you're talking about. Yeah.
Oh my God, it's sickening. In Ohio, you have a large swath of missing children. You have a lot of poverty. Now, I won't down Cincinnati completely. I understand the pride that Black Americans have when we are the winners of the Civil War. Cincinnati, Ohio is we have a monument in the middle of downtown that shows you it was the Civil War soldiers from Cincinnati and Kentucky that won the Civil War. So those are the descendants of those type people. We had a riot in 2001 to fight back against Black males being shot by the police. And out of that came the collaborative agreement. All of the activists and the police, etc., brag on the collaborative agreement and how it reduced Black males being shot by the police. That's fine. I feel you. However, it goes back to Black males. I heard the bishop say the men need to be back in the house. Not until he corrects himself. Not until, if you look it up, if you do the actual investigation, Bishop, you'll find that Black women are being murdered every 5 hours by a domestic partner, by gun violence or other in this country as a whole. Black women are not protected. We're not allowed to speak. When I'm sitting here telling people what's really going on, you get called a feminist, you get called all kind of names to silence you. But we are really in dire straits. We do not have community that protects women and children. Our children not are only at risk of poverty, our children are at risk for being homicide victims. If you look at the gun memorial for Washington, D.C., just in this last 2 weeks, you got 5 or 6 people murdered. You got just in the weeks of July, it was 2 people murdered every week in Cincinnati. Again, we don't have so-called leadership, whether elected, whether clergy. They do not speak to the average person. We're so worried about racism and Trump and the white man. We refuse to hold each other accountable. We refuse to create economic resources. And so now that they're saying there's going to be no more Section 8 or government funded housing, etc., Cincinnati is 40% poor. They're 40% in poverty. Most of the housing over the Rhine is government housing. If they lose that housing, you have a whole group of homeless people. We should not be looking to our government to house us. We should be looking to our men. Our men should be saying, we are lacking in construction jobs. Brothers, let's teach each other construction, electrician. Let's get out here and get back to building. Let's get our credit together so we can get some micro business loans so that we don't have to keep going to all these foreigner stores and making them and their children millionaires. You can't even talk like that to our men. The first thing they say is the white man, the crack cocaine epidemic, I didn't do it, the white man did it, and they just refuse to be held accountable. And it's terrifying. It is absolutely terrifying. It was 75 shots. No one got hit, but this just the other night, 75 shots. Somebody fired 75 bullets through a community. All you could hear was women and children running on the news, women and children screaming. That's not the Klan. That's not the white man. That is Black men refusing to unify, deciding consciously that we're going to be menaces to our own community. They are making that decision. And I mean, I don't want to, go on and on. I know you guys give us that space and it's really good
No,
for
you
our
can
mental health.
continue.
But
You can continue.
we really need to start talking about ways that we can. I heard the man say we're not empowered. We're defeated. I'm not defeated. I'm empowered. My community is at war with itself. And we need for our men to stop pointing the finger at the white man. It's not 1965. It's not 1995. It is 2025. We literally got our young men out here running around in skirts and red dresses. People applauding them for that as they abandon their masculinity. We don't have any protection as women and children in Black communities. You can go to Memphis, you can go to Florida, you can go to Baltimore, you can go to California, you can go to Texas, and you'll find the same situation, and it has nothing to do with rap music. I'm tired of hearing that. And then when you talk about the criminal element of the immigrants work with Rick Ross. Freeway Rick Ross, who is praised by us, bragged about making $3 million a month selling crack cocaine. We love BMF and Big Meech. These men destroyed Detroit on purpose with crack cocaine and homicides. People don't realize the impact of human trafficking and sex trafficking in Atlanta that came from the rap game and BMF and the strip clubs and all the sisters that we have who wind up killed behind that game. We're not talking realistically. And because we're not, when Holly, the white woman, got punched and knocked out, that was bad optics because white men who are in power do and will protect their women and children. And they have decided as a group, we will bring in the state, the federal, and the local to get control of males who don't respect femininity. And she got $500,000. She healed, but like I keep telling people in Cincinnati, our sisters are dead. The last woman that was shot and killed, that got shot at 15 to 20 times, she had 5 children. She was 34 years old. She was a single mother. There is no GoFundMe.
Well, may I interrupt a second? Who's
Yes, sir.
teaching these boys this kind of thing, these kind of things?
I don't think it comes from mothers.
Well, the fathers aren't around, so where is it coming from?
When you are a single mom and you go to work and your child comes home from school, it is men in the community who wake up every day to decide to stand at the store. They stand at the store and they hang out at 34 years old with 15-year-olds. So we've been having a lot of 15-year-olds getting killed by 34-year-old men.
Okay, who raised them?
In my opinion, Your Honor, it's not who raised them, it's who didn't raise them.
Okay, well, how do you get the guys involved in it?
And how you get the guys involved in their child's life?
Yeah, and raising or standing in for somebody else's child. You're saying,
well, if you were a man,
just on the corner.
Wouldn't you?
I mean, hold on. I'm making a point here. And I'm not necessarily negating what you're saying, ma'am. I'm just asking you. You're saying that men who aren't necessarily related to the children should stand in. How do you get them to do that?
No, sir, I did not say they should stand in. I said they are standing in. That's where the gangs are coming from, because there are single women who are choosing to not abort these children from relationships for whatever reason that did not last. They have these children, they do the best they can, provide food, clothing, housing, shelter. When those children get of a certain age, they look for a larger family, they look for a larger community that they do not have with their mother. They may even be looking for a male role model. And what they'll find in their community, especially if they're in low income community, is these menaces, these predators in our culture, in our communities, who do not work. They do not want to work. They thrive off being the criminal element, and they're teaching that to young men instead of teaching them apprenticeship skills in electricity. And that's just my opinion. I could be wrong.
Perhaps they don't have any to teach. And remember my remark several times tonight about the process of glorifying dysfunction? And then black leadership. Do you think Al Sharpton can do something about this?
No,
do you
sir.
think Cory Booker
No,
can
sir.
do anything about
No,
this
sir. No,
to
sir.
be a good example?
No, sir. Not
Well,
at all.
I think.
Well, why
I
do
think
we
black
support?
leadership
Wait,
can
hold on
if
a
it's
second.
the right one,
Hold
if
on,
it's the
hold on a
right
second.
kind of black leadership.
Hold on a second. Why do we as a community support these negations who cannot do anything about setting a good example instead of seeking those out who can? We have choices as to who we support, but we support the Al Sharptons and the Cory Bookers, and
But that's what she was
I have
saying.
a hard time naming anymore. Why do we do that?
I don't know. That's what she was laying out. She laid that out. Like that is what
Well,
we are doing.
I'm just
When you talk
maybe
about
I
the
thought
BMS,
maybe you had
when
a
you talk
solution.
about the free rate Rick Ross or whatever, yeah, that we're glorifying the wrong things and not the right things. We're putting the wrong
Well,
people in leadership and not the right ones. So
any ideas about how to change that?
well, why don't you give us some?
I have been. Any ideas?
Well,
I'm
which are
asking her.
they?
I've given you some tonight.
Which
I'm
is
asking
what?
her. I just listed about 9 or
No,
10
you didn't,
earlier.
because I didn't hear
Now
them.
stop. I'm asking her
No,
since
I'm
she's at the
asking
floor.
you.
No, I'm not going there right now. I will later. But right now, do you have any solutions that you would proffer?
Your Honor, I
She
appreciate
did
you
give
making that
solutions.
statement. I would say Black women are on the right path. Abortions are going down as well as births. We're deciding to wait later in life to have children to make sure we're financially stable or with a more committed partner. That's a trend that's growing, but the birth rate is also plummeting. So the government or census or wherever, they're looking at our numbers and saying women are not producing enough children. So that's going to be another problem down the road. But I agree with you. We need stronger male leaders. I don't know where they're going to come from. I know King Randall down in Albany, down in Albany,
Georgia. Yeah,
Georgia. He's
Albany,
a
Georgia.
strong brother, strong leader. I think he's going good.
Yes.
New era Detroit, new era Houston, new era Chicago, Zeke and them. They're kind of like a Black Panther movement, providing free food, school assistance, and men who will demand that the men in the community who have committed a crime be held accountable. And they hope that the police catch them before New Era Detroit does. I can complain all day, like all of us can. But in honesty,
Can I ask you a real quick question, please?
can I
Go
finish
ahead,
my
sir.
statement?
Why have we I have not heard of these organizations that you're talking about. So can you tell me why we have not heard about these organizations that you were just talking about?
Are you in Detroit?
No, I'm in Texas.
Okay, so New Era Detroit, you can find them on Facebook. They went, you have to have media, you have to have a powerful media machine, which is what Al Sharpton has. New Era Detroit works in Detroit. There's also a Committee 300 of retired police officers and others who volunteer in the community to help track down people who have committed crimes. That's in Detroit. Those are the men in Detroit who have decided to organize and do what they think is necessary. That's Detroit. They branched out to Chicago, they're branching out to Houston, but they can't be held accountable for the whole nation. And when you talk about King Randall, these are internet, most of these people are known on the internet. They may not be known in
What
popular
she's right.
media.
Basically what she is saying is where you live at in your community, men need to come together and organize and protect their community. That's what New Era is doing in Detroit. That King Randall, he's doing that where he lives at in his community for the youth there. So we don't all live in the same place. We use the internet so that we can have these discussions, maybe network, but you need to go back where you live at, on your block, on your street, in your city, as men, and organize. It is not a woman's job to uplift a man or to make a boy into a man, because we cannot. So when you ask a woman, well, what about this with men? Don't ask a woman that, because it is not our job to know. That is for men who are real men to teach boys how to be men. And that starts with
And I mentioned
accountability.
and I
Okay,
mentioned
hold on. How about this concept? Both genders have equal responsibility for the outcome. So rather than blaming one at the expense of the other, you blame both and say it has to be a cooperative thing.
Of course it does, because two people made a baby, two people need to
Well,
raise
that
that
doesn't
child.
necessarily mean they should have.
Huh?
You have a woman that's got three children, three different baby daddies. She's not taking care of the child or the children. Somebody else is. She has a fourth one, then a fifth one, and a sixth one. Why don't you ladies step in and say, "Hey, that's wrong. You need to stop that."
Well, women,
We
hold
can
on
So
for a second.
we
can
can
I
And
say
I
step
don't
something
want
in
to
to,
with
I
that?
the
don't,
guys and
hold on for
say,
a
"Hey,
second, Judge. Wait,
you need
Judge, hold on for
to."
a second. Hold on for a second. Hold on for a second. Because I don't want to deter the conversation to go about a woman's reproductive system. Because at the same time, if I sat up here and I have 4 kids by 4 different men, if I'm taking care of them doing my part and they're
But
taking
you're
care,
not
hold on,
taking
I'm
care.
not
I'm
done.
not
I'm not done.
saying
Let me
if you're
finish. Don't
taking.
cut me
No,
off.
you
Let me
interrupted me.
finish. Let
Go
me
ahead.
finish
Go
what
ahead.
I was saying, because I'm making
Go
a point
ahead.
here. If I
Go
have
ahead.
4 kids by 4 different men, and I'm doing my part as a mother, and all those different men are doing their part as a dad, then there should be no issue. It's when
But they're not.
let me finish. It is when
Okay.
a parent, whether it's 1 or 2, are not handling their responsibilities.
It's not 1 or 2.
When I say 2, it could be
And the
both parents
point
who are
is,
pieces of shit, or it could be
the
one
point
who's a
is
piece of
you're
shit.
setting up another thing too. Remember the fact about the recitation I gave about glorification of dysfunction? That is not how a family is supposed to work. But yet it's being pushed as though it is. It's not. I said one of the problems we have is the wrong worldview, wrong ideation, wrong way of looking at things. That is one of our problems.
And I
We are
agree.
psyching ourselves out. So why
But
don't we
when
start?
somebody
Wait a minute.
says,
Hold
well,
on.
no,
Hold on.
when it
Hold
comes
on.
to a conversation about men, and
Hold
as
on.
men,
No,
if
no, it
your
doesn't work.
rebuttal
It doesn't
is
work
talking
that
about,
way.
well, what is the
It
woman doing,
doesn't
then
work
nothing is
that
ever
way.
going to get done.
It doesn't work that
No, it
way.
does.
We used to, no, it doesn't.
It
We
does.
used to have preachers on the pulpit who would talk about sin. In other words, what's wrong and what you need to do right. We don't have that now. All you're supposed to do is believe. Nobody's talking about sin or wrongdoing. We're all talking about compromising on what is a bad set of circumstances. We need to start biting the bullet and saying, hey, that's wrong. We don't need to do that. I don't care how deep into it you happen to be, stop it. But we don't say that. We say it's all right, we can work with it, and nobody stops because they feel justified in doing it. That's why we have such a problem with crime. Everybody rationalizes it and starts saying it's okay, we can work around it. No, it's not okay. We have to start doing the hard things and say, stop. Maybe we need a cooperative effort. Bishop, you're listening. Tell some of the preachers to start preaching about sin again. Maybe they won't be able to buy the new car, but once every 6 or 7 years rather than every 2. But
I
Can I
agree with
say
you.
something?
I agree with you
Can I?
wholeheartedly, Judge.
Can I
thank
say
you,
something
Bishop.
here?
I
I
appreciate
All
that.
right,
I
so
Maybe
agree
we
with you
need to
then
stop.
wholeheartedly.
Bishop,
Why does
then we
Al
all then we're
Sharpton?
all sinners up here. We're
Hold
all
on. Why does
sinners.
Al Sharpton have free access to the airwaves when he's nothing but part of the problem? He's not a solution. He's an ass. And he
Can
pushes this asinine crap of the improper ideation. We don't
And
need that.
All right, 1 second.
let me just say this real quick. I promise. 5 seconds.
Go ahead,
Listen,
Bishop.
everybody has been, and the judge is right about this. There's a lot of clergy that are not preaching that, but I'm not one of them. I have been teaching and talking and hollering and screaming about this for 30 years. The problem is nobody wants to listen. Number two, the other reason why we have a problem with it is because we have so many corrupt clergy that are in the pulpit. I
bingo.
understand that. That's a problem. See, there are many factors to the problem that we have. I am a bishop. I believe in the word. I know the
Praise
word
God.
works. Okay.
And we
And
all saved by Christ and His
I
mercy.
know that we need to get back to those roots. We need the leadership. We need the men. The lady said, we need the men back back in the homes. Okay. But she said that no, we don't, because they're not prepared. Well, the only way that young boys get prepared is that they've got to have a man who at least has some moral value to be able to raise that boy to be a responsible young man. Now, a lot of people don't believe in the word, and a lot of people don't have faith in God. That's your choice. God gave you that choice. Okay. And I'm not going to argue with you about that. It is a
Can I say
choice.
something?
And just
Can I
like
chime in, please?
anything else in this world, we make choices. You either make a choice to do better or you make a choice not to do anything.
All right.
Okay.
That's
So
Can I
your
say
choice.
something?
I say to have the last word so she can land her plane, and then I'm gonna get to the next speakers. Go ahead, I say.
Okay, Krishan Sierra Wynn, who was a mother of five, who lived in Over the Rhine, was on her way home walking from work. She was an innocent bystander. Someone decided to shoot the block up 15 to 20 times with no regard if she was married or single. She is dead. It does not matter if you notice Holly, who was protected by the white men in her community, who ramped up $500,000 for her. They said and they empathized with the fact that she was a single mother of three, thus making her more vulnerable. You cannot change the community by telling Black women to close their legs. Black men, if you look it up, if you care to do the research, the largest sex traffickers in Ohio are Black men trafficking 12 to 17-year-old girls. Most of the women that I know, Krishan was only 34 with five kids, and they were all under 18. So she's been having children since she became of age or less until, and it always will start with the men because the sperm has to come from a willing partner. It has to come from a consenting partner. Women are not raping men. Young women are not seducing men to become fathers. When they choose abortion, they get cussed out. When they have the baby, they don't have support. All I'm asking for Black men to please stop allowing other men to come into our communities and kill us, women and children. And we can talk about mating, dating preferences, abstinence, celibacy, and marriage if we can make it to the other side. If you can stop shooting at us. If you can tell them niggas across the street to stop killing us instead of cussing us out because we make babies. And I'm done. Thank you, Dana. Thank you, Your Honor. Have a great night.
I
Uh,
appreciate you. Check your
Thank you. That was an
Amen.
check.
I
interesting.
I want to respond.
I say
Go
please,
ahead.
please. No, ain't no go ahead because we have a list. I say,
Well, I
I
thought he was
say,
next
please
on the
do
Right,
list.
and
not.
they just
I say,
filibustering, Judge.
I don't know. I don't know
Well,
how you
yeah.
talking over the fucking mute. I say, I sent you a message. So please check your message and respond back. Much appreciated. So we have Carrie, Derek, Mr. Born God, and El Hotep. I'll swing back to you, Immortal, and after El Hotep, if everyone is still up here. I don't see Carrie up here, so I'm gonna scratch her off, and I'm gonna go to Derek. Do I see Mr.? Yes. Do I see Born God? Yeah. And El Hotep, I see you. All right. So wait a minute. And then I'll bring up the real K as well. All right, go ahead, Derek.
Where am I on the list?
Um,
Okay.
oh, you're okay. I'm sorry.
Who's
You're
up next?
after El Hotep BFR because I just put you up, and then it's the real K after you.
Just call out the next name, Dana. Who's up next?
I am. I just did. Thank you. It's
Well,
Derek.
let's hear from him, or let's hear from him or her. Next.
All right. Good evening, Judge and Dana. Um, I just want to say that I said what I said. Black woman, man, you got it going on. I really, really appreciate and applaud you. Everything you said was spot on. I talk about these same things, on X every day, and it falls on deaf ears for most part, but I don't care. I keep doing it to raise awareness. But I just want to commend you and applaud you, and I try to do what I can in here in Houston and through my barbershop, and so. But yeah, I agree with you. But I want to just go ahead and get into this and get through as fast as I can. So this whole point about Trump's DC, I call it Trump's DC because right now Trump is over this. He is the guiding hand over all of this right now, and a lot of black people are having problems with it. They having problems with Trump. They have a problem with Trump, I think, a lot of times, not necessarily what he's doing, but just him. And so because they have a problem with him, they don't like what he's doing. But we have been asking and needing this for a very, very long time. It is time for somebody, whether it be Trump or anybody else, to step up and take command and get control of this. and black people complain, but nobody, just like you guys, Dana and Judge and all, you just pointed out, nobody steps up in the communities to do it. So somebody's got to do it. And so I say that to say this: why would you want gangs? Why would you want drugs? Why would you want rapists? Why would you want burglars constantly being a thorn in the side of law-abiding citizens? Why are black folks more concerned with Trump so-called being a dictator instead of supporting him to clean up crime? You know, why would you just want this? Stop focusing on this. You know, DC is the spearhead of America. It's a sensible reason to start there because crimes have been committed for years there and are directly across the street from our nation's capital. And I just want to point this fact out, black individuals were suspects in approximately 96% of homicides and 98% of non-fatal shootings in DC, despite compromising about 46% of the population. Also, crimes like thefts, they make up about 40.8% of thefts. Whites only 13.2%, Hispanics 20%, and Asians 10%. Right? So we keep complaining about what about the white man? What about the white man? What about when we get caught and arrested and targeted? But it's because we are committing these crimes. You know, we are always concerned about what white people are doing. When they say, oh, well, blacks doing this, well, we see these stories. Blacks doing this, well, blacks getting arrested. Okay, well, this gang coaches and all these different things. As soon as we are pointed out, as soon as we are separated, you know, kind of pinpointed out, the first thing black people cry is, well, what about white people? What about the white people? But you know what? White people go to jail every day. As a matter of fact, they get arrested more in raw numbers and raw data per capita. They are arrested more. So if we are committing the crimes, why not support the prosecution of those crimes? Why not support a man who is doing it, whether he's white or green or purple or whatever? Support this man so he can clean it up. I don't have a problem with the military coming to the street as long as he doesn't use the military to abuse everybody in the country. As long as Donald Trump doesn't completely turn into a dictator, I don't have a problem with the military if it takes the military to come up and clean up gangs, to clean up crime, to clean up people getting sex trafficked and raped and drugs on here and shot up every day. You should be applauding instead of coming out and being a antagonist to this man and what he's trying to do. We need to step up. We need to do this in each one of our communities. I scream this every day on this platform, every day, black people, and I get targeted. I get called coons and faggots and sambos and all, and I don't care. You know, I don't care what you call me. What I do this to raise awareness. I do this to bring conviction. I do it because it needs to be said, and people need to stand up and do it. We have to do it. And I'm not worried about Trump being a dictator. And listen, all as far as about this Epstein stuff, listen, I want Epstein files released. I want people held accountable, right? But Epstein files been around way before Trump. Wasn't nobody screaming about it that much. It may have been a few people, but not many. So let's focus on what we can absolutely do. And yeah, can Trump release it? I'm sure he can, and I'm pretty sure he will eventually. All I'm concerned is right now is we have people dying every single day, and it's at our own hands. So I just want to commend all of y'all. I've heard a lot of good things, but I heard a lot of excuses too, and I just want to go ahead and just say, man, we all have to do this. We have to do it together. We have to do better, and we have to do it in our own communities. And I land with that.
Appreciate you, Derek.
Good remarks.
Mister,
I'm here.
it's your turn.
Okay. You know, it's been real interesting. You know, if anyone's been paying attention, I was chiming in on the chat. Just a couple quick points, man. Just to address the actual topic of the discussion here about Trump's DC takeover. You know, I think, you know, people are misunderstanding. People are attacking, you know, executive enforcement, you know, when they should be attacking the law, which is, you know, really where the problem is, right? It's Donald Trump enforcing federal law that people have a problem with. You know, the fact that he's enforcing law, not the fact that it's a law. And I think that that's misguided. Second, you know, honestly, I just want to be fully transparent. And, you know, I thank you, Dana, for even just, you know, putting on a platform like this where we have somebody like Judge Joe Brown who could, give us some insight and things like that. I think it's highly invaluable. I just think that, when it comes to identity politics, right? What's the condition of our community racially? I would call that fundamentally erroneous. Okay, because to the judge's point, to the degree of his point, basically, all citizens have standing under the Constitution, right? And if we know how to enforce our rights, there really is no reason to settle for, crying about this stuff, right? Now, I was looking for, I couldn't figure out the lady that was talking about, the things that have happened with the Black woman. And, I would just have to say that, it's rhetorical. You know what I mean? Because everybody has a different experience. I came out of a Black woman. I just so happen to not know who my dad is, what his name is. The wrong guy, is on my birth certificate. And I have no breadcrumb whatsoever on, where they even begin to look for my dad. No date of birth, no first or last name. I'm sure someone will suggest the ancestry thing, but the point is this. The point is that, the fact that I do have contact with my mother and my Black side of my family, who else am I to blame for that? Am I to sit here and just say, oh, well, Black woman, they messed up because, she didn't keep tabs on my dad and just make it about this rhetorical argument between, what men and women should be doing. You know what I mean? Whereas we all, each individually, have standing to take some level of action, right? That's substantive, right? Not just performative. Okay. And that's where we need to get back to. I think it's erroneous for the Black community in America, okay, to identify with politics, by identity. I think we miss the mark when we do that, right? Because me being Black, white, and I'm assuming, I know I'm Black. I don't know what else I am technically, but like anybody else in here, I'm sure we've all experienced racism practically by every other race there is, right? I've been discriminated by Mexicans. I've been discriminated by Blacks. I've been discriminated by whites. So that's why it can't be about race, right? Like, humans have this inherent, this innate prejudice that's borderline just preferential, right? And we got to be able to, zoom in and rightly divide this stuff, because at the end of the day, who wants to be held accountable for things they didn't truly know? So we got to make sure that, we are, seeking truth and knowledge for the sake of understanding, right? Not for the sake of, and then listen, here's another thing, in the Bible, even, whether we believe it or not, what was the story? I was trying to write notes, but the conversation just kept going kind of all over the place. I want to, speed it up here. Even in the Bible, it's going to come back to me, man. I had a very critical point just about the whole identity thing that I think misses the mark. But basically, I think that there is enough. Like, listen, there's nothing stopping anyone on this forum from going to their local attorney general's website, going to the press releases, finding the fax numbers, finding the email addresses to these attorneys and these officials, reaching out, right? Leveraging, fax or free fax service, whatever it is, whatever means it is, right? Leveraging notices, leveraging, affirmative, a form of affirmative action, to enforce your rights or to enforce things that you feel should be enforced. Listen, we got to get rid of democracy, okay? Because it's just undermining our individual rights. And that's the root issue here. Again, I think I put it in the chat. The civil rights movement as we know it, in my opinion, correct me if I'm wrong, did not have to happen, right? What has really stood in the way of any civil rights firm, any judge or any official, okay, enforcing the guarantee clause? Explain that, right? So if we got First Amendment right to redress the government, but we're not enforcing Article 4, Section 4, okay, that's a problem, right? Because they basically made the actual enforcement of redress functionally absent, okay, or functionally, it's not functional, basically. And so, basically what I'm saying here, and I'll end with this, is that, the people have to come together. The people, not black people, not white people, not Mexican people, the people. Okay, anybody who understands their standing as a citizen in this country needs to come together and establish by proclamation, okay, a philosophical fourth branch of government, okay, civil authorities, okay, strictly aligned with the supremacy clause. So we're not over here trying to add amendments. We're not over here trying to change the law. We're actually here to enforce the law and act as that check and balance on the government within our own standing as civilians. And we can actually do that if we get on that same track of understanding our standing as citizens. Thank you for listening.
All right, thank you. Born God.
It
Yes.
takes money.
First, I want to say I heard that the judge was saying the boomers was not the cause of everything that's going on, and I want to disagree with that. I want to say the boomers were the direct cause of everything that's going on. For one, you guys were voting for a political party that allowed our communities to be invaded by foreign people who brought crime into our community. Not only that, they worked along with the government to neglect us systematically, and they were put in a position on top of us. So they were directly responsible for what happened to Generation X. When Generation X came about, our group, you guys were all you guys were on drugs. The community was already decimated. Okay, so it was not Generation X, it was the boomers. Then, secondly, I want to say Christianity failed us. Christianity failed us because it had us praying to another man's flesh. And what happened was it indoctrinated our people's mind to looking at these people as a Christ like people. And they were our enemy for the last 6,000 years. The lady, I forgot her name, who came up here, she's already victimizing the victims because she contradicted herself when she said in her community they moved all the black people out, built a bridge, and put all the black people in slums, and they're going to be in the slums forever. So if they're in the slums forever and they was neglected and everything was taken from them, what do you think the kids are going to do? Of course crime is going to be rampant. It's just like when the Italians came into the country in a mass immigration, they were put into the ghettos, and they were not allowed into whiteness. What did they do? They formed the mafias that was going around killing each other in mass numbers in broad daylight. And that's all I want to say, man. Just peace to the room.
Little reply. 1965, the oldest boomer was 19 years old. I was 18. 1970, the oldest boomer was a nice ripe. Was he 35? Was he 30 where things started happening? No. He was a ripe 25 years old, 24 years old, 23 years old.
But he's right. When crack came out, them boomers was getting high as
Well,
hell.
but no, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Crack
That's a
started
fact.
coming out after Superfly. That was
I don't give a
1971.
shit. Y'all was
Now,
getting
just
high
stop,
as fuck.
Dana. Dana, don't do what everybody else is
No,
doing.
I'm not doing. I'm doing what me.
No,
Don't play
just
with me.
listen.
Don't play
Listen.
with me because I
You
don't follow
look,
no
look,
one,
look,
and
look,
you know that. So don't ever try to
look,
put me
look,
in that
look. Just
category.
stop a
It is
second.
a fact. Listen, listen.
Stop a
What we're
second. You're
not going
not
to
talking
do.
facts.
What we're not going to do up here is
Superfly
try to
hit on when
romanticize
cocaine
one
started coming
particular
out
generation as if
1971,
they didn't do
72.
Can I
shit
just say
The
something?
first,
because they
the
were getting
oldest
high as
baby
hell.
Let
boomer,
But
me
I
tell
wait,
you.
will
the
say this.
oldest
No, hold
baby
on for a second,
boomer
So
born God, and hold
in
on for a second, Judge. Let
1971
me
or
finish. No, let me say what I'm
1972
going to
was
say.
all
Let me
of how
say
old?
what I'm going to say. Let me speak for a second.
Well, you
They were
interrupted
getting
me.
high. They were, but Gen X, we was selling them. You got a
It
feedback going,
wasn't
guy.
us.
Gen X, I need for you to let me speak and stop interrupting
You
me.
interrupted
Gen
me
X, but no, I was interrupting
with
nothing because I didn't
nonsense,
get a chance to
child.
speak. So
Now, go
what we're
ahead.
gonna do is we're not
Go
gonna
ahead.
sit up here and romanticize a
Nobody's
generation because that's your
romanticizing.
generation. Your generation was getting high on crack. My
Okay,
generation was
hold on
selling
a
you the
second.
crack.
Yes.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. 1970, the oldest boomer turned 20 in 1966. So he was 24 years old in 1970. When the crack stuff started
How old was
hitting
he in
71,
1985?
72, he was 26 years old.
How old
We
was
didn't
he in
have the money. It
1985?
was the 30-year-olds that were selling it, the
What are you
35 year
talking
olds that
about?
were
You burnt
financing it.
out right about now. No, what are you
Excuse
have no
me, you're talking
foreign guy, you gotta
nonsense.
mute up. It's a
You're
feedback.
talking
What are you
nonsense.
talking about? You
We
wasn't
were trying
outside.
to get
You don't know
power.
what was
We
going
didn't
on in the
have
hood.
it.
You wasn't living in the hood then. So what are you
Excuse
talking
me.
about? It was my
Excuse
generation.
me. In
No excuse, no excuse
1971, I
you.
was certainly living there. I was still running a playground.
Listen, let me tell you, your generation was getting high. My
And we
generation
weren't
was
getting any.
selling the
We weren't
drugs.
the old. We weren't old
I'm not
Leary.
saying you were the
We
only. He
weren't
was
old
talking.
Leary.
I'm
We
not saying
weren't.
y'all were the only
We
ones. Like,
weren't
come
the
on.
people
Like, do
getting
you take
wasted.
accountability for
We were looking
anything?
at folk older
Okay,
than
so you
us
This
mean
is
to
why
getting
we
tell me
don't get
your
wasted.
along.
generation wasn't getting high?
See, the point is you're
No,
talking
answer my question.
mythology.
Was your
Just
generation
do the
getting high?
addition.
Answer my
Do
question.
the addition.
Was
Some
your
of us,
generation
yeah,
getting
but
high in the
look,
80s and the
most
90s?
baby boomers in 1970, 71, where crack started hitting, were still
Crack hit in
teenagers.
the 80s, Judge, not the 70s.
80s. We
No,
didn't
it
do
hit
that.
it in the 80s.
We weren't the ones.
Yeah, you were.
No, we
You were
weren't.
adults. You were adults.
1980. The
Oh my
the
fucking god, yo.
youngest baby
You got
boomers were
okay,
how
so wait a
old?
minute. So who was getting high then if it wasn't your generation? Was your
We
parents the
were, but
silent generation?
most of us were still in
Wait,
junior
hold
high
on. No, just
school.
stop talking because you
Most
think you
of
could
us,
just
no,
out
you
talk
stop
someone
talking. We
so
were in
people could just
junior
hear the
high school.
bullshit.
It was
Let
the
me
people
ask you
that were
this
born in
question. Who was getting
1940.
high?
It
Was
was
it
the
the
people
silent
born in
generation? Are you gonna let
1939,
me talk or you wanna keep talking?
1944, 1943. That's
Judge,
who was
who
pushing
was
it.
getting high?
That's who was pushing it. It's a
Who
myth.
was getting
Get the
high?
facts together.
Answer my
Get the
question.
facts
Who was getting
together.
high?
Look, of course there
Who
were
who
teenagers
was
getting
getting
high.
high?
The
Answer
oldest
my
boomer in
question.
1970 was a nice, round 24 years old.
I'm not
Most
talking
of
about the
them weren't.
70s.
The
What are you doing? You in
youngest
the wrong
baby
decade.
boomers in
You in the wrong
1970
decade.
were
I'm talking
all of
about the
4
80s
years
and the
old.
90s. How old were you in the 80s?
In 1980s, hell, I was practicing law.
How old were the boomers, the
The
average boomer in
oldest
the 80s?
boomer
This
in
is
night
not
look,
about you.
the
I'm talking
oldest
about our
boomer,
generation.
the
Like,
oldest
don't try to
boomer,
move that fucking
the
goalpost with
oldest
me. Don't do
boomer.
it. Don't do
Will
it.
you stop and let me
No,
answer? I
I answer
will.
my question.
I am. Well, shut up and let me
No,
answer.
you're not answering my question.
I
You're
am
going
going
around the
to.
fucking
In the
question.
1980s, the oldest boomer had turned 30 years old in
And were they getting high?
1976.
And they
So
were
he
getting
would have
high.
been 34 years old. In
Exactly.
1980,
They
I
were
was
fucking getting
32
high.
years
That's
old.
all it was. Anyway, let's go to the next speaker because this is what I'm
You
not going to do no
talking
talking dance
nonsense,
right
woman.
about now.
Get your
Y'all was getting
facts
fucking
together.
high.
Get your
And then when
facts
crack came
together.
out, you was getting high
Get
on
your
crack.
facts
When
together.
marijuana, you was getting high on
Yeah,
marijuana.
and
You
we
was
didn't
shooting
start
up
the stuff.
heroin. So
Look,
stop, let's keep it a
look.
buck. We're not
The
going to play this
youngest baby
romanticized.
boomer
Y'all
in
wasn't doing shit.
1980 was
Y'all was
all
doing,
of
y'all was
14
doing
years old.
everything right. That's not true.
It
And on
is.
top of
Youngest
that,
was
you
14
said it
years old. That
before.
was
You said it
1966.
yourself before that the boomers did
The
fuck up a
oldest
lot of stuff.
boomer
That's why
in
it's messed up now. You
1980
admitted to
was a
that.
nice
You
round
admitted that
34
boomers did
years
a lot of
old.
things wrong.
34 years old.
Fuck a 34-year-old.
Well,
Y'all was
yeah,
getting high.
that's the
Go
oldest
ahead, El
boomer.
Hotep.
That's
Don't
the
try to play
oldest
with me,
boomer in
honey. Because I
1980.
know where I grew up at. I know what I
Yeah,
saw.
well,
I
you
know what I
weren't
was
looking at
seeing.
us.
I
You
know
were
who was
looking at the
selling it,
tail
and
end
I
of the
know who was getting
generation
high.
before us.
We ain't playing that game.
You were looking at the tail end of the
I
generation
ain't looking at the
before
tail
us.
end of shit. I'm looking at the head of
Jimi
it.
Hendrix,
Go ahead, El
Jimi Hendrix, Janis
Go ahead.
Joplin,
That's
all of that.
that's 60s and
Elvis
70s. They
Presley
shooting
and
hair. I'm
all of
talking
that.
about that crack pipe.
Marvin
Dana,
Don't
can I
play.
just
Gaye,
say one thing?
they weren't boomers.
No, don't say one thing. You said
Can I
enough.
just say one
Somebody else
thing?
turn to talk.
I got,
Somebody else
I
turn to
got,
talk.
I got
Why
brothers
not
and
that?
No,
sisters.
I gotta go to El Hotep.
Well, call El Hotep.
It's El. First of all, it's
Let's
El
get your
Hotep.
facts
It's
right.
El Hotep
Get
time to
your
speak.
facts right.
So
Go to
go
El
ahead. I
Hotep.
got my facts. You get your shit right.
Just go to El
Get your
Hotep.
generation
Just
right.
go
Like
back and look at
y'all
who
need
was
to stop
advertising
lying.
it and who
Y'all
was
baby
pushing it.
boomers need to
They
stop sitting up
weren't
here acting like
boomers. They
everything
were
y'all
the
did was so
generation
golden.
before us. So
I pull out receipts.
go
Don't play
pull them
with
up
me.
and see who it is.
Yeah, because
Pull them
first of
up
all, I'm
and
laying
see
them
who
out.
it
I'm
is. They
lacing you with
weren't
receipts.
boomers.
You sitting up here lying,
They
talking
weren't
about some your
boomers.
generation wasn't
Pull them
getting
up.
high.
Pull them up.
You're
Pull
lying
them
right now,
up.
saying y'all wasn't giving
Pull
it.
them
All right,
up.
I'll pull them up.
Pull
I'll
them
pull them
up.
up. Play with me.
Pull them
Pull up
up.
all the
They
fucking
weren't
crackheads.
boomers. They were
They
either too
were boomers
old
getting
or later
high. The
on.
boomers were crackheads.
Yeah, that wasn't us.
Yeah, it
No, it
was.
wasn't.
Yeah, it
It was the
was.
group that
You
was
in your
above us.
40s, your 30s, your 20s. My generation in their 20s and teens was selling the shit.
Excuse
And
me.
some of the
The
boomers were even
youngest
selling
boomers
it.
in
The boomers
1980
were
weren't
selling
but
it and taking
14
it.
years
My
old.
generation was selling it.
14 years
Please
old to
miss me with all
34.
that
That's
extra
the
bullshit.
20-year
Go
gap.
ahead, El Hotep.
Okay. Now, sorry to bust your bubble, but quit
No,
trying
you
to
ain't bust shit.
scapegoat.
I bust
Quit
yours.
trying to
I'm bringing you
scapegoat
down to
people. That's
reality.
part of the
I'm bringing you
problem.
down to reality. And this is
When
the
you
problem. This is why
scapegoat
we have a
somebody,
battle of the
you are
generations. But
falling
guess
right
what,
into the
Judge?
trap.
Guess what? Guess
You're
what?
falling into the
Guess what?
trap.
Guess what? Guess what?
Nobody
Guess
grabbed
what,
you and
Judge?
forced you or
Guess
anybody
what?
else to consume it.
And nobody didn't force your generation to consume it.
Well, stop
Nobody
talking.
enforced us
Look,
to sell it. But
do
my
you
generation
think
was selling
cocaine?
that
Look,
shit. And it was making
damn
a
it,
whole lot of
cocaine
money.
was popular back at the turn of the
People were
20th
making money
century.
and people were getting high.
Yeah, it's been going
But
on
guess
for a
what,
long
Judge? But
time.
guess what?
The
Guess
Incas
what?
did. When
Guess
you
what
make
though?
Hershey's chocolate to make chocolate,
Yeah,
the
that's
same
all
plant
good.
produces coke.
But Judge,
So how
guess
long
what
do you
though?
think they've been doing coke
So let me
in
put you
Peru?
onto this little bit of reality. Your generation is done. How about
Well,
that?
excuse
Y'all
me.
done.
We
Your
didn't
generation is
fuck it up.
done. Your
We
Yeah,
didn't
generation is
fuck it
done.
up. We just kind of came in the middle.
No, yeah, but your generation is done now. It's 2025.
Well,
No one
That's
is
excuse
trying to
me.
crazy
point
how
to
we
your
don't respect
The
generation.
our
youngest
elders.
part in my
It's
Your
crazy
generation
how
generation is
young
they
folks
don't
done.
hit
blame old
60.
folks for everything.
They
And
got
this is
on
the thing.
top
I
of the
don't blame
world.
the
They're
baby
60
boomers for
now.
nothing. And that's why I do appreciate my generation. We don't blame the
Trump
baby boomers, but
Trump
your generation
is
is
the
done.
oldest of the
And now
boomers.
we're the ones ushering
Trump
in
is the
about to
oldest
run
of the
shit.
boomers, and the youngest are just hitting 60. So
And
yeah,
they're
we're
done.
running
And they're
stuff right
washed.
now. We're
And they're
running it
washed
right
up.
now.
And they're washed up.
We're running it right
You
now.
gotta deal with
We're running it
you
right
gotta deal
now.
with my generation.
We're
You
running
gotta
it
deal with
right
my
now.
generation that's
We're
very
running it right
versatile in
now.
technology. You gotta deal with
We're running it right
you
now.
gotta
You
deal with the
loudmouth
millennials.
talking.
You gotta
Go
deal with
look the
Gen Z.
facts up.
Y'all
Go
washed
look
and
up the
done.
facts. Go look the facts up.
The fact is y'all done.
Not
That's a fact.
quite. Trump's
Ain't no quite
a
y'all
boomer.
done. You're
Hey, shout out to
retired.
my elders. I love my elders. Shout
Not
out to
Y'all
y'all. I
Trump's a
love
retired.
y'all.
boomer.
Y'all retired,
Trump's a
or y'all
boomer.
dying, or y'all already
Trump's a
dead,
boomer.
or no one isn't
Fake
listening to boomers. No one isn't listening to boomers like that.
well, let's put it this way. The President of the United States is a boomer.
Yeah, but he understands
Let's
the
look at
youth.
it this way. Born in
But he don't represent the
1964,
boomers.
Kamala
That's
Harris
see,
is a
this is
boomer.
what I'm saying. This is what you
Kamala
don't
Harris
understand.
is a boomer.
He's a boomer, but he don't represent the boomers.
Well, what does he
He ain't talking
represent?
that boomer shit. That's the
I'm a
difference.
boomer. I was born the second year boomers started
I'm
getting born,
generalizing. I'm
1947. So
generalizing
what do
your.
you have there?
Judge. I'm generalizing your
Yeah, I
generation. I'm
know.
generalizing it.
What I'm
I'm not
trying to
making
tell
it
you is
personal.
stop trying to scapegoat. It goes
I'm not
nowhere
trying to
if you
scapegoat
try to
shit.
diffuse
Stop trying to
blame.
walk over things thinking that your
If you
generation
try to
was so
diffuse
on point.
blame, you go
Your
nowhere.
generation messed up a lot of stuff.
If
Now
you
it's up
go
to
no,
my
it
generation
would
to
have been
actually fix
worse.
it. No, we're actually
It would have
fixing the
been
shit.
worse. You weren't the ones
Why?
that
It
did a
was,
lot
wait
of
a minute,
stuff. It
hold on
was
for
the
a second. Hold
generation
on,
in
hold on,
front
hold
of
on,
me.
hold on.
It was some
Hold on
of
for a
us
second.
that
You
did
you know
some of the
what makes
stuff.
your generation worse? You know what makes your generation worse? Your generation wasn't even ones that kicked off the civil rights movement.
Fuck
That wasn't
civil
your
rights.
generation.
That's bullshit. That's
It
just
wasn't your
something that
generation
the
though.
passive
So
black
okay, so
folk
let me
dealt
ask you
with
this.
when
So let
they
me ask
went
you this
and they got
question.
on their knees while somebody was beating them across the head until
Let me
somebody
ask
else
you this
fell down.
question.
All right.
Outside of the Black Panther Party, what has your generation
And we
done
can't even
to
claim that.
progress Black America?
Bunchy Carter was born in 1943. He was
Outside of
chairman of
the
the
Black
Black Panther
Panthers,
Party in
I'm asking you a
Los
question.
Angeles.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Outside of the Black Panthers, what has the
We
boomer
can't claim
generation
credit for
done?
that.
Can
We
I finish?
can't claim
Can I
credit
can
for
I
that.
finish talking?
You
Can
asked
I
me a
finish
question.
talking?
You
I
get your
said
information
outside.
right.
Can you be quiet and let me ask you this
Go
question?
ahead.
Outside of the Black Panther Party, what has the baby boomers done to progress Black America?
We can't claim the Black Panther Party. Sherman Banks was born a year before
Okay,
the
so then
boomers. I
let's
know
not.
him. He
So
was
the question is,
1945. Bunchy
so
Carter was born
the question
1943.
is,
John
what
Huggins
has the
was
baby
born
boomers? So
1944.
then answer my
Huey
question.
P.
What has
Newton
the
was born
baby boomers done
1944.
to
Boomers
progress
didn't
Black
come along until
America? Judge,
1946.
answer my question,
So what are you
please.
talking about?
My question is, what has the baby boomers done to progress Black America?
A lot.
Like what?
I filed a whole bunch of actions that got black folks some rights in the state of Tennessee.
I said a generation. I'm not seeing you.
Well,
Stop
I'm
taking it
talking about the
personal.
generation. We did a lot of
I'm not
stuff.
talking
We
about one
organized
person.
our
You're not one
communities.
man.
We started affirmative action. We also effed it
You
up
did.
too.
Again, it didn't progress Black America.
Well, it did for a while until some
No, it didn't.
selfish
It never
Boule
did.
Negroes in Berkeley messed it up and
Okay.
collaborated with Baki. Okay.
Affirmative act. Okay, so
So okay.
y'all want to take affirmative action.
We
Okay.
worked in the campaigns to get
You can have
Washington
affirmative
and
action.
let's see, Bradley and some other people elected the first round after Reconstruction of black folk running stuff. So we did a few things, but I mean,
Senator
we had our
Bradley.
problems, a lot of problems. So it's nobody's fault. It's just we had a process that didn't get started by the boomers. It was the generation before that came out of Hollywood that
So
pushed
you're
this
blaming
black
the silent
exploitation
generation.
nonsense. So that's not good. So everybody's part of this whole mess.
So you're blaming the silent
I'm
generation.
not blaming anybody. I'm blaming everybody.
Mm-hmm. I'm saying that your generation ain't
I'm
do
blaming
shit to
everybody.
help Black
I'm
America.
blaming everybody. And the question comes in, there hasn't been much done since the late 1960s.
Mm-hmm.
All of the rights were in place by 1968.
Yeah,
All it took was the
by the silent generation,
actualization.
not the
So you
boomers.
ask who took the cases, defended the folk that got charged with.
It wasn't you.
Oh, it was me, amongst other
I'm
things
talking
like,
about your generation. I'm
oh,
not
it was
talking about you
us.
personally.
We took
It
the
wasn't your
cases. We
generation.
did the representation.
Your
We went out
generation
on the
sold out
limb and
Black
we did what
Americans.
we had to do.
Your generation sold out Black
We
Americans.
didn't sell out black America.
Shit.
We didn't
Okay.
buy into that garbage. We had
Oh
the
my God.
afros and the dashikis, remember the combat
Yeah, that
boots?
Pan African
Yeah, we did
bullshit.
some other stuff.
Yeah, you know what y'all ushered in? Y'all ushered in that Pan African bullshit.
Nothing wrong with Pan Africanism.
It's a
Not
whole
one
lot
damn
wrong with
thing.
Pan
It's just an
African.
insult to most black folk that they can't make it, and somebody walks in and in 5 years starts making it. And a lot of black folk been here their whole lives and haven't figured it out. That's the
It's a whole lot
embarrassment.
wrong with Pan
There's
Africanism.
nothing
They're
wrong
broke.
with Pan
They're
Africanism.
broke.
The
They're
whole
busted.
world has
They
sought
don't
to
pass
come
no
together.
laws.
The
They just
whole
talk.
world, dear, has come together to work
You're not even a
together.
Pan Africanist, Judge. So what are you talking
I'm
about?
not, don't have to be, but I don't have a problem with them. If they come here and they can do it, fine. If we
Do you
do,
know what a Pan African is?
yes, I do.
I'm not talking about an African immigrant.
I understand what Pan African is. It's trying to
Yeah, and they're
spread
full of
back from
shit.
the diaspora.
No. All right.
It's
All right,
trying
go
to
ahead,
make the
El Hotep.
homeland someplace where it is progressive and it can advance. That's the idea. Pan
And
Africanism
it
was
was a
the
complete
roots that you
failure.
got in Africa and the resources with the
It was a
acumen and the
complete
knowledge that
it was and
African
it is
Americans
a
had. You could put
complete
together a big
failure.
picture. Didn't work out that way. Didn't work
Pan
out that way.
African is a complete failure.
Oh, no, it's not a failure.
Yes, it is.
It isn't
Go
a
ahead.
failyer. Like people have been
Okay.
talking.
All right.
Sister
The
Dana, what's the
average
order
black
again?
You're not
person in
even a Pan
America is
Africanist,
not
but
a
you want to say
failure.
it's not a
The
It's
failure.
it's
average
on
black
L
Like
Hotep.
American
stop.
is not a
One
failure.
day.
Nah, it's all good.
You
I'm
burnt the
gonna be
fuck up
quick.
right
I'm gonna be
about
real
now.
Go
quick.
All
ahead.
right, go
You
Yeah.
ahead.
have the
Can't even
floor.
have a
Bring it on.
Yo, what's up to everybody, man? I
Bring it
hope
up.
everybody
Go
doing
ahead. You
good.
have the floor. Go ahead.
Go
I
ahead,
enjoy the
El Hotep.
conversation. Judge, how's it going? Dana, how's it
All
going?
right, sir. Go ahead. What you got?
Dang, that was a very interesting dialogue. I'm gonna ask a question regarding that, but I agree a lot with what the bishop was saying. A lot of what the judge was saying was on point too. Getting getting involved in a youth program myself, and seeing a lot of what the youth um listening to music wise, the things that they're engaged in, they're paying attention to us younger men. I'm in my early 30s, so um not that old, not that young, but they're watching us, right? They're watching us, they want to do the things that we do. They're very impressionable, right? It's very important to take that into consideration with a lot of the stuff that Trump was talking about and a lot of the stuff that he's planning on doing in regards to DC, because a lot of us are fathers, uncles, um, etc. So we have to take this with great care. Um, we can't act like this is just going to be, um, we just can't kick the can down the road. Let me just say it like that. Um, we have to get things done, but from what I've seen and my dealing with, I'm involved with the Knights of Pythagoras, right? Which allowed me to be in different spaces and different avenues. What I've realized though is there's a lot of gatekeepers. It's a lot of people who portray the image of doing well, but they want to put roadblocks and and hurdles and throw weird janky little side room and back deals in the mix, so there's no real concrete, um just so there's nothing that gets done. I want to kind of be careful with how I say this because you also have the element, someone brought up religion, so you also have the church. um and I know the church has been a staple in the black community for a long time, but it becomes a problem when you have no good nigga preachers. And I'm gonna say it just like that. When you have no good nigga preachers who are in the mix as well, who are in these churches. And these churches are, again, a staple to the community. They are, honestly, besides the black woman, they're the backbone of the black community. Um, when you can't get things done even through the black church, that's another death blow. Because again, if you have a youth program that's aligned with a church and the youth program wants to do various things and they're in conjunction with the church, but the church is not in conjunction with them as far as just something simple. Um, there's no order within that. We all have the same goal, we have the same mission, but because someone wants to be either the head Negro in charge or someone wants to be in control of the money or someone stole the money, that becomes the thing that corrupts everything. Um, so I think what we should focus, we need to focus on all of that. But again, it's going to be hard to get anything done when you have sellouts, traitors, gatekeepers, people who pretend to do well, but behind closed doors, they're doing the opposite. Um, that's going to be the major problem 5 to 10 years from now. Because again, a lot of people were speaking well in the points they brought up. But if you have people who are in city council who are in charge of allocating funds and they're not doing their part, and you're not hounding them, you're not telling them, hey, this is what we need, this is what we need, this is what we want to do, we want to see this get done. You kind I've seen that be a big problem within our community. We have people who are in position who, one, don't want to do well. They stop the people who want to do well, and etc. Um, I do want to ask this question since you guys were talking about it, because I do recall Superfly. You had the black exploitation films and stuff. Weren't those individuals boomers though, Judge?
No, they weren't.
Late 70s,
No,
early.
they weren't. Rod O'Neal was not a boomer. He was born 3 years too early.
Okay, he part of the silent
Okay.
generation.
Yeah, because if I recall, I mean,
Teetering on boomer.
the boomer era. You guys, I mean, I just
Like
say
I
The,
you
the
said,
guys
boomer area was
the
were
that black
earliest
smoking
boomer was
exploitation.
heroin,
born.
and heroin was prevalent in your guys'
Yeah,
era.
but I'm just saying the earliest boomer was born 1946, the last 1966. Cocaine was big 1900. Sherlock Holmes in his books snorted cocaine. Jekyll and Hyde, that was the elixir that Dr. Jekyll took that turned him to Mr. Hyde was coke. Queen Victoria was notorious
Cocaine
for
was used,
snorting coke.
doctors used
Okay,
cocaine to help people, put them out during surgery. So that was
no,
used
that
as a
wasn't what
medical
you used
practice. We're
cocaine
talking about the
for.
cocaine people was using in the
You
20th
used
century,
ether for
21st
that.
century, getting
You
high and
used ether
partying.
for that. The
Okay,
point
El
was to get
Hotep,
high.
Studio 57, you heard of that? That's the boomers.
Yeah, I heard of it.
My
I heard
mother
of it.
was
Yeah.
there.
That's not
That's
us.
all the baby
That's
boomers.
not us.
Yes, it was.
O'Leary and that bunch. That
First of all,
wasn't the boomers.
Judge, why you lying?
That's
Studio
O'Leary
54
was not us.
is the boomers.
That was right. That
My
was
mother, I
before
was
us.
big. I was born in 76. My mother had me October the 7th, 1976.
That's
She had her
nice.
ass up in Studio 54 in December.
That's
the
nice,
boomers.
but we
That's
didn't
the
found Studio 54.
Yes,
We
you
didn't have the
did.
money.
Yes, y'all did. Why
No,
you
we
sitting up here?
didn't. That
Stop. You
was the
Dana, a little
generation before
tenderoni.
us. Look
That's
it
all
up.
the
Dana,
boomers.
you young, you a little tenderoni, huh?
All those things, those two guys that found this Studio 57, they were young. They were the boomers. They weren't old. They were in their 20s. What are you talking about?
When do you think the oldest of us got
Stop it.
20?
You know what? Go ahead, El Hotep. Finish up. Because I'm
Yeah.
about to go through all these speakers and we're going to end this
Just
because
start bringing
you
point.
because
capping
Okay,
tonight,
next.
You need to
Okay,
stop. You burnt out.
next. Come on.
yeah, just I mean, because of that whole era, you got Frank Lucas. That's honestly how I kind of got into that whole era of what we're kind of talking about now. Watching that movie.
Yeah, but Frank Lucas wasn't a
You got
boomer.
Gil Scott Heron.
He wasn't a boomer.
Yeah, okay. I mean, he wasn't a boomer. He may not have been a boomer, but I'm saying within that era, you guys were coming back from Vietnam. That's when, especially, I mean, Heron always been around, but you factor in that era, that's when it really hit hard,
Yeah, you're
especially
right.
Vietnam. You guys came back from Vietnam. You guys were, smoking the heroin, injecting in your veins, all this good old stuff.
I
So I
never
mean,
did heroin.
no, I'm
Nobody
not
I
saying you
know
did.
did
I'm just
heroin.
saying that era and that
I
time,
know
though.
what you're saying. I know what you're saying. Go ahead.
It's kind of, yeah, to me, because I wasn't around, you would think, okay, those were the boomer generation, and that was the era in which you guys fell under the midst of the whole drug epidemic. That's why I kind of brought that up, because I was just wondering, okay, when you look at some of even these movies, like I said, you would have to kind of think, okay, well, were these individuals boomer? This was the boomer era. This was these guys coming back from Vietnam, and this is now when they get introduced to a lot of these drugs. So yeah, I think I want to bring that up. I did also want to bring up how you guys felt. Well, I'll bring that up later on. I'd let the next speaker come up, but it was an interesting dialogue that you guys have regarding that. I think that should be something that we should talk about, maybe a next episode because you can kind of see the effects of that and how it affected my generation. And if we don't get a hold of it now, it's going to affect this generation and the generation after them.
Hmm.
Because I would say dealing with the youth program I'm in, again, the youth are very impressionable,
Yeah,
male and
yeah.
female. To the young lady who was speaking about to the young men not protecting young women, I'm gonna give her a little pushback. It's kind of hard to
Come on,
want
bro. You
to
being
date.
rude now.
No,
We
no,
are.
no. I'm gonna give her a little pushback because if you look at it, there's some women who look up the sexy red, Carly B, et cetera, right? And some of these young ladies look at that and take that and they run with it. That's all I'm gonna say on that, brother.
Um,
Um,
so BFBFR, you're next. Let me just say something real quick. Push back with you, El Hotep. I hear you with that last part about young people looking up to the sexy reds and all them or whatever. But what the woman I say was saying, she wasn't saying none of that. She was saying something totally different that is happening is happening in silence. And what she brought up, the reason why a lot of some not a lot some people may not be able to receive it is because it goes unnoticed, as if it's invisible. But if you
no, no,
actually
I get exactly what she
so
was saying.
no, wait, no, 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 you
I just
don't,
wanted to
because
bring that
wait,
part up.
hold on. No, you don't, because you're comparing. You gave an example of some female rappers, and what she
Yeah,
was
that's not
talking about
related, bro.
women who were literally being murdered by the hands of their partner or
True,
a
true.
random
I
thug
got
out
that.
on the street. And let me just say this one last thing, because it's not talked about enough. Because if this was going on at a high rate in these white communities, the media would be on it. I just so happened ran across an article that a black woman in North, she was young, got killed by her partner. It was a domestic violence dispute, and he shot her and killed her. That's one incident that just so happened caught a local news media article. But what about the hundreds that are going on daily? So that's what she was talking about.
I, that
Actually, it's a
I
fact.
understand that, and I wasn't
Hold on
comparing
a
that to what
second.
I
It's
was
a fact.
saying.
Hold on a second.
Come
Hold
on,
on a
bro.
second.
Come on.
It's a fact check for the last
Right.
I'm gonna
150
go to
some
BF.
years.
BF, you're
The
next
murder rate
after the
when
judge
it
speak.
involves domestic partners has been pretty consistent. It goes ups and downs, but it stays the same. The problem with homicide is where strangers kill each other. That's where the problem comes in. There's not much you can do about the hostility, hot, bothered passion, and stuff that goes on that causes people who know each other to kill each other. That's Cain and Abel stuff.
I ended up
Well,
no
it's
more because
actually a
I want
hotel.
people next.
Just I need
Yeah, I
to
want
let
next speakers to speak,
BF.
and I know BF he was
Yeah.
getting a little emotional, so I'm a
All right,
just
let me go to BF. Let me just go to BF. Go ahead, BF.
little crybaby.
No, he was saying. Hold on. He was saying I was getting emotional.
Go
Listen,
ahead, you
Oh
have the
Lord.
floor.
Here we go. Make your point. Don't
listen.
worry about it. Make your point.
No, no, look, no. You don't got to tell me how to speak, cause
I just
Well, you
told you. I
have the
just told
floor.
you.
man, come on, bro.
You
You being
have the floor.
disrespectful now, bro. You
Yeah, I think everybody needs to stay on their mic because I'm coming down to the last speakers before we close out. BMF has the floor.
shout out to the judge and sister Dana for having the space. I'm not here to be up here and push a bunch of fake ass facts and stuff. Not saying that, not disrespecting the host. Everybody want to come up and say how they think that this is that and whatever. I'm just gonna be honest, bro. This debate about generations. Listen, man. Every black person that was in this country in every generation has experienced somebody in a generation trying to get us up out this slavery, bro. So all that divisive shit. Shout out to the boomers, the silent generation, the fucking Gen X. Shout out to everybody that tried, man. I'm not here to say, we all nobody's fucking perfect, bro. Um, but let's just have the uncomfortable conversation, bro, because I'm gonna be real, bro. This is a tragedy. Listening to what I just heard, it really hurts my heart because I think right now a lot of the shorties I know, if you in the streets, not these people that's sitting up here having these generalizations.
I'm talking motherfuckers that's really out here and seeing these babies out here. They don't have any more hope, bro. They like when I was a kid, I'm 33. You had Michael Jordan, Derrick Rose. Shit. I could go in school, my principal watching Judge Joe Brown. This is a black man with power on TV. I'm just saying, like, we had people we was looking at, and we was like, okay, we could do something. And it culminated for me, bro, in '08 when this dude Barack got in, man. They was pushing that on young black dudes so hard. Like, I remember the rhetoric in homeroom, man. I was a junior. And my teacher, this older black woman, like, it ain't no excuse now. Y'all gotta do this shit. We done went to the top. Like, you know what I'm saying? And that was the rhetoric for all shorties in the street, kids that was in private school. This was the symbolic thing. And a lot of kids was born after that point. If you was born in 2010, and I'm not an Obama supporter by any stretch of the imagination, but I want to frame this right. If you was born in 2010, right now you 14, 15 years old. In 5 years, you Gen A. In 5 years, you'll be 20. They don't got nothing to look forward to right now. So we saying, oh man, lock their ass up and all that. Hey, bro, the crash out generation, I see it in their eyes. They don't feel like they have a future. You telling them if they don't do X, Y, and Z, they're not valuable. The people that are trying to give them the energy, you know, we arguing about, man, the boomers that smoke crack. It's like, why are we playing the blame game? So, you seeing this crime, motherfuckers doing shit to each other. It's not right. I understand what the brother said, man. Donald Trump should come clean it up. Hey, bro, don't be so smart that you foolish. Meaning that, dude, that's going to be used for other purposes. I'm not in here to, because I'm about to shut it down. Because I had a lot of comments. I waited, and hearing the rhetoric, bro, it's really, I damn want to share the tip for the babies. Because if I'm 14, 15 years old listening to y'all right now, I'm like, man, I'm finna go do a hit, bro. Cause my elders ain't even on the fucking same page. Niggas still debating about who the fuck was smoking crack in Studio 54. It's like, bro,
Wait,
we
hold
got
on
this.
for a second. You're saying too many of the F bombs and a 14 MySpace, whether it's on X or YouTube, it is not for minors. So they should be at home in their bed sleeping, getting ready for school, and not online listening. So I really don't give a shit what they think, because they don't have a thought in grown folks conversation. And if me and a judge are having a back and forth dialogue, that's me and a judge having a dialogue, whether people agree with it or not, whether they like what I'm saying or not. That's just what me and him do. That's part of X space, of having a discussion. And sometimes you do have to go down that yellow brick road just so you can have clarity or still be in disagreement, and then you bring it back. So 14s, anybody under 18 need to have their ass in bed. So I don't give a shit about how they feel or what they think. You need to have your ass in bed sleeping, getting ready for school. But you can go ahead and land.
If I might agree with you, sir, it doesn't help anything if you try to scapegoat somebody. I want to give you your deference, sister. This your space. I'm gonna wrap it up. I disagree totally. The fact that you it's not about what you're saying. Everything is listened to by the babies. So although I don't give a shit, and then when they come run up on you in the car, man, they should respect it. You just said you didn't give a
Wait,
shit.
hold on.
We
You saying that when
don't
a
don't do
14,
that. Don't do.
hold on. I said
You trying to silence me
my
because you don't
space,
agree.
no, because
It don't
I'm
matter.
trying
I
to
do a
understand
space
what
and
you're
I.
saying. I'm trying to understand what you're saying, because I said my space is not for anyone under 18. Under 18, if you're 14, 15, 12, 11, you need to have your ass in bed. So if they are sneaking online listening and they want to comment, I don't give a shit what they say, because if I know they are a minor, I'm going to delete it and I'm not going to respond. See, the parents, going back to what Bishop said, it starts at the home. I have 2 grown kids. I have 4 grandkids. My grandkids, they have limited access to social media because the parents control what the fuck goes on in the household. So you saying, oh, kids have all this access because the parents allow it. And if you allow your kid to listen to what we're talking about now, 1 o'clock in the fucking morning, then that's a bad parent. So I don't give a like I said, I don't give a shit what that kid think, because you ain't supposed to know what the hell we saying, because this is adult time. That's where I'm coming from. A kid needs to stay in the kid place.
Okay, if I might offer something.
I want to give him his last word, though.
I just want to add this to this from where.
No, nobody else was muted.
Okay,
I just
hold
want to
on,
get my
hold on.
point out.
I'm
All
gonna
I'm,
let you
oh my
finish.
God, you know what? It's all
I'm
good.
gonna let you.
That's rude.
Sir,
Nobody else was cut off.
sir, I'm gonna
There was
let
a
you.
lot of people that I muted.
Sir, I'm gonna let you finish. I like what you're saying. I agree with you. Now, let me make an observation when we're talking about children. Since we've had the Roman legions all the way up to the U.S. Marine Corps, you take young men, late teens, early 20s, and whether you're 2,000 years ago dealing with a Roman legion or you're dealing with the Marine Corps right now, the same methods work to turn them into soldiers. I have applied those same methods everywhere from trying to produce young soldiers down to young men who will take pride in themselves and where they live. The methods work because you're still dealing with humans. What we need to do is that we have to put it in ourselves to make the hard choices, to take the options that are not easy, and simply impose on the youth those things that turned them into legionnaires 2,000 years ago and U.S. Marines now, are good citizens who take pride in their communities and are willing to look in the mirror and convince themselves that they'll make the necessary sacrifices to make where they live better, safer, more secure places filled with economic prosperity, have a sense of purpose, morality, and ethics, and behave in a brave and courageous fashion to be men and women of peace when appropriate and something else when necessary. Those
Okay,
things,
I'm gonna say this, and I'm
we
gonna
could
wrap
do
up.
those things, and you're
Now,
right.
listen, this room is not dealing in reality. We're gonna do a room dealing reality. So if y'all want to mute and not tell the truth,
nigga, get the fuck up out of
Oh,
here.
well, hold on a second. What are you calling not tell?
no, it's cool. I got
Hold
something for
on,
her.
hold
Then
She
on,
is a
hold
then
on, hold
shield.
go,
on. What
then
are you
We
go,
calling
getting you
not?
the fuck
go.
out of here, bitch.
If you think this
Don't
shit
do
in
that. Don't
reality,
do
then
that. Don't
go.
do that.
Because
Don't do that. Don't do that. We get
the minute
nowhere.
you let me
We
just say
get
this real quick,
nowhere when
Judge.
we do
The
that.
minute you come online, you in the matrix. So what the fuck you talking about, nigga? Like, come on,
Come
No,
stop.
we gonna get you out of here.
Stop. Get me out of where? Where you gonna get me out of?
Everybody
Where you gonna
stop
get me
that.
out of? You don't
Everybody
got no
stop
power.
that.
You don't got
Listen,
no
we
power.
get nowhere with
Negro.
this.
Hey, I'm finna show
You
you
don't got
something.
no
We gonna
Get
show
power.
you about
nowhere
this
You
with
don't got
power.
no
this.
power.
You are a coon, bitch. You was a
That's all right. But
motherfucking
what are
coon.
you?
We
You
gonna
Hey,
leave.
get you out
stop
of
it.
here.
You have
Stop it.
no power.
Stop it.
You have no influence.
Stop it.
You're mad at what the fuck I was saying. You're emotional saying this ain't reality. We in the matrix. You ain't in reality. So what are
Okay.
you talking about? You can't even control your emotions. But you
Okay.
have no power, sir.
You don't even.
Negro, nigga.
Everybody, stop calling names. That doesn't work.
You know I'm with the shits.
Hey, no, I'm
It's
finna
late.
get her
It's
out of
past
there. She don't
midnight.
even know who
It's
she
past.
talking to.
Well,
It's
stop.
Bitch,
past
you is a
midnight.
nobody.
Man,
Stop.
stop
I get
Stop.
your
disrespecting
ass
her.
It's
beat the
Stop.
past
fuck
Stop.
up,
midnight.
bitch.
Sir,
Stop.
you can leave. Leave.
Stop.
Leave.
Stop.
Leave, sir. Leave
Chill
if you
out.
upset. You
Chill
have the
out.
option to leave. If you don't like what you hear, you could go.
Stop.
Like, why do people think
Everybody,
they got
just
this
stop a
power and
second.
influence? Oh, I'm gonna cancel this
Stop a
person, or you gonna
second.
see? I ain't gonna see shit, but my bank account.
Okay, fine. Everybody, get it out of your system. Everybody.
we in the matrix right now. All
Oh,
right, so here's the order:
all right.
Mikkel, Mr. Elder, Mr. D, no taxation, and Swan. And there's 3 people requesting. I got to see how this flow. But go ahead, Mikkel.
Greetings, Dana, Judge Mathis, Swine, no
Don't call me
taxation,
Mathis.
Elder.
He's an asshole.
Don't call you what?
How you gonna
Mathis.
call him Mathis when you heard the name Judge Joe Brown all night?
Mathis is an asshole. I don't like him. I was neutral until he started talking about me. He said I called Camilla a hoe, and if I called his wife a hoe, he would jump me. Well, I wouldn't call his wife a hoe if she wasn't a hoe, and I haven't called her a hoe because I don't know that she is. So that answers that. But if he wants to be a shill for come Queenla, Harris, Imhoff, that's one thing. But I don't like Mathis. Please don't call me that.
I
Some
understand.
people mistake.
I understand. I
I'm
stand corrected.
years
I actually
older than
said,
he was, and he was down around 150 something in the ratings. I was number one and number two. So anyway,
I stand corrected.
thank you.
I, I
Appreciate
actually,
it. I'll
I
forgive
actually
you this
said,
time. I'll forgive you this time.
I actually, I appreciate it. I actually said taxation and greetings, Judge, but I'll stand corrected. But
There
thank
you
you.
go. I forgive you. No problem.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead. Say
This
what you
this
got to say.
this is a phenomenal space. No one is completely wrong and no one is completely right. We've made mistakes. We've had some wins. I think it's good if we look at the some of the past, not all, but some of the things we've done as being dated and obsolete, and not necessarily being oriented or focused on the future. We're in a digital age. We're in an age of what we call Generation C. We're all connected. And we need to take advantage of the things that are available to us. There's a lot of opportunities out here now. And I think we can win. And the matrix, or let's say the metrics, are in our favor. So I just wanted to put that out there. And Judge Mathis, keep that jab in the face. And Sister Dana, thank you for all that
Why you
you
keep
guys
on
do.
Judge
Judge Mathis.
Mathis? Come on,
I'm
sis.
not Mathis. This is
What is
Joe
with you? What
Brown.
is with the math? All black people don't look alike.
This is Judge Joe
I
Brown.
stand corrected. Judge Joe Brown, the great Joe.
Yeah. Now, let
My
me just say this.
apologies.
I agree with you what you're saying in essence. I did have this experience. Over a 10-year period, the statewide recidivism rate for felons hovered at around 84%. That's for Tennessee. In my courtroom, it was at 18% and dropping when I retired in 2000. I'd been doing the show for 2 years at that time. Now, uh, there are some things that I've said already tonight that work well on motivating young men to take on the responsibility of making the changes that are needed. Even when it comes to dying, it gives them an opportunity to be heroes rather than just zeros. So you give somebody a purpose and a cause, and they can endure all sorts of hardship that they otherwise would not deal with. So we need to give people, the youth, a purpose and a cause. Now, that simply isn't out there now because the popular thing is just do what you want to do because it feels good, which isn't quite the way humans work. They have other higher purposes that they get motivated by. And when you can motivate those higher purposes, you get a better person and you get a better community. Now, I would just say that those things can be done. Now,
Thank you, Judge Mathis. Not playing. Thank you, Joe Brown.
hey man,
You're
don't
awesome.
do that. I
Appreciate it.
really don't like him a lot. He pushes
Uh,
that rainbow stuff too much, and I quit a $20 million a year
I
job
know,
because
I
they
know.
wanted me to push that
I'm
rainbow.
just playing.
I
I'm just playing with
not
you. I'm
gonna
just
do
joking at you now.
it. I know you are, but
But,
anyway.
but
Mr.
thank you, sir.
I'm
God
sorry,
bless you.
All right.
Mr. Elder, then Mr. D, no taxation and swine. Go ahead, Mr.
Hey Dana, how you doing, Judge Joe?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing fine.
Yeah, I'm retired military. I always repost your post there, Judge. I agree with them 100%. Um, yeah, as far as the DC takeover, listen, I'm gonna give it to you straight. We need accountability. We need to look at ourselves. We need to start calling the hard shots. Get back to the basics. As far as our families go, know where in the hell your kids are at. You're responsible for those kids. You brought them in this damn world. You should know where they're at all times. They're your responsibility. When they are not your responsibility, guess what? They become law enforcement's responsibility, and that's not what you want. Your kids shouldn't be out there stealing. They shouldn't be out there assaulting no damn body. They should have their asses at home, resting, getting ready to go to school the next day to make something out of themselves. The same way I train soldiers, the same way I brought up my kids, and the same thing I'm doing to my grandkids. I wish they would get out of line. I'll bust their ass in a heartbeat. We got to stop being friends to these kids. They're not your buddies. You're supposed to raise them. When you don't, when you sit there, you want to befriend them and do all this shit with them, drink and smoke dope. Guess what? You're leading them down the wrong path. You're failing your kids. That's exactly what you're doing. With every generation, we get more and more technology and savvy. We can do better for ourselves. I'm kind of disappointed with all the technologies out here now. It seems like all we're doing is coming up with OnlyFans and other bullshit. We should be doing more than what we're doing. I hope DC gets straight. One thing I noticed today in that press release, the judge sitting up there is all the black faces are no longer with us that were young people. You think it's all right for these young people to be killed at a young age? They weren't killed by police. They was killed by other thugs. Some of them Americans, some of them not. DC needs to be cleaned out. It's a federal city. It's our damn capital. I mean, the third world countries' capitals don't have the murder rate we do in our capital. That's a serious damn problem. You have one policeman sitting up there budging the numbers to make them look good, like they're actually doing something, and they're not. They're downgrading a lot of the stuff that went on as far as breaking the law. They downgraded it so they wouldn't look like it's out of hand. It's totally out of hand. I think a lot of these DAs, this no cash bond, and these judges, giving all this light sentences. What is that teaching people? I can go back out there and do it again. If you let somebody out on no cash bond, they go out and they were in there for assault or murder. Guess what they do? They go kill the person as a witness. I mean, this is garbage that's being handed to us. We need to start voting better also. Stop voting for someone that's not going to do nothing for you. Start attending your city council meetings. If you don't like the city council, guess what? It's easy to run for a position. Put up a friend to run for a position. Support your own. See, it's easy to sit back and say, this is wrong, that's wrong, this wrong, this wrong, and cry about it. But guess what? Roll up your damn sleeves and get in there and start pitching. I mean, you can start your own youth authority and get out there and work with young people. We do it here. I was born in Ohio and raised in California, but I settled down to Kentucky. Why? Because it was a place where people actually waved back at you when you was going down the road. You didn't know them from Adam or Eve. They waved at you, and they was good people. Didn't matter what color they were, they all waved at you. You pulled over, you had a problem, you break down, they was willing to help. Well, we got to get back to the basics and do what's right. And like I said, start working in our communities. That's where it's at. If you're not, and you're one of those that's sitting on the fence pointing at every damn thing, guess what? You're no use. You're taking yourself out of the equation. And if you don't vote, I don't want to hear your mouth. And I'll land with that, Judge, and I'll continue to repost your posts. I like them. And you all have a good night.
All right,
Thank you,
thank you,
sir.
Michelle.
Thank you, sir.
Mr.
You
D.
know that
Oh,
methodology I was talking about, it does work. You saw it, you applied it.
mhm.
People
I
seem
don't.
to forget that.
I don't see Mr. D anymore. Go ahead, no taxation. How are you?
Hey, Miss Dana, how you doing?
Good.
Hey, Judge,
Hello
how you
there.
been? It's Jean in New York. How you been?
Ma'am, how are you?
Well, I'm still walking. I'm still talking. but I don't have my right mind yet. I will go try to find it somewhere. See, that's gonna be my excuse. The entirety of 2025 and probably 2026.
I hear you.
Um, I want to take it another way because y'all know DC means something to me, and I call it home. And I know the fight that we had for years, black folks, all of all socioeconomic levels in DC when it was Chocolate City, uh, how they used to trick black folks to get out of the city, and what it looks like when they started the gentrification process, which was some few decades ago. Definitely, Marion Barry, Mayor for Life, was standing in the way of that. And that's what one of the big things that people didn't know about that. They have always wanted uh, to take land control, which is what Trump is doing, because the government already has control. But they didn't usually touch the Smithsonian's or the Kennedy Centers or anything like that. But he's touched all of that and said he regulates that too. So it's a different city now. The other thing I want to say is it's really a shithole city if you want to know the truth about it. See, we didn't have all them problems when we was having, when it was Chocolate City, we didn't do all that. We didn't have that. We really did not. You could walk through an alley at 3 o'clock in the morning and nobody would bother you. All kind of stuff going on, but nobody would bother you. It was a very nice city when it was just us. And what really threw it off, Walter Fauntroy, who was the mayor, didn't do some things, and Marion Barry tried to shore it up, and then he fought, he had a hard time fighting those people on the Hill because those people on the Hill, they run DC. That's who runs DC. Um, it belongs to the federal government, and it belongs to the taxpayers. And so it's a very strange place because I was upset about it yesterday because that's when I first heard about it. Then I done dug a little deeper and found out the dirt. Honey, how about Bowser knew? I knew she was going to sell everybody out when she painted over the Black Lives Matter. And I'm not a Black Lives Matter fan. But if I was the mayor of a city, especially Washington, D.C., and somebody said to me, well, you better paint over it before he gets in office so it won't be no mess. No, he gonna have to tell me to paint over it. She doesn't have a spine in her back at all. So, it was a good person to put it on. And apparently, this lady who's running the police department, they said, they said today they asked about chain of command, and she didn't know what chain of command was, and so there you go. But them kids were shooting. I remember it was probably 2012. I was in Southeast at one time, and the kids had got out of school, and the kids were shooting around the school bus, getting on the school bus. So yeah, they shoot out there, and they've been shooting. It's not this bad, but I noticed in 2014 because once the Obama administration came in, that's when the real gentrification started. That's when the push really, really started. And we got a lot of gays to come in there. And of course, they had their parades and things. You know how they do. And, and they had hipsters come as well. And, uh, and that drove up all the prices. So the few black people that were left had to leave. And I mean, it was just a mess. DC has just been through it, you know, pillar to post kind of thing. But here's why I say I want to look at it a little deeper, and why I'm not as upset as I was before yesterday when I first heard about it. The backstory is she knew last Thursday, Dana, And how about she didn't even tell the city council? You mean you didn't have one friend on the city council you could give a heads up to? Child, the man done had to go from district to district. Other districts he ain't even. It's a mess. But anyway, she's spineless. She's not the girl for the job. But here's what I want to tell y'all. It's not just the National Guard, because the National Guard gets called out in D.C. We're used to the National Guard. That ain't nothing. You know, that's just extra. It's just an extra layer of cops as far as we're concerned, because they do call them out for stuff. Even if it's bad traffic, you know, they might call out some National Guard. But they also have the ATF on the ground, walking on the ground. They also have the FBI walking around on the ground. They also have Homeland Security actually foot on the ground, walking around these neighborhoods, and a couple of other law enforcement agencies out of the Department of Justice or wherever. And so we don't know about that, which makes me think this has something more to do with them little kids, them little 40 kids that's out there acting a fool. Okay? They said they took 6 guns off the street. They didn't even describe the guns. So it makes me think that they weren't, you know, worth describing. So that ain't nothing. They got 28 people. Uh, you know, that's not a big roundup, not for what they got walking around. I suspect, and this is just me, because I'm just going to throw this little conspiracy on out here and tell me what you think, Judge. I think it's something bigger, because, you know, the cartel from Florida to New York, they have a direct line for running these guns now. See, they didn't have it before, but they got it now. And DC plays a role in that as well. I wonder if it has something to do with the cartels. Because what alcohol, tobacco, and firearms, and we're used to seeing those people, but not working in the streets, not working in our streets unless it was a fire or somebody was selling some major dope. You know, I don't know. Just, oh, DEA is out there. So it's a lot of them that are on the streets in Washington, D.C. right now. It's not just the National Guard. Don't you find that strange?
They're calling out all sorts of law enforcement officials to add manpower to the streets. Actually, for decades, the crates of the serious guns have come in with the kilos. They can't stop the traffic in drugs. They can't stop the traffic in firearms that come in. The real deal is that we are getting a large number of illicit Kalashnikov based weaponry. That's serious full auto stuff. Machine guns, that's an assault rifle. That's coming from Israel to raise funds to do what they do, to pay for the anti drone technologies and stuff. We're getting serious Kalashnikov stuff coming in from Egypt to also pay for the same things. We're getting serious Kalashnikov based weaponry coming in from Afghanistan and Iraq. And our government's kind of turning a blind eye. We're getting U.S. military hardware stuff back from South America that comes in with the Coke. The stuff that comes in from Israel, Egypt, Iraq, and Afghanistan is accompanied by opiates and heroin, though basically the Taliban has cut back on the production of opiates, so that's going down. We have from South America, we have the cocaine that comes in from the same plants that they get Hershey chocolate from, but we get American firearms that went through Interarmco going from the U.S. That's in Virginia, or it was, it's closed down now. And that went back to South America. We're getting stuff from South Korea because they've got a company called Daewoo that is rearming the South Korean military, and they're selling off the stuff we gave them, and that's coming back with opiates. So we rationalize it by saying they need to raise the money to deal with it used to be communism, and now they're talking about terroristic factions, Al Qaeda, ISIS, Hamas, that kind of thing, Iran, that kind of thing. So, yeah, the government is well aware of the arms trade, and they turn a blind eye to it.
And then
Now,
I was okay. Let me go back.
but one other thing I want to add this.
Uh,
Part of what the problem is that the last party in power, the Democratic Party, in my opinion, was sliding very close to fascism. It was looking like the National Socialist Workers Party in the 30s. The National Socialist Workers Party is also known as the Nazi Party. So a lot of the methodologies that you saw under the Biden Harris administration look peculiarly like something out of 1933, 34, 35 Nazi Germany. And somebody's talking about black folk and crack and all of that other stuff. I would point to the example of the son of the previous president who got pardoned, Hunter Biden, and his crack activities, as revealed in the three laptops, not one that the press talks about, but the three. And I've gotten a chance to read a lot of them. Very interesting stuff. So a lot of it ties in.
mhm. I remember in 2014 I was there, or 13. I was there, and I was just looking around. I was in my car, and I was looking around, and I was like, the city is not the same. Like, this is really not the same city I know. And it hasn't been for a long period of time.
I
So,
agree with
yeah, so and I'm on a mission to take back Chocolate City because we didn't have all these problems when it was just black, and I stand on that. But the other thing about it too is something is amiss, if you ask me. Um, I think I think it's multi-layered. I think Trump is trying to show people in other cities where he named a show of force. Like if you don't pull it together, you're gonna get it too.
Mhm.
Um,
I
I
agree
and
with
I
think
that.
I think he's also putting out a warning. All of this sanctuary city
yeah,
stuff,
yeah,
sanctuary cities are clearly illegal under Title 8, Section 1324 of the United States Criminal Codes.
yeah.
Everybody that participates in them, sets them up or transports or shields from getting busted by ICE, that's a felony. And I think some grand juries need to be impaneled and some of these folk need to be indicted, which might be interesting. That would make Newsom, Bass out in California liable. And by the way, I was born in D.C. and I lived there uh,
You
for,
lived there as an adult.
yeah, I lived there as an adult back 1972.
Those were the days.
Yeah, 14th and U and all of that stuff down where
Hmm.
it's all rainbow now. That's the other thing. DC
Oh
is
yeah, yeah,
chocolate is rainbow.
it's really it's not the
So
same
let me just
city.
interject this real quick. And then I want to get to the other speakers. But
Mhm.
when y'all saying it's all rainbow now, but what I'm starting to notice, this quote unquote rainbow, whether it's a district or a community or area, property value goes up. So so I think, at one point, when DC was, I guess, its glory days, and then it declined because of the drugs and the crime and everything. And then gentrification comes in, and LGBTQ community did gentrify certain sections, but the property value goes up. So it's like, you know, LGBTQ, your property value doesn't decrease. So why is that?
Mm.
Here's the way it works. It's all about location. it's about geography. So what winds up happening is you get an area, you let it get run down so the property values drop. You use the low property values to acquire the real estate, and then you run the previous occupants out of there. And because of the location, you now can ramp up what you have as the evaluation for this real property that you have acquired.
Mm.
That's how it works.
All
You
right.
get an area that's in a good area, you run it down, tear it down, you keep it for your grandchildren from 30 years hence, and then you run everybody that's flat broke busted that lives there out, and the property is still in the same location with the same value. So now you rebuild it, you restore it, and it's worth a heck of a lot, and you acquired it very cheaply.
Mhm. All right, let me get to Swan, then Bleezy, and then I'm gonna check in with you for a second, Judge. Go ahead, Swan. Swan, Sween. Am I saying it right? Swan, my brother. Unmute. Okay. Let's go to Bleezy. Is he still up here? Yes.
Yeah, I'm here. How's everybody doing?
Good. How are you?
All
I'm
right.
good. I'm good. Yeah, I'm listening. Hey, Joe Brown, Judge Brown. I used to watch your show. You the man. You know, I respect you, and I like some of the things you're saying. Everybody's talking about problems that we have in through the black community, but I have a question, and my question is, how come we ain't starting or talking about doing something about, or start talking about doing a black convention and breaking it down to a state to state, even if in the short term that we have now, coming up in November 26th, we got to vote, you know. So it seemed like we are, bickering and arguing about things that we're talking about, which are important. But it seems to me like we need to do these conventions by state and then do a national convention for foundational black Americans so we can figure out who our leaders are, for them to run for national office and also to run for state office. We really need to start focusing on this instead of dealing with all these different issues like in the space, which is cool. We can organize using these spaces for our state to state conventions, but we really need to come up with something to get more organized, because if we don't, we're going to be dropping the ball like we did in 65 and end up in the same place in 2065. We need to get some of this stuff together. And Judge Brown, I want to know what you think about that.
Well, it would be nice if we could do that without liability, but which ones of the people that would be meeting with us would be financed secretly by George Soros? Which ones would be trying to get in the position to steal? Like, let's take the Black Bar Association,
Mm,
National Bar Association. A few decades ago, it had almost 80 some thousand dues paying members. They don't even have 2,500 now because everybody got turned off because the leadership was stealing, embezzling.
mm-hmm,
You have HBCUs that were well staffed with a good student body, and now they have nothing. We've got one here in Memphis that 20 years ago had almost 6,000 students. Now they don't even have 400 because of the corruption. So, which
mm-hmm.
one of these people that we are going to meet with is not going to be corrupted? What are we going to do
Well, we
in
can.
our model, like Al Sharpton or Cory Booker? They are exemplars of corruption, misappropriation of funds and such like. What are we going to do when that is our exemplar? See, are they going to come in and dominate the meetings and have absolutely nothing to add to it except to try and encourage a sense of victimhood? Who
But don't you
has
think that?
speaking out and taking the chances uh, and doing the analysis that we need to hear? Who's been doing that? So
Mm-hmm,
we start meeting. part of the problem is that you have to have somebody to meet with and somebody to listen to. And one of the big problems we have is we've been taught to glorify dysfunction so thoroughly that when we hear effective functionality, we reject it right out of hand. Now, I'll say this: opinion. Everything everybody says on here is opinion. Generally,
Mm.
in a court of law, opinions are not allowed in terms of testimony unless the person has been qualified as an expert. There are a couple of people who have offered opinions tonight who would qualify as experts on the subject, and they would be allowed to testify in front of a jury and state their opinion. There are other people who have stated opinions that would not be allowed to testify that way in a court because they don't qualify as experts. So we always want backup, but sometimes the person that is telling us something that we want to back up is, in fact, one of the acknowledged experts on the subject. But we don't listen because we're so used to this. We go to Google, but Google may have foolishness on it. A lot of times it is. So what you say is a good idea, but the problem is what do you need to look to see if the person actually is worthy of trusting them or collaborating with them and not somebody who is likely to be a traitor?
Joe Brown, but the thing I'm saying is, I understand what you're saying. It definitely needs. It probably would take years, to organize something like this. But it has to start from the grassroots, and the grassroots to me is like, like these spaces we using on X or whatnot. And I'm not a speaker. I just normally go into a space and I listen, But we're getting short on time now, so the grassroots are starting something like this. Is to use these spaces that we're using right now and kind of coordinate in the sense of a regional areas of a state all around the United States and start organizing stuff from the grassroots so we can come up with creating a fund so we can rent out a gymnasium in the community. All these subjects that we're talking about right now, this is where it can come up in the community of these regional areas so people can start working on things and coming up with plans and ideas so we can actually come up with something. So this could turn into some type of national convention for foundational Black
Yeah, it
Americans.
could. I just caution you with this. From if the 60s are any reality, if what happened in Russia back 100 years ago or in China 80 years ago are any realities, when you start trying to do what you're talking about, there's a lot of endemic violence because people will fight to become the leadership. So people will be unworthy of leadership too. So it's not an easy thing. It's easier said than done. That's what happened back in the 60s, why everything fell apart, is the people that were supposed to be working with you were actually working against you. Just beware of it. And
Yeah, I mean, but we have to start somewhere. We
yeah,
can't.
you do,
This
but
this
there
this
are
this
ways of
space.
doing it. You have to look at yourselves. Who is somebody that you found you can trust? What happens
No,
when
no, no.
you
Hey, hey, Joe, Joe Brown. That's what I'm saying. You are one of those people. You know what I'm saying? And my pops is 88. He's just like you. He's a retired psychologist, very respected in the Bay Area. He talks just like you. Us younger generations, we don't agree with everything you say, but this is what can kind of balance it out by having some of these smaller town kind of things that we can kind of build on, because we need to start somewhere. We can do these spaces for the next 10 years and we're going to be in the same place we're in
oh
right
yeah,
now
you,
tonight
you have
in
to start.
2030.
I agree with you. You have to start them. I'm just telling you. I'm not saying don't try. I'm just saying if you
Yeah.
try, be aware of the fact that people have to be vetted.
Yeah,
Don't
yeah, no, I agree. I
don't
agree. And I think you're
trust
right about that.
anybody 2 inches.
Yeah, but we
until
can't.
they prove themselves, and then trust them for 4 inches.
Absolutely, and I agree 1,000% about that. But we got to use these spaces that we in right now. All these people listening, Tariq Rashid, his show and his space, and all these different spaces we have. We got to start organizing instead of just talking crazy and arguing with each other and bickering and it just this what you're saying is be careful because we end up in a situation just like this in this space where there's no organization. There's no
Oh,
organization in a sense of like coming up with solutions. The solution would be, okay, where you at? And where you at? Oh, you in this city? You in this city? You need to call such and such, and we need to start getting together and start doing these little small groups so we can build something for our communities. If we don't do this in the next 2, 3 years, we're gonna be lost. We're gonna be lost in 7, 8, 10, 15 years from now, and it's gonna be the same thing we're dealing with right now.
Yeah, and it's going to get worse because
Yes.
at that time period, there will no longer be a majority ethnic group in the country, except maybe the false one of Hispanics based on the language rather than on the usual ethnic considerations.
Yeah, but we can't be scared of that. We
No, you
still got to
can't.
continue.
But
We still got to continue on and organize this. Excuse my language. Organize this shit because when I hear us speaking right now, a lot of the brothers and sisters talking some good game in here. May not want to hear it, may not agree 100%, but we got to start organizing. We got to do something. This is not going to fly by us every day getting in these spaces, bickering, talking crazy. This happened, this happened. You see them shoot him, they shot her, they arrested a 14-year-old. If we don't get together and start organizing some of our concerns, it ain't gonna be good for us in the future. Just like you said, it may be the Latinos, it may be this or that, but we still got to stand strong because we the most extraordinary people on the planet. Ain't no group done nothing like we've done to influence the world.
well, let
And
me
so
give you
that power that we have to do something like that, if we would put our energy into organizing like I'm talking about instead of worrying about sports or trying to be a multimillionaire rapper entertainer. If we put that energy of all that stuff into our politics and caring about the community, we'd be at the top right now. We'd be running shit.
I agree with you. Now, let me give you another hint. I'm too old at my age to be
Yeah,
able
but
to
you can
get up
still
and
mentor
advise
though. You can
people.
still mentor us.
But yeah, here I'm mentoring. Listen carefully. Every successful movement from the American Revolution, 1775 on, and prior to that, whether you're talking People's Republic of China, Russia before it became the Soviet Union, Cuba, whether you're talking about what happened in France, Vive la Révolution, Liberté, Equality, Egality, the French Revolution, you had to engage in what they call political education. There is a need that I am not seeing to educate the would be followers and sustainers of what you're talking about and how politics works. We did that back in the 60s. Everybody had Mao's Red Book, not because it was communist, but because he went at great length on how you set up leadership, imposed it, and how you educated the people you were going to lead and the purposes that they were supposed to be following you for. We studied the American Revolution. We read Franz Fanon and Wretched of the Earth and that kind of thing. So we studied how the political process works. I do not see that now. There is an ambivalence when it comes to what exactly are you trying to do and how are you going to do it.
right.
You need to study these things. So start pushing political education, they usually call it.
So let me say this real quick, because no taxation. I know you have your hand up. I'm gonna swing back to you. So I just want to interject something real quick. We have 4 people requested to come up. It's about to hit on 2 a.m. I do have a busy day
Mhm.
tomorrow. I don't know what is your how do you feel right about now, Judge?
Oh, I'm doing fine. I thought it was about going on 12 my time. What
No, it's
time?
actually going on 2. It's getting late. But and then just real quick too. what
Well,
believes.
can I conclude? Can I conclude?
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead and
Yes.
conclude, and then I'll just comment after.
Okay. Thank you, Dana. And I just want to say, when Bob Johnson owned BET, you know, from the '60s up until he sold it, in between that space, we had a really good shot to actually doing what I'm saying. We just didn't put it all together, and then that was our network to go national. you know. So we blew it. He could have waited to sell. I don't know his business and how he sold it or whatnot, but I know he had that for a minute, and we didn't use that opportunity that he had on that network to do big things. But now we got to do it all over again. So like Dana in this space, I don't know what city you in or whatnot, but this is where you are to use these spaces, get together with other people in these spaces and start, mapping it out about who's in what city and who's in what state. These are the organizations or the idea of an organization kind of buildup that we need to start building on, because I think it's important that
Why
we
do
all
I
kind
have
of
to
like.
do that?
No, I'm not. I'm just using an example, Dana. I'm not.
No, no. So, okay, so this is what I wanted to say to what you were saying. I
Yeah.
hear you when you say organizing, and that is true. You have to organize. You cannot organize on social media. Social media is just a place for you to come and to talk and commune. You have to, and I've said this a whole bunch of times on my YouTube channel here. You have to organize, but you need to organize in your community where you're at right now. Not, don't worry about if I'm in Ohio and you're in California. Like, don't worry about me and organizing with me, because we could be on two different states, two different cities, two different coasts. Organize where you are at.
No, I understand what you're saying. That's a norm.
No, and
Without the.
okay, so stop
Wait,
for
hold
a
on a
second.
second. Hold on a
Let me
second. Hold on a
finish.
second,
Let me
because you cut
wait.
me
Let me
off.
finish. Let me finish my thought process, because you said a lot. So when I'm saying organize, the reason why it's important to organize locally, your needs, people needs where they live at is different from somebody needs in another city and another state. But you have to start locally, because laws in Ohio is different from Texas, it's different from New York, it's different from California, it's different communities, it's different needs. And then once you get that experience, because people think it's so much, is people think it's easy to organize. People think it's 1, 2, 3 to pass a policy, and it's not. People are not willing to put the time in, because it sounds good, but you're not willing to put the time in. You're not willing to stick with it and be consistent. You're not willing to commit 10 years and have a 10-year plan. Every city, if we, I would say this one thing about social media, it's informative, and the spaces that the judge holds, because this is a judge space. I'm co-host, he's really the host. He do bring a lot of knowledge, especially if you ask him questions. But do people know in your city right now the 10-year plan? Every city has a 10-year plan of urban development, urban renewal, or whatever, but they have a 10-year plan. Do you know that? Because you need to know that they have for your
To remain silent. When you use BI or other alphabet agencies, are very staunchly democratic, and a lot of them, they're rainbow, and they look at what you're talking about as a threat to what they are into. So
Yes.
when you use social media, you set yourself up, if you're not careful, to have lawfare prosecutions put on your head.
Hey, well, we the
Right.
brightest in the world. We the most cleverest people in the world. This is what I'm saying.
No, we're not.
Oh
No,
yes,
Bleezy, we're
yes
not.
we are.
We're
Yes
not.
we
let's put it
We're
are.
this
not.
way.
Don't
Everybody's not
down
bright.
us like that.
I'm
That's
not
I don't think
saying,
that's
I
I
I'm
don't
get
not
think
you.
downing.
I
that's
get
not
your
nice. That's not
sentiments.
I'm not,
nice.
hold your people.
I get your sentiments, but the fact is that it's been several people. I just had an ignorant nigger come up here
Hold on,
earlier, and
hold
he
on,
got
hold on,
upset
hold
because
But
on,
see,
hold
you
on,
just
hold on.
he
started
didn't like what I
by you
said.
calling.
Let
Hold
me
on.
say
Let me
this.
say this, Judge, real
Go ahead.
quick. Wait 1 second, Judge. Let me just finish my point here. And the reason why I call him that, because that's what he
Okay,
is. And the reason why I say he's that, because as a man, if you have a problem or if you get triggered because you dislike what somebody said, which is a problem with people on social media, people dislike what they said because you disagree and you get in your emotions and you want to hop in somebody DM. I'm going to expose you, F you, bitch, all this other stuff. You were nigga to
okay,
me. I don't respect you. So again, I hear your sentiments and I don't disagree with you, Bleezy. But in reality, in the real world, everybody's not that bright. And majority of people are
okay. Now
followers.
back to this. H. Rap Brown, Stokely Carmichael, not so much. He survived. Malcolm X. You get Huey P. Newton. You get Bunchy Carter. You get John Huggins. You get Geronimo Pratt and a number of other people who were organizing, but things happened to them because they got perceived as too dangerous. Now, this is stuff that I know, I saw, I was acquainted with everybody I mentioned. And you have to be careful when you are going to organize because these are things that are real. I don't care whether you're white, black, brown, red, yellow. That's what happened with the January 6th bunch. They had something that looked like it was good, First Amendment stuff, and there were some Democrats that didn't like it, and a lot of them got put in jail, and they got lawfare put on them. President Trump had that with Tish James, lawfare. So be aware of the fact that, irrespective of what your ethnic concerns are, if you do something too out in the open, there are people that will come after you. And you have to be cautious about that. You have to protect yourself and the organization you're trying to set up. Now, that's just a word to the wise. I saw it happen and it was not pretty, the results. But this time around, just keep those things into consideration and be aware of them. Now, I'll pass it back to you. You were sounding.
Bleezy, you can have the last word, and then I'm gonna swing back to El Hotep and taxation, and then I'm just gonna close out because I'm not sleepy, but I have to. I think I need to eventually go to bed because I have to get up early. But go ahead,
Okay,
Bleezy.
yeah. So I'm just gonna conclude with this. Land my plane. Is that we got to do something. This ain't
Yeah,
gonna fly. This ain't gonna fly where we at for the next 10 years. It's not. This ain't gonna fly. So we're gonna have to bite the dust. It may be some unrest. You know, the generation, the 60s, the 50s, the 40s, all the way down. They give up their lives for where we at right now. Are we willing to give up ours? Because if 10 years, 20 years from now, we be old people by that time, but I'm meaning like we're gonna be in the same position that we in right now 20 years from now. So something has to be done. This year to year that we're dealing with now, we got Trump in there doing this crazy stuff. It ain't gonna do nothing but get worse. Somebody gonna have to stand up and we got to organize. And I'll land my plane.
Um, Go ahead, El Hotep, and then no taxation. El Hotep, you got your hand
Yeah,
up.
yeah, nah, I'm sorry. That being said, I think the conversation is very much needed. Again, I stand on my points. We should actively get involved with the youth. Um, that is very essential. Definitely getting involved with the youth. Judge, I do want to ask you this question since you brought her up. Do you think, in your personal opinion, for Big Tish James is going to get indicted?
yes,
Um,
yes,
okay,
yes.
All
Yes,
right.
she should be.
Um,
And she
real,
I
also should
agree.
be
I agree.
disciplined by the New York bar, too, for some things that she did, like promising to go after that person, that was just totally unethical. But she doesn't know any better.
All right, so
Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
one second, no taxation, because Mr. D, you was up here earlier, you dropped down, so I just brought you up. So I'm gonna go to you, and then no taxation. Go ahead, Mr. D, and then that'll be it.
Thank you, Dana. Greetings to you. Greetings, Judge Joe Brown.
Yes, sir.
And greetings to the space. Wonderful work you do, Donna. Donna, Dana. I appreciate it. Judge, of course, for years you've educated and given lots of knowledge to millions of people during your tenure in the broadcast of the mainstream network. I want to just express my disappointment with this division of wanting to keep blasting boomers. And the first time I heard it, and it's pleasing to the enemy, the first time I heard it actually was from a white guy. Many of you probably heard of him by the name of Stu Peters. He mentioned it, and then 2 weeks afterwards, I heard it for the first time in the black space. And I said, oh my God, I hope they don't pick up on this and run with it. And just bite on it and grip it like a pit bull. Okay. Because you have to know that there are different segments of the boomers. There's different branches. We did different things. We went different ways. I was born in 1953, smack dab in the middle of 46 and 66. Okay. Interesting enough, out of 11 children, I'm right in the middle. I got 5 older siblings and 5 younger ones, 7 boys and 4 girls. And I'm going to give you a testimony, nothing I read or someone told me. I'll give you a testimony of my experience and as I saw the transition of the black community from my existence from the age of 7, living in South Bronx, New York, when early morning delivery trucks would drop off buns and rolls and breads and pies and milk and newspapers, and nobody would touch it. Why? Well, because there was a high sense of morality. People had morals. They had respect. In the late 50s and the early 60s, from what I can recall in the late 50s, drug use wasn't a problem in the black community. The big thing was alcohol use. You might find someone to smoke a joint here and there, but it was rare. Heroin use was basically non-existent. You had those that would purchase it. Malcolm X talks about it himself, where he mainly sold heroin and cocaine to the white people and marijuana to the blacks. The blacks that Malcolm X sold his heroin to were, usually entertainers, Duke Ellington and Louis Armstrong and, on and on, Billie Holiday, so on and so forth. But heroin was non-existent in the black community up until about 1965. A napalm bomb was dropped in the black community. In 63, Kennedy was assassinated. Of course, he didn't want to go into Vietnam, but Johnson and his cronies did. So they had to get Kennedy out of the way. They wanted to get at the poppy fields in Vietnam. They also wanted to take over the financial banking in that country. See, when these people do things, they do it on a multifaceted level, not just one single thing. And around 1965, many of you may recall, you've seen it in movies, they started putting this heroin in the bodies of veterans that were killed and returning back to America. And again, you can see in the movie where they focused this heroin at, what community they dropped it in. That's when heroin started to become more common in the black community, but it still was just a little niche of them, just a few. Those brothers that were returning back from Vietnam, they had a strong, they had a strong drug habit. And of course, when they came back home, they had this strong drug habit, and they would turn some of their friends or relatives onto it. Right, so the use of it started to increase in the mid to late 60s. That's around the time that acid hit the scene. LSD, window pane, but it didn't hit the black community. Acid didn't hit the black community until the 73 to about 79. Crack wasn't around at that time. The boomers weren't using crack unless you got boomers that were born maybe 1960, 61, 62, late 20s, early 30s. Crack wasn't around. Our drug of choice was weed, acid. A lot of us wouldn't even mess with window pane because that was real strong. Acid, speed, amphetamines.
Coke.
No, coke.
Because Coke wasn't addictive. That was the thing back then.
Excuse me.
They were saying Coke wasn't addictive, so it was like a social thing. They were sniffing Coke in the 70s.
You can listen to one of Richard Pryor's albums where he'll tell you that blacks didn't do coke because it's too expensive. We always would say during that time, coke is a rich man's drug. Our drug was weed and acid.
Oh, okay. So maybe you grew up around poor black people, but the black people I grew up with, they were sniffing.
Okay. Well, again, yeah, we walk different
So black
streets.
people,
We walk different streets.
and let's just, if we're just talking about the boomers, you were getting high. You named all these drugs that y'all were indulging. It was the pill, sex, drugs, rock and roll. People were getting high. My generation getting high. The younger generation's getting high. So it is what it is. When I said crack came out in the 80s, yes, the baby boomers were getting high on crack. That's a fact.
Okay, if I may finish my submission again, I'm giving my experience.
But I know, but can you move it along a little bit?
I'm in
getting
the 70s when crack wasn't around. Again, it was.
Are you taking
and
us to
then
which
in the
decade?
mid 80s, you go into the mid 80s, and that's when crack really hit. Right.
I know that. That's what I said earlier. I know.
Well,
It came
crack
in the
wasn't
80s. We
around in
know
the
this, sir.
70s, which
So
you're not catching.
I'm just trying to hurry up and make you get to the point.
Crack wasn't around in the 70s.
I said the 80s. I didn't say the 70s.
All right. So then you go on. The point is, it's divisive for you to take a narrative and want to divide and bash boomers.
I didn't bash boomers.
One of the richest communities today.
Okay, so you want to defend your
One of the richest
generation. I
communities
didn't bash
today.
boomers. What I'm
And you
saying is
ask the
that you
judge what did boomers do.
I'm saying
I'll
that
tell
you
you what
boomers
boomers
need
did.
to take accountability
You want to know what boomers
for your
did?
shortcomings.
Do you want to know what boomers did? Because I heard you ask the
No,
judge.
I don't.
You asked the
Because
judge
I
earlier
asked
what
the
the boomers
judge
did.
and he couldn't tell me.
Pull up
Okay,
the videos.
you know what? Let me entertain you. Tell me what the boomers did.
You can go to YouTube, pull up videos of black people getting their asses whipped in the South. Look at those young people. How old do you
During
think?
the civil rights movement?
Yes, of
That's
course.
not the boomers. You were a baby. So you weren't getting your
carrying
ass whipped
luggage. They
during the
were making
civil
phone
rights because you
calls. They
were a
were
baby.
planning
The boomers were not
plane
old enough.
flights,
Those were
bus
teenagers,
trips.
late. There were adult teenagers and young adults and older people. That's the generation before you. That wasn't the boomers getting their ass beat in the 60s because you was a kid.
If I may finish.
Y'all were getting high in the 70s.
1946, boomers were 20 in 1966.
What?
If you were a boomer born in 1946, 20 years later, 1966, you were 20. Are you saying they weren't
But
out
if
there?
you were born in the 50s,
Are you saying
you're still a
Are you
boomer.
saying
You're a
the boomers
kid
weren't
in
out
the
there?
60s.
You need to do your
So,
research.
sir, the point that I'm making
Do your
here
research.
is the civil rights
Do your
movement was
research,
led
young
by the
lady. Young
generation
lady, do your
before the
research.
boomers.
Learn to
If
listen.
that's the
God gave
truth,
us two
do
ears and
your
one mouth.
research. Do your research. And this is the fucking problem that I have with you boomers. Hold on for a second, Judge. Hold on. Because I'm going to give you the mic. Just let me say something. See, you come up here and you think because you of a certain age that I'm supposed to just yield to what ism that you spitting. But what you forgetting is I'm talking about my generation I'm talking specifically about the 80s because that's when I was old enough to see what the fuck was going on where I was growing up at. And when crack hit, I saw who was doing drugs and I saw who was selling drugs, especially in the 90s and the early 2000s. I don't give a fuck what happened in the 60s or the 70s because I was born in 76. I'm going to the 80s. So I said you baby boomers were getting high off of coke, off of crack, off of heroin, alcohol, all that. Y'all were indulging. And if you can't take that accountability and say, yeah, we were, then there's no reason for me and you to have a dialogue. Don't come up in here telling me I need to listen to all this other bullshit. And that is why a lot of boomers are not respected. Because y'all think y'all know every fucking thing. And when the dust settles, what comes to find out, only thing I did was just sell out the black community. So when I asked the judge, what accomplishments did y'all do to progress black Americans, you ain't do shit. And I stand on that.
Again,
I'm not talking about, and hold on for a second. I'm not talking about one person, Judge Joe Brown, who was a lawyer and a judge before he even got on fucking TV. I'm not talking about individuals. I'm talking as a collective. Your generation ain't do shit to progress black Americans, but you indulge in all of the wonderful societal things, whether it's drug, rock and roll, having a good job, getting in politics, cheating, stealing, robbing, and selling out your fucking community or selling out your people. That's your generation, and I stand on that shit.
Well, thank you.
You welcome, and let me go to the next speaker.
I only debate my equals. Everyone else I teach.
Well, then get the fuck off the space
Goodbye.
then, because you're not my equal, and I know I'm not your equal. You're not my equal, and I will say this: I'm above you. Your age don't equate to someone's intelligence. Don't fucking come up here playing with me with that boomer shit because you a certain age and I gotta yield, because a lot of y'all motherfuckers are stupid.
Sometimes people get J.
Whatever.
We
Because I
made
done
it. We
cussed out
made it
many.
happen
I
in the
had to
country.
check many a baby boomers.
We made it happen in the country.
I know. You did. Sure. And we're better for it today. No taxation. Let me tell you something. After midnight, I'm with the shit.
Child, is the coast clear?
Everybody, you want to take me down fucking memory lane with the 60s and stuff? Fuck that. Let's start with the 80s. Fuck what you doing in the 80s.
Listen, I'm just looking. I'm trying to see, can I peep my head out? I don't know if the rocks and bullets is coming my way. Cause I'm a boomer, but I'm on the younger end of the boomers. Okay, let me stay.
I saw bad grown ass bitches with furs laced out, and they made crack. It was like the style, like sniffing coat. It was like stylish until you got hooked. That's what I
Well,
seen
before
growing
I
up.
left the country, cause I was out of the country when it was crack. But before I left the country, niggas was on the pipe with ether and powder cocaine, and so they just put it together to make crack. So
It's free base, they called
yeah,
it.
the
Free
free
basing.
basis. So
Yeah.
it was there. It just wasn't as portable,
And hold on for a
efficient.
second. No taxation. Shout out. Well, hold on for 1 second. Shout out to New Nobody in the YouTube chat. He said, got free education that made us pay. Yeah, y'all went to school for fucking free. By the time we get to college, we got to pay out the ass. And a lot of people still paying on those loans. So what y'all really
Who went
do?
to school for
Talk.
free?
And then here's the thing. This is a space. So I could come up here and talk about whatever, and I can have a disagreement, talking about something this divisive. Nigga, this is X space. Anything goes. I can't stand that fucking
I don't use the N word.
kumbaya. We need to all get along shit. This ain't no echo chamber. Y'all only had to pay $50 a semester, but we paying $10,000 a semester. Miss me with that bullshit.
We tried to warn you, you wouldn't listen.
Warn what? Because y'all the ones helped pass those bills that now that we got to pay all this fucking money.
Baby,
Oh, but like you said, Judge, y'all passed affirmative action, but that ended up helping only white women.
be careful
Not the
what you
way
ask
we had
for.
it.
Whatever.
Be
Let's
careful
not
what
let's not revisit that conversation.
be careful what you ask for.
We
Be
were the
careful
ones that
what you
were in
ask
the
for.
streets.
Uh,
We were the
you said,
ones that
I
were
know
in the
y'all was in them
streets.
streets heavy. Yeah. You was in them streets. Well, not you, I'm talking about baby boomers in general. Y'all was in them streets
So it was. Well,
having a good old
I
time.
left the country. So I missed the entire crack epidemic, the entirety of it. So all I see is the affects of it. It must have been something really powerful.
I didn't miss it. I had a lot of clients that paid a lot of bills for me when I had to defend them.
Exactly.
We heard about it, you know, uh, in other countries, with these other countries I lived in, but it wasn't there. You know what I mean? They had like hashish, cannabis, uh, maybe some pills. I think nothing too,
See,
Where was
people
you
when
at?
they
Was
think
you
of
in
crack,
Europe?
they when
Yeah.
people think of crack, they think of these little, these women looking run down, and men looking run down, scrounging for these little, crack valves or whatever. That's one aspect. I grew up seeing people buying 8 balls. That's how them motherfuckers getting down. So I'm just like, because they had the money.
Uh,
Because, yeah, they was coming out that generation out of the civil rights movement, getting an education, getting these 6-figure jobs, or let's say 70,000 during that time. A lot of black professionals. Chicago, that was the black mecca, because you had Ebony, you had Jet, you had all these black owned corporations. So black people did have it going on, and y'all indulged in it. And rightfully so. So don't talk to me like, oh, we didn't do none of that. No, y'all niggas was getting high because you had the money to get high. You had the resources to do that shit. And y'all was partying your ass off. And at the same time, you voting these black people, the Congressional Black Caucus that was established in the 70s, voting these black motherfuckers in the Congress, but then they started stealing. They started getting paid off to pass laws that was going against us.
Hey, can I say something?
Who's that?
Blizzy.
Say something for 10 seconds because I'm tired.
What we solving right now?
We ain't solving shit. We having a conversation. Fuck all that
Okay.
solving shit. If you want to solve something, you need to go down to your local city hall and see what the fuck your councilman is doing. What they trying to solve, what money they trying to steal, or what public policy they ain't passing. Where's your agenda at for your community where you live at? Do you got an agenda? Are you knocking on your representative door saying this is what the fuck we need? See, if you ain't doing that, don't come up here talking about something what the fuck we solving, because you ain't solving shit
Why are
where
you being
you
so
live at.
hostile? I
Because
just
this
asked a
is
question.
what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Because when you ask stupid ass questions, then that's how I'm gonna come at you. It's late, but you want to talk about something. What the fuck you think we gonna solve 2 o'clock in the morning? Nothing. But you know what you could do? You could take your ass down to City Hall and go down there with an agenda, and go to your local representative that represents your district and say we need XYZ. And if you ain't doing that, you can't come up in here and tell me shit. That's where I'm coming from. So with that, nobody else don't got to speak, Judge. So anything you want to say before we close out? People be thinking I'm playing. Like, if y'all not taking your asses down to City Hall and advocating for your community, don't come up here and talk about fucking solutions.
Revolution doesn't have a time clock it punches. Evolution or change. See, the interesting thing is going to happen. Black folk, white folk, brown folk, yellow folk, in a decade or so are going to have to work with each other, because there are these forces that want to take the government and change it from a republic to something else. It's not going to be pretty. So we're going nowhere if we can't collaborate and cooperate. So a lot of this is going to change up, and people are going to get the idea that politics is what it's always been. It's not a matter of loyalty to somebody because they own you or so. It's about concrete benefits.
Exactly. Because I'm going to get mines regardless.
You have to sacrifice too sometimes.
Exactly.
I gave up a $25 million a year job because I didn't like the politics that Hollywood was trying to get me to push. Talked about Mathis. Mathis pushed that rainbow. You could see it. Judge Mathis at home. He wanted me to do that. I wouldn't. He stayed on with his ratings around 150. I was at 1 or 2. I quit. I said, I'm not doing it. The money ain't worth it. But you have to be able to do that a time or two. That didn't count bonuses or ratings. Anyway, everybody have a nice weekend. It's a great time.
Oh, you're
I
done?
ain't here yet. Yeah, I'm done. It's a good conversation tonight.
Little spice.
And by the way, last message.
Clocked in 5 hours. We start at 9 p.m. It's 4 hours and 55 minutes. Like, come on.
Yeah, well, revolutions and evolutions don't have time schedules.
Well, I do. I got to take my ass to bed. Everybody have a wonderful week.